rationally for a second. There's some Greeks in 300 BC. They imagine that out there's a giant vacuum of space.
Mhm.
And then 2,000 years, they're right. 2,000 years later, they just happen to guess right. Come on, man. That's not how the reality works, bro. We don't just guess something and then 2,000 years, the people that guessed, they just turned out to be right. No. So that whole philosophy, the Epicurean philosophy, it is what we, not we, it is the modern idea of how the world works was invented by the Greeks 2,000 years ago. The idea that there's atoms and that there's an outer space vacuum and that there's only matter and energy. These are metaphysical concepts thought of 2,000 years ago. They weren't discovered by men in science or whatever, right? So what happened is
Mhm.
people had metaphysical theories about reality. And then science came from them doing experiments to prove that their metaphysical theories were true. Okay? But they didn't use what we would consider the scientific method. They did what's called cherry picking and confirmation bias, where they would do tests to confirm what they already believed in the first place. For example, sticks and shadows. If you believe the sun is nearly infinite distance away, and then you measure the shadow of a stick in two places in their different lengths, you're going to go, well, the rays of light are parallel. I must be on a ball. Well, you already assumed that the sun is very far away. You already assumed that the thing that you're trying to prove is already true, right? So, and the reason they think this is they thought this idea of the Earth being a globe was metaphysical reasons. Thanks for posting that. Yeah, so if you look in the side chat, Yaga Bruno, you'll
Mhm.
see exactly what I'm talking about. You have one experiment and two different interpretations. It
Mhm.
depends on what your starting assumption is on how you read that, which will determine your conclusion. Assume a flat Earth and a local sun. One conclusion. Assume a ball Earth and an infinitely far away sun. Another conclusion. Now,
Oh.
these same people that use this logic thought that there was a near giant vacuum of outer space, and that there was spheres, you know, whipping around the Earth. But not everybody thought that. Just that group of people, and their ideas are what carried the day through history, and the other ideas have gone away. So, for instance, here's an idea that gone away. They used to think that there's something called the Copernican principle, which says that the Earth has no unique place in the universe. It's just like everything else. Well, that idea, that's not how people used to think. They used to think that the stars, the moon, the sun were a unique physical environment that was different than the Earth. So there was the terrestrial environment where we live, and then there was the
Mhm.
celestial environment where the heavens are, right, where the stars and the moon. And they thought that they followed different rules. And the reason they thought that is because when they tried to do observations that would work on Earth, they couldn't. Those techniques, right? So if I want to use triangulation to measure the distance of the sun or the moon or the planets, right? They don't work.
Mhm.
If you do the calculation, it shows they have no distance or an infinite distance.
I see.
So they couldn't that so they had reasons to think it was different. It isn't just like there's there's a lot of things about, I mean, they talk about it all the time. We looked
Mhm.
through a telescope and we saw this thing. How does this even possible, right? So there's stars that disappear, right?
Yeah.
Hundreds of stars have disappeared that they have on photographic plates going back. So here's another thing. They found they found transients, right? So they looked at old photographic plates from before satellites existed, and if they interpret what they captured in the plates, that satellites existed before satellites existed. Meaning they saw transient, quote unquote, objects, lights that cross the sky and appeared at repeating patterns, and they can calculate that they're orbiting the Earth, but they couldn't be orbiting the Earth because satellites didn't exist. They weren't invented yet. This is in the 1940s. So you either have to take one or two choices. There's alien spacecraft, okay, which to people nowadays, they think that that's a rational choice somehow, or the theories of how that all that behaves, the celestial environment,
Mm-hmm.
our hypothesis about it is wrong. Okay, our choice are aliens or wrong.
Oh,
Which one do you choose? Is it aliens orbiting spacecraft, or are they wrong?
I guess they are wrong. Oh no, sorry, the aliens.
Aliens?
And I'm having trouble understanding.
You've
Can
been
you
listening to that freaking video. Where'd they come from?
Oh, they were wrong. Oh, yeah, I got it. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, where'd the aliens come from? They have to do the thing that, remember they said space travel? We basically have to
Yeah.
become gods to travel
Yeah.
to another star. Why would aliens become gods and come here?
I mean, yeah, my bad. I mean, in a sense that you can say that how pyramid was made, right? Those could be there is a conspiracy of aliens making those pyramids. So
Now, this is all well and good, this space travel stuff, but it's just it's fairy tales. You're never going to space. I'm never going to space. It's just not happening. Cryptic net over here, like, if the government says there's outer space, there's outer space. He is the ultimate brainwashed person.
oh, I
But
see.
I'll be right back. I gotta do something.
Yes, sir. Oh yeah, it was nice talking with you. I think I'll go and do some research,
Yeah, it was good talking to you too, X. You're a good dude.
sir.
What you mean, like somewhere they've got the camera roll, maybe a section of the film in a display case that you can look at?
Right.
Yeah, you can look at it yourself and confirm that
Is
this
this the
actually
part that
exists.
didn't go poof
Like a
with the
link.
telemetry data?
Yeah, like you can confirm this is an actual photo taken on an actual camera roll, and you can see the raw,
Go to the
unprocessed
physical.
version yourself.
Is he talking about
I mean,
are
before
you talking about
proceeding,
the
I would like a
negative?
link to that.
But you can't
Are you
go
talking that we can pull out the negatives?
Yeah, that's what he's
Yeah,
saying.
like this is like before digital cameras. This is the actual like camera roll.
Yeah, the
No shit.
negatives.
Yeah, it's in the University of Arizona. You can go see it.
you can't go to the physical location itself and confirm that's actually real.
Yeah, so that's a real photo. Before Photoshop, before all that, but you can actually go and look, confirm it was
If
a
you
real
say
photo.
so, Daddy. If you say so, Daddy. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
like a claim.
well, I'm surprised none of you like gone and looked. Does
Well, how
anyone?
do you know that that
You're
film was
assuming
actually in
no
the
one
location
has.
that they said it was? You know what I mean? Because they said that that
Well,
film had to have been in Earth orbit. How do you determine that that film physically was in Earth orbit?
Without going there yourself.
well, you can like, presumably maybe. Well, how would they even fake it? Like, how would that have gotten onto that camera roll? Otherwise,
How would they fake it? Like you're asking us how David Copperfield does a magic trick?
If you don't, if
You're
you
saying
cannot
that- you're
tell
saying
how
that it
how he did the magic, it must be real.
Right.
Right. I mean, just
You're saying
because
it
you
would be
may
really
not
easy
know
to
how a
fake.
magic trick was done doesn't mean that it's not a magic trick.
The question is how did you confirm it?
What is the fallacy? I cannot conceive how could it be done. Therefore, it has to be truth.
Right. It's like a reversal of the burden of proof. You know, it's like you and I, Gemsy, we are watching David Copperfield on TV live performing a magic trick. He is making the Statue of Liberty disappear. How do you
Right.
know he's going to do this? Because when you're watching TV, you're going to see about 20 people sitting on bleachers that David Copperfield is talking to. And those 20 people are witnesses to his event of making the Statue of Liberty disappear. You know how you know he actually made the Statue of Liberty disappear, Gemsy? You saw it happen, and everybody sitting in those bleachers, all 20 people, confirmed that they saw the same thing. They saw the Statue of Liberty disappear. So, Gemsy, I'm going to ask you, how would they fake it? If this was fake, how could they possibly fake it, Gemsy?
All of the same people that
Based on that, David, he's a real magician, and he actually has superpowers, and he made it disappear.
No, don't be silly. Listen, if you can't tell us how they faked it, it means he really did make the Statue of Liberty disappear.
According to
And
Daddy,
you're just living in denial. You're just a denialist.
you
You're
deny
denying
according
the
to
science.
Daddy.
No, it's not science, it's magic. He's a magic denier.
bro.
Well,
It's
there-
magic.
Hey, Daddy,
There would
Daddy,
be
real quick,
evidence of it
Daddy,
being
is it
fake.
possible that this is just a painting and they took a photograph of a
I'll
painting?
give you
Is that
evidence
possible?
of it's being fake. You want the
Bro,
evidence?
it's magic.
Yes.
Definitely.
Water don't
Yes.
curve, brother. You can go to the ocean that is in that picture and measure the water, and it's not curving on the surface. That's how we know it's fake.
Yeah, that's the best one, obviously.
I don't know
If they
because
showed like one of the Pyramid of Giza in the middle of New York City, you could just go to New York City and see it's not there. You don't need to know how they faked the photograph. There's no Pyramid
yeah,
of
but
Giza in New
Indigo,
York.
if I show you like
If I
survey
show you,
data, if
dude,
we
you
both
have
are
no
looking at the same
idea
survey
about.
data,
Oh yeah, let's hear this
and
one.
there's if there's a surveyor and there's a drop over distance,
Did you hear?
you're gonna like I can say, oh, that's curve, and then you'll say, oh, that's refraction. And if you show me a longer like distance one, I can say, oh, that's refraction, and you can say, oh, that's lack of curve.
I won't. You have
Right, like,
no
we're both
idea
just
what
gonna
I
be-
say. You,
We're,
look, brother.
it's
We're
gonna be
gonna
a dead
shine a
end.
laser. We're gonna shine a laser over a stretch of water, right? And then we're gonna measure the height of the laser.
Right, you can't poison the well before he even says something. You can't tell him what he's going to say.
And they ain't gonna measure
Well,
that anyway. You're
We've had the
misinformed.
conversation before. It's gonna be a dead
Well,
end. But with
no
the
one
laser
is
thing-
measuring that anyway. You're misinformed.
Sure, we could talk about because I was just wondering like how is this NASA live stream fake? But if you're saying there's layers of algorithms that like show the exact weather patterns,
How do you know it's live?
Yeah, you can't prove
Because you
it's
can go
true,
outside and
dude.
look at
That's
the
the
weather
point.
and it matches
You got it wrong.
perfectly.
You're
And it
reversing the
matches.
burden.
Show us the match, dude.
Yeah, but Indigo.
No, I want to see the correlation match, dude. Give us numbers.
I don't have like
Yeah, you just made that
flying over
shit
my
up,
house
dude.
right
This is
now.
the desperation you guys do. You eventually would just start making shit up. Just like you said you're going to measure drop over distance, which you're not going to. You made that shit up. You've never looked
Yeah,
at
just
any
like when-
survey data in your entire life.
No, the thing
You
is
also said that the
we
clouds and
do, but
NASA
when we do,
images
you say
match what's on the
refraction.
No,
ground.
you
that can
don't,
verify
dude.
when you look up.
we
said
do
You're
no,
know
lying
that's
about
a
the clouds
refraction.
too.
Make that, you just think you do because some anti-flat earther said we measure drop over distance. You've never looked at any data set in your entire life about this, ever.
No, he
I
said-
literally have.
But I have.
Yeah, like look, it's a gridlock where
It's
you
not, it's not
say,
a gridlock. You're
that
making
drop over
shit up.
distance, that's refraction.
No,
I say-
we don't say that.
and I
We
say
say
no.
we don't say the drop over distance is refraction. That's a straw man. We've never said that.
So
Poison
if
in the well.
I show you survey data that shows the exact predicted drop over distance,
What is
you're
that?
gonna say refraction.
What
You're
is the
literally going
exact? No, but first of all, what is the exact predicted drop over distance?
The 8 inches per mile squared?
And are you claiming that's what they measure?
There's plenty of surveying data. You guys reject
Okay, are you claiming that's what they measure? I've seen the survey data. I know more about surveying
sure
than
you
the
have.
surveyors you're going to cite.
Yeah.
Dude, you just heard some shit and you're parroting it, dude. You have no idea what you're talking about. Not even a little bit.
You don't
Okay.
even know what surveying is basically a death blow to the globe anyway.
Look, bro, check this
No,
out.
it's a death blow.
You
to the
know what?
flat
You know
Earth.
what the
What do you mean?
WGS 84 is? Do you know what? Have you ever heard that? The WGS 84.
No.
Okay.
Oh my
It's
God.
a reference ellipsoid that surveyors use. If they measured
I'm not a
curvature, why would they
surveyor,
need?
so
Okay.
I wouldn't know.
No. So they take measurements and they map them to this reference ellipsoid, this imaginary mathematical surface.
Mhm.
Why would they need to do that if they're measuring curvature?
Right.
Oh, like we went over last time, the angles are going to be over 180 unless
No,
you
they're
correct
not.
He knows
for the
about
actual
spherical access.
geometry.
He didn't know about
brother.
WGS 84, but now he's totally going to give you a lesson on spherical access. That's
Yeah,
just
Oh, I
that's
know
fucking-
nothing. That's fine.
You
Yeah,
don't
I know
know it?
nothing. Yeah.
Okay.
you really
Well,
don't.
you don't
actually.
because you don't know rejection. It's called reduction of the horizontal direction. It's the first thing they do to the numbers. You have no idea that's where the spherical axis comes from because
It's because they literally
they're
have
tilting
to
the
correct for
azimuth.
it.
You want me to give you the surveying fucking documents where it says it? Reduction of the
Well, if you're
horizontal
looking at,
direction. Do you know what that
reciprocal
is?
zenith angles,
There is
If
no
if you're looking at
reciprocal
reciprocal
zenith
zenith
angles,
angles,
dude.
you expect it
I'll
to come up
get-
to 180 degrees. If it's over, you got to correct for the curve.
I
Yeah,
think
he
you
needs
don't
to
know.
describe this now.
And then it
Dude,
lines
you-
up. And then it
you just-
lines up. Why does it
You
line
just
up when you correct
confused
for
the
the curve?
vertical with the horizontal, dude.
Yep, he did.
Okay,
So, Indio,
well-
I think he needs to describe in detail what spherical excess looks like to the surveyor.
Yeah, he don't know what it is. He
Yeah,
don't
I
even
think,
know what
yeah, well, maybe we can test him because he brought it up. He's talking spherical excess. So, hey, our guest friend, let's say you are the surveyor, you got your theodolite. What's happening? For you to determine that there's spherical excess, what's happening? What are you doing and what's so confounding?
For reciprocal zenith angles, you take measurement from point A to B.
I asked for
and you take
spherical
from point-
excess.
Yeah, that's not the spherical axis, dude.
What do you mean by spherical axis then?
What do you
What do
mean by
you
spherical
mean?
axis?
You're the one
You
who
brought it up. We know what it is. You freaking don't. And that's what we're
Wait.
highlighting for the audience right
you
now.
said the phrase.
What do you mean by you
spherical axis.
people?
I didn't phrase it that way.
No, you totally did. You totally brought up spherical excess. It wasn't
Yeah,
a word in the conversation until you brought it up.
Play back
Yeah.
the live stream. I
You
never
did
said
bring
that.
it up, though. You did bring it up, debate. You did bring it up because actually he was talking about the ellipse.
I might have brought up a concept that he calls spherical excess. I just want to know what he means when
No,
he assigns that
You
phrase
brought
to
it up, bro.
you brought it up as if you knew what it mean when he was talking about the ellipsoid. He was asking you a question,
No, I
and you
didn't.
brought that's your answer. Remember?
And you're on the right track to bring up reciprocal zeniths. That's part of it, but I don't think you understand what the full claim entails.
Well, why don't you explain it to me then?
Yeah,
No,
'cause
it's
if you had-
okay. I'd rather the audience listen to you
Okay,
bring
he
up
doesn't want to
claims that you
explain
can't
it. Okay,
back
that's
up.
fine. So
I
he
mean, I
doesn't want to
can. I've
explain
done it.
it.
I've done it so many times before. You could actually listen to any of our live streams going back years, and I've discussed this topic at length. So is Indio,
We got
so
a
is
playlist.
Rojo, and others.
Yeah, can you guys
just
like
go to-
link in chat
go to videos,
a
you can
reciprocal
understand.
zenith angle, show the methodology, show it adding up, and the raw numbers adding up to 180 degrees.
Your claim. You brought it up.
Dude, you're confusing the vertical with the horizontal, dude. What is wrong with you?
Yeah, but this is his claim. He the one brought this up as an answer to your thing about the ellipsoid.
Okay, brother.
Hey, our friend guest,
Spherical
when you do
axis is the
reciprocal
horizontal
zeniths,
direction. Okay,
I was going to ask.
reciprocal zenith angles are the vertical. You're confused.
You have to add up
That's right.
both of
It's
them,
about the
right?
dip.
And then divide by 2.
No. Okay, if you have a triangle on a sphere, if you have a triangle, it's going to measure to greater than 180 degrees. Okay, so if the Earth was a sphere and you had a line on the surface of the sphere, you'd have a triangle greater than 180 degrees. The excess from a regular planar triangle is the spherical axis. Reciprocal zenith angles is when you take a vertical and the verticals are tilted away from each other.
Yeah.
They're two.
So why
yeah,
do they
no,
tilt away from each other in your
they don't.
perspective?
They don't.
Okay, show me your measurements.
I'll show you. Look, bro.
Yeah,
Hold
pick
on.
one.
Hold
FE
on.
core.
Look at the paper. Hold on. I don't even need theirs. I got the one that's in the regular server.
And to be clear, from my understanding is that if you do this time and time again, it's going to consistently add up to over 180. There are a couple times where there's
You're still confusing
actually lead to a concave Earth. So
No,
if you guys
it's
have
not.
one example
Idiot.
that might not be
Idiot,
as compelling,
dude.
if you guys have
Idiot.
a bunch, that actually would be.
You're being
compelling.
an idiot. You're still confusing two different things, dude.
Yeah, you asked him
I
to
don't
show
think
it.
he knows what he's even supposed to be adding. So which angles are
He's
you
reading
adding?
what
Let's-
Dr.
you're the-
Phil's
you're the
fucking
surveyor.
telling him.
You're the surveyor. You need to add the angles. What angles did you measure that you're adding? Can you describe what you did? So
You add up all
let's
the
say
angles
angle
of a
A
triangle,
to
it's gonna add
what?
up to 180
Angle B
degrees.
to what?
From you to the other person.
Yeah, so
you
I
know you have
measure an angle from me to the other person. That's 180 degrees. Congratulations.
Yeah, and you have from you directly up 90 degrees.
All right, great. So we got from me to the person, it's 180 degree angle.
Mhm. And the
And
idea
then,
of the
then I've got a vertical, and then he's got a vertical. Excellent.
the idea is that if there's a reciprocation, so somebody looking back at you, they also have a triangle, right? And if
Wait,
you
we
add
didn't
those up
form a
and divide by
triangle yet.
2,
We did not form a triangle yet, dude.
Yeah, you didn't form a triangle. You only named 2 points. Triangle need 3.
you can calculate the triangle.
Yeah,
though.
what triangle are you calculating?
Right. You only got an 80-degree angle. That's 2 points.
I'm going to say that you heard the phrase reciprocal zenith angle uttered by some anti-flat earther, and he seemed to use it to great effect. So you come in here and you're doing the same thing. That's just my impression.
Who are these anti-flat earthers?
I don't know, Dave McKeegan, McToon, all the people that avoid talking to us because when they came in here
Professor
years ago, they
Dave.
got their asses tossed.
Oh shit! I wish I was around for that.
Yeah,
Is there recordings of this? Like, can I go listen to?
Yeah,
this?
you can listen to the recordings when McToon and others
There's
came
a
in.
recent one. There's a recent
down.
one. DJ and McToon.
McToon had a meltdown.
I heard that one actually. I actually think DJ won that debate.
It's one.
That's why MC Toon doesn't come here anymore.
That was a shutout. Like, that's worse than a win.
He had a meltdown and ran out the room. How he win a debate and had a meltdown and ran out the room?
Well, because I'm only saying that I think DJ won because it seemed like MC Toon kind of had to like refine his goalpost, but like in a way that looked like it was moving the goalpost.
Yeah. And you look back at all those people who died and they didn't even know it was a flat earth. Wow. That's what I always think about that as well. Those who have passed without realizing crime. They would have been different people, without a doubt. They would have been different. You see? Because it does change you. It changes you for the better. That's for sure. It changes you for the better. Some of us go on to produce books. Okay, so that's published books, yeah. So that's good. Yeah, and when the news becomes so ridiculous, like Elon Musk's rocket slamming into the moon, you just got to laugh. Okay, second stage slamming into the moon, at Mark 7. It never did, right? And no imagery. Oh, we believe it landed next to Einstein's crater. Einstein, who never proved his gravity, see? So it's all from a false premise. Crap, absolute junk. Elon Musk rocket did not smash into the moon. Okay? From last year. It was launched last year and it drifted into the moon. There you are, ladies and gentlemen. This is what they want you to believe. That was 2 days ago, apparently. Elon Musk rocket crashes into the moon. Falcon 9 stage 2, traveling at 7,000 in the paper, 7,400 miles per hour. But Mark 7 is 7,500. Sorry, I've got that number wrong. 5,600 and something miles per hour. Mark 7, okay? And if it had impacted the Earth, the moon, then it would have created a dust plume 60 miles high, okay, and leaving a crater about 100 foot deep, 60 miles in diameter, apparently. Okay. And the thing is, if that such event was going to happen, then there would have been no untold amounts of telescopes looking at the western section of the moon. But of course, no imagery. NASA hasn't dropped any. None came out yesterday. Don't know about today. I haven't looked yet. But no imagery of this stuff. The words, we believe it's landed. It's said to have landed. It is believed it had landed. You see that? No imagery. Of course. It's going to be CGI, of course. But there you are. But that's how silly the lies are getting now.
Just as I predicted, there's not going to be any video evidence. There's not going to be anything.
Yeah. Well, good prediction. You knew. Yeah, good bit of predicting because you knew. See? That's what the power of the flat earthers are now. They'll tell you what's going to be going down. Psychology is already understood. Got to be a lie, and then all you do is reverse engineer it. That's what we're at. That's where we're at now. Okay, give us the imagery. All right, there, Tony. Tell us how they did that. Right, and then we scrutinize it using all the latest software, and we show you how they fake it. Pick out all the anomalies.
You know what's funny about NASA is you don't even have to show them how they fake it, because there's a video of this guy that works for them, and he tells you that the moon and the Earth and all that stuff are Photoshop.
Yeah, that's Robert Simmons is the name you're talking about there. That's right. Yeah, Robert Simmons and his team. There's a team of them, right? A bunch of them sitting down there, and they tell you exactly how they do it. Yeah, and the words are, it's Photoshop because it has to be. It has to be.
Has to be.
Yeah. Why does it has to be? Because we can't go to space to see the Earth in its entirety, and Earth is measured flat. It is not a ball. So it has to be photoshopped. Copy and paste. Back in the day, it used to be superimposed. 2 images, one on top of the other, superimposing, they used to call it back in the day. Yeah. I've got a few English textbooks, and some of the exercises are looking at images, and they think it's real until I tell them that that's not a real image, that has been superimposed. And then they don't know what superimposed is. Look it up in the dictionary. Right? That's right. Nisemono. Right. This woman is not really at that location. So they were doing it for the longest of time, superimposing. They call it trick photography. Yeah, camera trick. My dad taught me about it when I was a kid.
I think this is the craziest thing to think about. Everybody says oh well, they couldn't edit photos at that time, or oh, they didn't have Photoshop at that time. They didn't need Photoshop to modify a photo. That's
No.
ridiculous.
Yeah.
Look up the Abraham Lincoln photo. He's got what has he got, like two sides of his face or whatever?
Mm.
Looks completely different. And they did this like what in the 1800s?
Yeah, 1800s.
Yeah,
Yeah.
something like that.
Yeah. Yeah. No.
It's
Yeah.
ridiculous to think about.
They had time-lapse photography in the 1800s. Time-lapse photography 1800s. CGI is coming in very early 1900s. CGI, it's been there. Computer-generated images. They've been using it for the longest of time. Superimposing. My dad taught me about this trick photography and that. Even my dad was telling me in the 70s. Okay, so by this time it's been well and truly, used, and they've become proficient at it.
And then they got the funny one was probably the Apollo 11 where they
Right.
with the camera or whatever, and it's like, well, at that time they only had manned cameras, so
Yeah,
we to believe
manual
someone
camera.
just sat there, yeah,
That's right.
somebody just
That's
sat
right.
there on the moon.
Yeah. Want to make out that there was already a cameraman there filming everything already. The lighting, shadows coming from all different directions, right? Lit up when they're in the dark, but they're lit up like a Christmas tree. Extra lighting that was clearly obvious, but all the photographic experts said it. That they used, sometimes they could use this. I don't know what it's called, but it's like an umbrella, and it can throw light onto something, right? They used that; those kind of equipment were being used, to really give a bit more brightness on it, especially when they were coming out of the LEM, which was really just a makeshift LEM. That wasn't. You couldn't go inside that thing. That was another thing that was highlighted. So the only thing that was real there was just that ladder bit. The rest of it was just makeshift. It wasn't even a LEM. What Buzz Aldrin was coming down off of, and Neil Armstrong. Yeah, there we are. Real photography there, photo trickery.
I really don't know what's so hard to believe about all of it, Jen. All you have to, we have satellite TV, dude. They have satellites they send out to 22,000 miles out in space, and they put them in like a perfect geostationary orbit where they basically go around right at the equator. They go around out in that orbit 1.91 miles per second. So it only takes, they go around, when one day they go around the whole orbit of the Earth. And of course, they're moved around by things like solar wind and stuff like that. But everybody just keeps their satellite pointed at that one spot in the sky where the satellite just keeps whipping around out there in the dead of space. And of course, things like solar wind push it around. Yeah, but it's got Hall effect thrusters that they, shoot off the nothing vacuum out there in space to move around for a while.
Yeah.
And it's totally how it works, dude. It's totally believable.
Satellites also exist on a
The
flat
funny
Earth.
part about that? The funny part about it is probably the fact that they're labeling it as satellite TV, even though we don't even need satellites
No,
for
it's
TV.
cable TV.
Yeah,
ridiculous.
it's totally not what I put in the chat. Like, it's totally not something like that. That's much more
Not radio
like
waves. It's not.
easier and stuff. It's not that at all. It's satellites way out there in space that we just
Yo, this is
replace
how-
every once in a while. We can't repair them or anything. So we just like let them go flying up into space, and then we just send new ones up there. Just
Yeah, it's
constant
funny how
space
they don't
trash.
even
Hey,
make.
dude,
Yeah.
Yeah.
this is how dumb people are, bro. I question people. I'm like, how do you think they had TV before satellites? They use these radio towers and stuff. They're like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, that's back when it was in black and white or whatever. That's their excuse. I'm just like, there's no way that this stupid. Like, because the way they're claiming that these satellites are providing TV to us is also through radio signals. So through the same process, but somehow one's just gonna always be in black and white.
Yeah. I've been enjoying reviewing all the black and white stuff that I used to watch as a kid anyway. And this is at a time when everybody else had color, but in our house we had black and white. I used to go to my friend's house on a Sunday morning to go and watch Thunderbirds and that at his house. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think people are just really stupid because there's no way they're thinking that the radio waves is the reason that the TV is black and white. It's just a black and white TV.
Yeah.
So the TV itself is black and white.
That's right. It's the TV. And
Not
then
the
Sony Trinitron came along. Sony Trinitron. Yeah, the Sony Trinitron. Everybody wanted one of those.
I'm pretty sure satellites exist on a non-globe Earth too. You can have something in the air for a long time.
Maybe in the way of Satelloons, yeah. Not in the way of hardware and then solar panels being deployed. That sort of thing. Not on a flat Earth. It could work. I mean, if it was possible, yeah. But it's not possible. That's the thing.
Yeah, they need an engine. They need helium. They need something that keeps them up.
That's correct. Yeah.
A UFO engine.
They're going to need they're going to need air anyway, because it will not survive in the vacuum of space. It will be killed. It will die. The vacuum will kill it. But yeah, everybody wanted the famous Sony Trinitron. And another thing that shocked me, and this would be back in maybe 2004, 2005, I discovered that mission control, you know, when the mission control, the Apollo 11 missions and that, Houston, yeah? All those monitors were Sony. So you know when they're sitting down there, they're smoking the cigar, you know, black shirts, white shirt, short sleeve, black tie, sitting there and they're all looking at their monitors. Yeah, go, yeah, ready, go, yeah, go. All those monitors were Sony monitors. And I thought, bloody hell, Sony, how did they get that contract? And why didn't the Americans make their own TV? What's going on here? You know, it's another clue, isn't it? I mean, a country that can put rockets on the moon can't make their own TVs. Get out of here.
Sony is Japanese, right?
Yeah. But the monitors they were using during the Apollo missions were Sony TVs.
That's right. The best in audio software, Sony.
Yeah. That's right.
And vision too.
Unbelievable.
If I had the money, I would buy a Sony TV.
Yeah, it was a jaw-dropping moment though, because this is America putting the rocket on the moon.
Is Sony Samsung?
No, Samsung's different from Sony.
Yeah, Samsung is Korean.
Hey,
no way.
Sony's what's up?
Sony is Japanese.
I just wanted to put a note in on radio waves. Back when I was a kid, I became an Atlanta Braves fan by listening to the Braves on, you know, those little clock radios, the ones with like the wooden looking top with the grills with the little thing. I still have one on my dresser, man. It's still kept out. Dude, it's like 30 years old. It works perfectly. Yeah, but so you know, they're nothing, dude. They don't even have like a visible antenna on them, right? But I used to pick up the Atlanta Braves radio on that thing, listening to it as a kid, and I lived 251 miles from where the tower was, which means there's 42,000 feet of curvature in between me and the transmission tower, and you know how flat it is down there in the south. So yeah, a little desktop radio, pick it up, 250-mile radio broadcast.
That is a brilliant story. That is a brilliant story, and you've still got the radio, and it still works. Fantastic.
Yeah, I got it on my dresser, man.
Yeah, that's brilliant, man.
That should be actually
How,
impossible by globe standards. Yeah.
how do you explain Starlink?
Well, they tell you it's a satellite, and there you go.
But it's not.
Any other questions?
Or it's airplanes.
I mean,
It's airplanes or it's radios.
airplanes don't go to space. Airplanes don't go to space.
But airplanes can
No,
transmit.
you're talking about he's talking about the airplane theory on Starlink. I've heard that
Like
one.
the signal
I
goes
think
up to the plane
they're
and then the
a bunch
plane
of balloons in
transfers
the
it.
sky. It's a bunch of balloons,
No,
bro.
well, I
Yeah,
mean,
look at balloon
Flat
satellites, bro.
well, you can, but Flat Earth Dave actually put a good point on it. He has a friend who like checks all the planes in the areas he's at, and whenever like no plane, he has Starlink, but whenever all the planes disappear from him, he loses Starlink, and the moment he gets it back, the moment a plane comes in, and he even asked an AI about how if that's possible that they could put Starlink receivers because they look like the radio backpacks that they were in Vietnam to send transmissions up to like the AWACS.
Actually, that makes complete
And
sense
he
because
said if you put them
most,
on planes, they would have a
yeah.
power source. They'd be everywhere. They could repair them, replace them, and all that kind of stuff. He asked an AI about it if something like that would work versus sending a bunch of satellites up, and the AI was like, "Yeah, that's actually much better, much easier, makes total sense." So yeah, there's a big theory that they just put Starlink on just regular commercial and military planes.
I was looking at the president's Trump no the president's plane, and dude, that thing has so much communication with the ground. It's fucking insane. They have so many technologies to like get Wi-Fi and internet, and I don't think it's because they're sending it up to the satellites. I think it's because they have so many like antennas and dishes like pointing down at Earth. Like it's basically a moving house. It's a not even it's a headquarters. It's like a castle. What is it called? President's plane. U.S. Air Force One. Yeah, the Air Force One.
You got it. Do we got any globe believers in here?
He muted himself. The D
No,
guy.
of
D
course.
T
I don't think D Town's a. I don't
D
think he
Town.
is.
Yeah,
I'm
he was talking about satellite.
I'm a huge flat earther, dude. The whole thing I was talking about is just how fucking absurd that is. Especially
Yeah,
highlighting the point where they use ion thrusters out in the vacuum of space, ion thrusters that have nothing to push off of, that have been tested here on Earth in vacuum chambers. They stop working
Exactly.
when you take all the air out. The ion thrusters that they claim move these things after they're moved around by the solar wind and stuff in this geostationary orbit don't work in a vacuum. So it's
Right.
just, I mean, it's just another small level of absolute bullshit that they tell us. That's all.
All right, I'm wrong. I don't know. I don't know who the Globers are.
Yeah, no, he was being sarcastic with it all the way, and I loved it. Yeah, I agree with him. Yeah. I got
Can
him.
I
I
chip
got him
in real
straight away.
quick?
He
Just
was
to
really
say real quick
singing it
that
good.
the gentleman that said that Air Force One is the name of the plane, that is incorrect. Air Force One is the name of any plane that is carrying the United States president. It's not the name of one single type of plane.
Yeah,
So even like a
and
small plane can be Air Force One. Like a
I
Cessna
think it's
can be
even.
Air Force
I think
One
it's even
if
like
the
the
president.
team, like the whole team, like the jets, the people that put that drive the plane, that fix the plane. I think it's like the whole team is called Air Force One.
No, it's not. If the president of the United States rides in a Cessna, Then the Cessna is Air Force One. It's the call sign of the plane that is carrying the United States president.
There's always jets that go with it too, that drive beside the main plane. There's also like a whole team. There's also the other plane, the like the military plane that carries the fucking car, the bulletproof car. Like I think it's, I don't know. Oh, it's
Yeah, that might be Air Force Two, maybe.
Yeah, in it, bro. In it. Fuck y'all. You fucking assholes. Fucking motherfucker.
What the heck? Yeah,
that
what
was
happened?
Al Akbar, suicide bomber.
Bro, why they get so pressed, bro? What the fuck? That guy was so mad, bro.
Probably got kicked out of another place, another channel. One.
I've never heard anyone that angry before. Like, at least on here. That guy was mad, bro. He's like, fuck you, bloody. Yeah.
Yeah. The term also encompasses the support aircraft that accompany the president. So the jets, the transport ship. Like, yo, that's the fucking president has a whole army wherever he goes. Yeah, I've been watching a lot of Flat Earth Dave. He's really good.
Yeah, Flat Earth Dave. I'm only going to rank him as 50. Really, he can do a lot better. He's been in it long enough. There's some things he's saying that he shouldn't really be saying now. He lets the Globers off a little bit too much. It's soft on the Globers. He's okay. He's a nice guy, but he needs to be a bit more tougher on the Globers. He's a bit too soft for my liking, even though he's been in it a long time. Nice guy. Good arguments at the beginning. He did the Flat Earth podcast. He's done a lot of good work. I'll give him that. But when it comes to these debates, I think he could do a bit better. I do feel. I do like him. 50? Don't get me wrong. I do like him. I just want him to do a bit better. That's all.
You mean like 50 out of 100, or
yeah,
like
50
he's
out
top
of 100.
50?
Yeah, 50 out of 100.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I thought you meant like top 50. Like he's not like one of the top 10s or top 5s.
No, he's okay. 50 out of 100% pointage. He could do better. I think still. He's not doing enough for me. He's not doing enough to where they should be scared of him by now. If I've been doing it as long as he is, they wouldn't want to debate me because they know they're going to get revealed. I'm not here to be friendly. I'm not a nice guy to those Globers. They know they've got trouble coming if they're going to debate me. They know that. I'm not the friendly guy. It's not about the money. It's the truth, yeah? I'll do it for nothing. There you go. Donate my money to charity just to make sure you Globers go down. You see, there's a difference, isn't there? Already. There you go. That's what I mean. He's not fired up enough. Remember,
yeah, they cut him off a lot.
Yeah, flat Earth is the truth. Remember? Yeah, let's get that out there. We're not the ones lying. Yeah.
But Mr. Gene, can I ask you something? Where did you get the T-shirt you have on your profile picture?
Oh, I got a friend of I got it from Amazon. I tried to get it from Amazon in Japan. They didn't have it. So my Greek friend in London got me 2 T-shirts. That one and the azimuthal equidistant map on its own right there. Yeah, I got that as well. 2 of those. Yeah. Why?
I'm just curious. I never saw a flat Earth T-shirt on sale.
Yeah, that one's covered in sweat because I ran up Diamond Head in 25 minutes. That's why I'm covered in the sweat. And then I shouted out to everybody, it's a flat Earth. Look at the horizon. We're on a flat Earth. Who here has heard of the flat Earth? Yeah, well, it's true because look, you've got eyes and you cannot see, you lot. Take my picture. Come on, don't forget this day. And then I shouted out, what are the odds that a black boy born in England from African parents living in Japan is here in Hawaii on holiday and we're talking about flat Earth? What are the odds? It's got to be true, isn't it? Get your pictures out. Come on. Get your cameras out. Sorry. Yeah, man. I announced flat Earth that day. And then 45 minutes later, outside the hotel, I'm about to go in, a bunch of Jehovah's Witnesses called me over. And before they could even speak, I said, I know all about the Jehovah's Witness and the Watchtower. A man by the name of Frank in the 70s, every Wednesday came to our house, right in the middle of our program. Yeah, we had to put the TV off because of him and a cup of tea. So I know your stuff. But did you hear about the flat Earth? And that was 1.5 hours flat smacking the Jehovah's Witness right in front of the police officers in the car. So you got some coppers in a car there, right? And then there's me and the Jehovah's Witness, Honolulu. That day. Gave them all the links to everything. I showed them the simulated picture of the Earth. That would be the Earth in a cluster of planets with the sun shooting through the black sky, black universe. I said, that's what we're doing right now. That's what. Do you think so? Or is it the Rob Skipper with the sun and the moon orbiting the Earth, and you see the calendar and you see the seasons? Which one makes more sense? Eh? Which one? Yeah, man. 2018 that was. Yeah.
What's the Watchtower?
It's a booklet that they give you when you subscribe to the Jehovah's Witness. It's their story.
I got a beautiful piece of imagery here, and this was a DJ just posted this in his channel.
Oh, go on.
Or his server. But check this out. We got quite something crazy to look at. That's 701 miles, no curvature.
Wow. 700.
Beautiful
1
DJ.
mile,
Beautiful.
ladies and gentlemen. Can you imagine that? 700. You're going to another country. You know? It's in the side chat, is it? Yeah.
Oh yeah, I just posted.
Is that a
in the side chat.
mountain? Or is that an ocean?
It is. The mountain.
Gorgeous.
Mount Blanc.
Oh, Mount Blanc. Yeah, I know it. Yeah.
What the fuck?
Isn't that amazing?
What? How high is the picture though?
It would have to be several
It
hundred.
doesn't matter. At that distance, it should be impossible.
Yeah, the altitude does help a little bit though, because you're high up with it. But again, 700 miles. Come on, man. It's a joke, isn't
Even
it?
if you're standing on top of a mountain, 700 miles,
Mountain,
there
700
should be
miles, yeah.
so much curvature there that
Yeah.
it should be impossible to see that mountain.
They came out with a new Shape of the Earth video, and it's
Who?
like, I don't know, it's somewhere, but it's like, it's not a circle. They're saying it's like it has like a, I don't know how to say it, but it's egg,
Well, it's meant
not egg.
to be an
Basically like the,
oblate, isn't it? It's meant to be an oblate sphere. you know, which means that the North Pole and the South Pole supposedly are squashed down. And then if you look at
Oh,
the
don't you get it?
the
It's
equator
pear
is
shaped.
bulging outwards. Okay.
They said it's pear shaped. That's what they
Well,
said.
that was Neil deGrasse Tyson.
But it was a good joke. It's fucking pear shaped.
Yeah. There's a
They were
chubby in the
saying
middle.
that
He said.
it's not a circle. It's like it's a irregular circle. So it's like there's some places that are flatter and there's some places that are like
Oh,
higher. And
Fucking
it's
nonsense.
I'll try to find it for you guys. Give me a sec.
yeah, interesting. Yeah, because I was only talking the other day and today as well. You know, Kansas State flat as a pancake. Now you can't have an oblate spheroid if you've got flat surfaces all over it. That's not a spheroid. And I think in the US, I think there are 20 states that are claiming to be flat in the US alone.
Yeah, but you can't really prove the Earth is flat with Earth. You can just dig it up and move it, you know.
Yeah, I
That's
see what you
funny.
did
More
there.
the water. The water is more of a proof of flat.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. But again, you know, the Earth itself is meant to be curving at 8 inches per mile squared. So that when you increase the distance, should be dropping off, regardless. And it's not, is it? So the land can also, I mean, we prefer the uninterrupted expanses like water, yes. But failing that, the land is good enough to prove flat Earth.
Yeah, here it is. Yeah, I found it.
Well done.
But it's not a video. Oh, it's okay. Oh.
What are they calling the shape? An irregular oblate spheroid.
No idea. An eaten apple. I don't know.
Yes. Einstein at it.
God damn it. Why can't I post?
Forbidden fruit.
Why I don't have the permissions, do I?
Forbidden fruit. The apple, forbidden fruit. And yet it was eaten, wasn't it?
Yeah, I can't post it. Just type in Google real shape of Earth. And then I'll try to find the video.
If I type that in, all the algorithms are going to kick in. $700 miles observation. Lovely, isn't it? Isn't it? That you can see something 700 miles away from your position. That's
I only have the
beautiful.
Instagram. I don't know. Wait, I'll try to find YouTube then. The shape.
Someone's dropped the link in here. What's this link all about? Goodbye account? Oh, it's Instagram.
Oh, I guess this is if you remove the water.
Ah, yeah,
No.
that's right. Yeah, I've seen that one. We got that. We were talking about that earlier on.
I don't know. Doesn't seem. The Arctic thing is pissing me off. Like, why can't we go to Antarctica or get pictures of Antarctica?
Very plain and simple. They're hiding stuff.
Yeah, either they're lying about extra land, or they're lying, and it is a sorry, they're lying about extra land, and they're lying about extra land, and the Earth is a globe, but it's like a much bigger globe, or much, I don't know,
Or
like
it's as simple as this. The Earth's flat.
or flat. Yeah, yeah.
Did you spell professor wrong on purpose?
Well, the first example was the flat Earth one. They're lying about extra land, which is flat. That would be the more flat.
Yeah, that's a neat claim.
Oh, I love these pictures, man. Yeah, I'm collecting this one. This is beautiful. This one. 701 miles, man. Yes.
I love it, man. This is beautiful. The only way this can happen is if the Earth is actually flat. You know this, right?
Yeah.
It's not
Absolutely.
possible on a globe.
Not possible at
Because
all. The curvature is going to be kicking in into your jaw before you see anything.
after 3 miles, we would start seeing the Earth's curve.
701
701
miles.
miles.
Okay, you can see something.
Have you guys heard of the multiple sun theory?
Yeah,
Pro,
I've heard the
to
multiple
give
sun.
you an idea, there should
I
be
heard it dropped.
61.72 miles of curvature there.
What? Holy
Yeah, there should be 61 miles of curvature, but guess what? There's none.
Behind the curve.
There should be 62 miles of curvature there, bro. There's nothing. Nothing there. No curvature. You see the problem we have here? We're not seeing 61 miles of curvature.
Yeah, we're not seeing it at all. We're seeing the actual object 700 miles away. In this case, Mont Blanc. I think from the altitude it was taken from, it's got here 46.5 miles below the horizon. So that's the curvature drop. Okay. Which works out to be, yeah, that's it. Should be up behind that. But it's not dropping behind. 60, I think, is sea level. If you're doing the 62 miles one, I think that might be at sea level. But because there's some altitude here, you have to put that in. The observer height has to be considered. That's why it's only 46.5 miles. It's not there, though. We can see it. Amazing. I'd love to know where this was, though. What location was this that it was taken from? That's what I want to know. What mountain was it? Because it was obviously up from another mountain across to another mountain. Brilliant, though, isn't it? Brilliant. You know? Right, it's just turned midnight.
This says that if you were looking from Mount Everest at 210 miles, it should be impossible to see anything. Which that's the tallest mountain. So
Right.
if you're standing on top of the tallest mountain at 210 miles, you shouldn't be able to see anything. But
Yeah,
this is
the
what,
curvature
like
should be in the way.
4
Yeah,
times that distance.
yeah. That's why it's good to get up to the mountaintops, man. Well, I've been up to the mountaintop and I saw the flat earth. Yeah, man.
It's like when they argue that a laser's not straight.
Yeah, I know. Stupid fucking
Why
idiot.
do they use them on
With my French.
fucking sniper rifles then?
Yeah,
Sniper,
exactly. A
like,
precision
laser,
instrument like that, and they want to start trying to take that apart. No, I'm sorry. It doesn't care about you. It just punches through you and hit the target. So shut up. A laser beam is precision. They use it for cutting intricate shapes in engineering. Get out of here. Get out of here with that crap, man. And if you're going to shout at refraction, okay, start counting up all the molecules there. Count every single molecule. Go. Meanwhile, can you give me a papadana, a couple onion bhajis, naan bread, and that chicken korma? Thank you. He's going to be there a long time. Yeah, give me that Kingfisher, Indian Kingfisher beer, and a little bit of ginger ale. Thank you. Ah, yeah. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, let me have my Indian food now whilst my man's working out the refraction. He's never going to work it out, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to enjoy this meal and look at him and just laugh. Belly laugh. Yeah. It's a done deal. It's done and dusted, mate. Okay? Earth is flat, finished. Waste the time with these mugs. Don't waste your time with the mugs calling refraction, but the ones who really want to know, yeah, they're the ones you spend time with. Because they're not going to call refraction immediately. They want to know everything, and you don't, and then when they do learn about refraction, it's easy to bring that across to them because, that's a little trying to get out of jail card, unfortunately. Can you pass me that? Give me that. Yeah, okay, that's in the bin. Yeah. It's a non sequitur. Doesn't apply in this case. Okay. All right.
I gotta make some coffee. That's what I need right now.
All right. Gotta stay awake.
Yeah, it's crazy because I don't know. I've just been like going to bed really late lately, and then just I don't know why.
Yeah, it could be the summer. The heat's not if you're in the summer region. That is.
Yeah, it's really hot.
Yeah, that's what they're saying on the news. That in certain places, like in Japan, it's 30 degrees at night. People are not sleeping well. So how can you sleep in an oven?
Yeah, ridiculous.
Yeah. The annoying thing, though, is that they the news reporters or the media are advising you to use your aircon. Now, this is at a time when prices have gone up through the roof, and they're advising you to use the aircon.
Yeah,
Not to, yeah, not. Go ahead.
You know how they got to make their money somehow, right?
Yeah. The funny thing is, when I was growing up in England, yeah, back in the day, they'd give you economical ways to beat the heat, for example, and not lose money. You see, such was the advice you'd get back in the day, whether it was on the news or on the radio. They'd be telling you how to beat the prices and how to stay cool. These days, use your aircon. Oh, even though it's going to cost you an arm and a leg, don't worry, because you don't want to get heat stroke now, do you? So use your aircon. Fucking hell! Thanks for spending my money for me. Thanks. Yeah, I'm just absolutely outrageous. They are.
Jen.
Yes. What's going on?
What is your profession?
Well, at this point, I'm an English teacher, having been an engineer, right? And then a carpenter, a plumber, fitness instructor, youth worker, just to mention a few things there already. Yes, a royal engineer. I've done a lot, man. Remember, I am now 64. Currently teaching English for the last 27 years. Oh, it's a long time, isn't it?
Yeah, I just watched this documentary, or a video, a vlog. I suppose not documentary, not the right term. A video essay is probably the best way to describe it.
Oh, go on,
the guy,
yeah.
The guy broke down the TV show The Office, and about how the use of that sort of documentary filming style helped push a story forward because you were kind of watching a work in progress, that you weren't really part of the story, but you were part of the story at the same time.
Yeah.
Because you got to kind of see this, this kind of like slowly unraveling of the kind of like the direction that the conversation was going with, where the story was going to go. Like you were kind of rooting for people to have happy endings, even if you didn't like them, because like it's or whatever. I'm paraphrasing
No. But I follow you all the way, right? I'm following you all the way. Yeah. Welcome to the show where you don't know you are part of the show.
There we go. That's it. That's exactly you. You nailed it. That was exactly what I was trying to go for.
Yeah. You see, Crit, I love the way you deliver your material, even if it's correcting people as well. Like the other day, you said, Jim, DJ doesn't need a helper. Now, I appreciate that, because at the end of the day, I'm just trying to keep that conversation alive. There is two of us going, but I'm not meaning to annoy anyone. So, but the way you deliver it, it's always welcomed. You know what I mean? And I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're a good guy. I love everything that you do, Crit. You've done a lot of stuff over the years, and it's always been instructive and instrumental. I can't remember ever hearing you lose your temper as well. That's amazing, isn't it? I don't recollect.
Yeah, I did once.
24/7?
No,
Back
with
in the day?
Bev. No, with Bev.
Okay, Bev.
Yeah.
I missed it. There you are.
Yeah, but it was like on his server, and it was just like, it was the most ass cancer type interaction you could possibly think of.
Right.
Yeah, and it was like, just basically kind of ended me. Like, what? It's like, you ever watch the show Daria? It's like that. Okay, it's like I think it was on MTV, and it was basically, you had this sort of goth doomer chick, and her parents were well to do. Like her mom was like a lawyer. The dad was some sort of like corporate executive. They had a perfect family, perfect home,
right?
Perfect. Everything was just absolutely perfect.
The American dream.
Literally the American dream. This like upper middle class, or kind of like lower high class.
Flat. Hell yeah, brother.
And but this Daria, she just wouldn't accept that she had a good life.
Wow.
So anyway, the parents would get mad at her, and at one point, the dad, who's always like smiles, like his face starts twitching, and he just, like, they're playing a board game, and he slams his like fist on the table. It's like what is wrong with you? Like
yeah.
And then and after that, it's kind of like implied that the dad just gives up, and then the mom tries to take over to get her to start acting functionally normal. But that's kind of basically the story. That's kind of what happened with me and Bev. I slammed my my fist on the table and said, "What the fuck is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Just tell me what's wrong with you, so we can fix it."
Yeah. No, I've never heard you lose your temper. You see, in all these years, and yet you've been instructive. You've had a lot of abuse hurled at you, but you've never lost it. So that's something that I did notice. So it's pretty good, And you've always been instructive, even when it's corrective, and if it's being on the point as usual. Always welcomed. Never ever frowned on Crit.
It's always like, when I find the abusive stuff, it's good to look for a troubleshooting method. Yeah, that's why I'm not on the flat Earth debate anymore, or flat Earth debate anymore, Gems, because I was told I was the problem. He's like, Crit, you are the problem here. You antagonize people, you enrage people.
That's a lie, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Only the Globers get enraged, but that's rightly so, isn't it?
Yeah, but so I said, okay, how can I control that? If somebody else is going to get triggered, worked up in the conversation they said they want to have, that you named your server Debate Flat Earth, and you don't want to. How is anyone supposed to know that you're going to be triggered by this topic?
Exactly.
So then he says, then he just doubled down. He doubled down again, like you. I go, can you give me an example, a showcase? What is something that I did this thing that you're accusing me of? He wouldn't do it. He would never. He wouldn't say. Wouldn't give me a timestamp, a date, which day.
Dishonest, you see.
Yeah. So I decided to make my own experiment. I connected to the server from a computer with no microphone, no speakers, nothing. It was just a computer on the floor that we had. I had an extra one. I just on the floor, installed Discord, connected to a server, said nothing, did nothing, posted nothing, nothing at all. After about a week, I got banned.
Wow.
And I'm like,
why?
yeah, I said to him, what happened? What did I do this time? Apparently, I was recording. I was recording
yeah.
the server.
Paranoia.
And I'm like, yeah, I go, you guys live stream your server. I wouldn't need to be connected to the call to record it. I could just go to the live stream and record it. I go, what conspiracy theory do you have that I'm recording, even if it's a problem, which it's not, because people are recording that server all the time. It says right on there when you join, you are consented to being recorded. Right on the by joining the server, you click like to get the role. I can't remember what the role's called. Like yeah, I don't remember. But to get to the live stream role, you have to click an emoji that says you consent to being on the server.
Yeah, that doesn't happen now, but back in the day it did, perhaps, not now.
Oh yeah, it's been years since I've been on there. Yeah. So the experiment was that it didn't matter what I did. It didn't matter if I said something, if I didn't say something, if I interacted, if I didn't interact. Those people start triggered, they stay triggered, and they remain triggered. And there's nothing you can do to change that.
That's right. It probably wasn't Jem as well who banned you. It was probably one of the lower ranking scum.
Yeah, it was that Savage America guy.
Oh yeah, I never liked him. I always ripped him a new one every single time. I said, "There's only one savage here. That'd be me." Shut up, you toxic maggot.
That's one of those people who are rightly triggered by like Flat Earth because he thinks that America is so great that we're the only people who have been to the moon. So denying the moon mission, which you don't even need Flat Earth for that, you can just go. There's people who think the Earth is a globe who talk about the moon mission being fake. Yeah. But for some reason, which he won't explain or take questions on, he's rightly triggered over Flat Earth because they denied the moon mission.
That's right.
Therefore, Therefore, if you're sitting AFK, you must be to some other nefarious purpose. So I'm like, sure, can you show me where's my YouTube channel? Where am I posting all this content? What data point are you drawing from? Why is it even a problem to begin with? Just very simple questions highlighting their own behavior patterns, and they can't even tell you why they do what they do or say what they say.
You're a dangerous man in their server, and you don't have to make that much noise. That's the thing about Grit, all right? It got them triggered, and he was just precise. Wasn't shouting, precise, asking the real questions, pointy questions, and they just turn into dust or explode like volcanoes. Yeah, Grit, it's the way you do it, man. That's what it is. Special. You're a specialist. Yeah, I'm going to call you that from now on. Drop it. Okay, bring in the specialist. That's it, and it's all over because they were getting triggered all over the place. That's probably why there wasn't. Jem wouldn't have banned you, not for that.
No, he said he unbanned. But I asked him, well, how do we avoid the problem going forward? How do we avoid a repeat?
Yeah,
so we can get a predictable result rather than a random meth-fueled, conspiracy-minded freak out over what they think someone's doing. He said, "There's nothing. There isn't any way we can do it. If you get banned again, they'll just unban you." And we'll just keep doing this over and over and over again. Go. And
that's
I'm like,
you take that route. That's Jem Panda. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, this sounds like the Flat Earth model you're talking about. Nothing new under the sun. You've created your server into the model that you say you don't have. That's it, right there. A endless, tribalistic mindset where people try to assert control over a smaller, ever dwindling pool of natural resources. All based on their vibes rather than objective reality. I go, this is it. You are a petri dish. That's your model. That server is a petri dish. It's enclosed. It's a larger pool of just the nasty keeps growing and growing and growing till eventually the server will just nuke itself like it did in the past. I mean, how many? This is like the third iteration of that server.
Yeah. By the way, I'm a mod there now.
Oh, I didn't
Number
know
one
that.
arch nemesis, destroyer of all servers. Jin is now a moderator there. Unbelievable. I turned it down once before.
Yeah, I heard. Who's the other guy? They don't like.
There was Chemo.
No, not Chemo. The globe. This is a globe guy that they can't stand. They Zant. There we go. They
Oh,
made
Zant.
Zant.
Yeah, I don't like him. Yeah.
He's a mod, right?
Mm.
Well, at least last I heard, anyway. Like he thinks that the AI is going to create the method for universal basic income, so everyone can just kind of like live their best life, and everything will be provided by AI.
Yeah,
like
and you're right,
AI will
Zant is a
solve
mod.
all the problems. AI will do this. AI will do that, and he can just sit at home, smoke weed, and play video games all day.
Yeah, that's Zant, all right, and he
Yeah.
is a mod. Yeah, that's Zant.
He'll be able to pursue the finer questions in life because AI will do all the hard working for him. I'll be back one sec. I'll check on something.
What? Just imagine making a 701-mile observation. Wow, you're going to another country, I tell you, at those mileage. Wow.
Oh, anyone else around?
I don't know. There's a few people there, but no Globers. Or they're being very quiet if they're in. Not able to prove the curvature there, see, so they're going to remain quiet. They're waiting for their knight in shining armor to save the day.
You've been on QOP server at all?
No. What is
Okay.
QOP? Oh, yeah, I've been on. Yes, I have. Yeah, not a good experience. I was there when you were there once as well. Correct. Wasn't that good?
Yeah, I haven't been. Well, he deleted it and then
Right.
remade it, then deleted it again, then remade it, and then deleted it again, and then he remade it again, but then only had certain people on it, and then decided again to open it up and then delete it again.
Yeah.
and then
When
made a new one. Just made a new one recently and sent me a
I
link. I'm
don't know
like,
it.
what's going on, dude? Are you going to have a server or not have a server? Like, which one is it? Okay, like, why keep joining servers that you ultimately just delete and then remake again and again
Yeah.
and again? You know, like, you got to have it set like where people they know what to expect.
Yeah.
Like people go to McDonald's not because they like the food, it's just that they know what they're getting. Like if you just it's like you got to
Exactly.
get the expectation. What do you expect when you go to a server? And yours is just like you never know. It's so chaotic. It's so bizarre. It could be anything. Like I go there today, I got posting perms. Tomorrow I don't. You can post images and you can't. Then the server's gone. Then it's back. Then it's gone again. Then it's back, but there's no moderators. It's all chaos. Do what you want. Then you join again, and there's only one channel you can post in unless you're a member. And then that's taken off again. You cannot be a member. But if you were a member, but then if you're not a member again, then it's deleted again. Then you join, you can post images, but only one image every 5 minutes or something like that. And then
Yeah.
now you can post anything you want. Oh, but here's a channel for flat earthers. Okay, now we take that channel away. I'm like,
Yeah.
what the hell, dude? Like, what?
Yeah, I suffered all of that. I suffered all of that and stopped going. And that's why I stopped. Yeah, because I wasn't making. It was silly. It was. You're not making any inroads there. Silly server. Even some of the flat earthers seem to be a bit weird as well. Right, I'm going to go and get myself a cup of tea. I think because I've just run out. I'll be back later on, guys. Keep it flat,
All right.
yeah.
Yeah,
Keep
take
it
care,
flat.
Jen.
You too, Crit. Thanks, and yeah, keep it up.
Hello.
Hola.
Hi.
What doing?
Huh?
What doing?
I'm doing good.
Well, that's good to hear.
So, what we're doing here?
Waiting for people to ask some questions. We got the open Q&A event going on.
So, is it true that the Earth is flat?
Yes, that is true.
Tell me about it, please.
Well, what do you want to know? I think it's good to have a directed question. Like, what do you want to, whether is there some question you got?
I mean, when I be on the boat, I can see it looks round, but I don't know, is it true or what?
Well, it doesn't look flat. It looks round.
Yeah.
So you can see the curvature from a boat.
Mm-hmm. I mean, sorry, my English is not good. Okay, that's why I cannot describe exactly what I mean.
Okay.
So, why do you think the Earth is flat?
It's the only logical conclusion.
What?
It's the only logical conclusion.
Why?
Because the Earth is observably flat, the Earth measures flat, and the Earth is practically used as flat. The same thing for stationary. So the conclusion is that it is exactly what it's measured, observed, and practically used as. Now there are some other possible conclusions.
Mm-hmm.
There are, but they kind of break rules of logic.
Who is they?
No, the rule, like the conclusions, the rule that you're talking about. So the other conclusions, which are those conclusions would break laws of logic.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what are some of the other? Can you think of possible conclusions? No,
No.
you can't think of one. Like, here's a possible conclusion.
Okay.
So if the Earth is observably flat
Mm-hmm.
and stationary, the Earth is measured flat and stationary, the Earth is practically used as flat and stationary. So the logical conclusion is both flat and stationary. But there are some other conclusions you could draw upon. Like, say, the Earth is a globe, but it's such a large globe. It's so large that it presents as flat and stationary. Because it's so large, from a human's point of view, it looks flat. And it moves so slowly that you can't detect the movement. Like, very, very slow, the movement. It's so slow that you can't detect it.
Mm-hmm.
It says, or it could be, despite these observations, measurements, and practical demonstrations, the Earth is still a globe, but it's not possible to prove it inside of scientific method. So you'd have to prove it with some sort of belief system rather than objective reality. You believe it to be so. Another explanation is that the Earth is a globe and presents as a globe, despite it being flat and stationary. And the people who disagree with it, they've got some kind of defect with that person. The individual, there's something wrong with the individual. And then another example would be that it isn't so much that you have to agree or disagree with the earth is flat. You just come up with a model and then drive that worldview into an agenda. Then advocate for said agenda. Like this would be like globalism. When someone's advocating for globalism, they need the earth to be a globe first. So rather than talk about how the earth isn't a globe or how it presents as flat, you start with a presupposition. The earth is a globe, and then work that into a worldview as a starting point. Did you get any of that, or was it too much?
I think too much. I don't understand.
That's why it's better to ask questions, because if I go into like a long form discussion about the topic and you don't get it, it's kind of like a communist joke. It's not going to be funny since not everyone got it.
I understand a little bit. I just didn't know some words that you just said.
Well, new moon is coming up in like 4 days.
Yeah, it's an endless repeating cycle, like a clock.
Yep. God
How is
said
that
that he,
Apophis going to change that? You been following this Apophis story?
no, what is it?
It's a giant asteroid that's going to be the closest to Earth ever, like a huge, like this
Oh, I think
giant.
I'd seen headlines. I forgot the name of it though.
Yeah, so the Apophis is like the Egyptian god of destruction, or something like that. So apparently they have no idea what's going to happen, and like slowly, like news sources and experts, are they doing clickbait? Do they want to get out there? Do they want to, who's going to be the expert? Who's going to get the most attention on this stuff? So then some of the theories are that it's going to, it could switch the poles, the electromagnetic poles. It could change the orientation, the tilt of Earth. It could move the moon, the orbit of the moon, off slightly. It could, what couldn't it do at this point? Like what could it cause? Like the dawn of the fourth age of mankind and the return of magic? Would it unlock the machine fairies? I mean, what?
Yeah, probably none of
What
those.
type of? Yeah, I mean, like, you have the different ages. Like is this going to be the rebirth of Hyperion, or however you say that, the age of sword and sorcery? Like every so often, this Apophis flies by, and it breaks the veil, and I can start casting spells and doing whatever.
Yeah, it looks like it's coming in 2029. They say maybe about 32,000 miles high.
Yeah, is this where, or
On
yeah,
the-
if you cross reference this, could this be one of the dates that Newton had talked about?
What did Newton say about
Well,
that?
Newton had predicted, using the Bible and his expert knowledge of calculus, that he was able to decipher the exact date that the world would end. But his writings
Yeah,
are
whenever
incoherent.
people predict the end of whenever people pick dates for the exact end of the world, I never believe them. No matter
Yeah, well, I
if
mean,
they're
his
the smartest
writings.
person ever.
Yeah, his writings at the time were a bunch of incoherent babbling because he had mercury poisoning. Because remember, he was gonna drink mercury because he thought he would shit gold. That's not even a joke. Okay, it's not like I'm making fun of Newton. This is like, he believed in.
No, I believe you. I mean, those
Okay.
he was into alchemy stuff.
So people started saying, like, man, this guy Newton, he's so smart. He's such a genius. This guy was so ahead of his time. No, dude, he was like one of the very first Darwin Awards.
Yeah, so he was smart in some areas with optics and physics and that kind of thing, but just because you're smart in one area doesn't guarantee you're smart in another. I mean, even today, lots of mainstream scientists know lots of things about lots of stuff, but they are just sort of amateurs in metaphysics and philosophy and make stupid statements like there was no cause for the beginning of the universe or stuff like that.
Yeah, just random, blurts that don't really connect, or what they're trying to articulate isn't what they're actually saying. Like, I know we probably shouldn't talk about this, but the hearings, and the questionnaires and stuff going on with Fauci. When he was in charge, your civil liberties were up for negotiation because the risk was too high. Now, when he's on the hot seat, his civil liberties are not negotiable because his risk is too high. You're like, huh, that's quite interesting.
Yeah, funny how that works, huh?
Yeah, isn't that interesting? How? So is that what you're trying to articulate? Is that what you want people to remember you by? I mean, I don't have a problem with him claiming the fifth, but I mean, do so.
Yeah, that's his right.
Yeah, I mean, soldiers died in the battlefield, so he could have that right. But don't be on the backswing, still double down, and think that you did everything right. So what's up, Matthew? You got any questions? Q&A? You got a room full of flat earthers. You got something you got to ask, I suppose.
The moon looks like a ball.
Does it?
Yeah. Doesn't it look like a ball to you?
No.
It doesn't?
No.
Well, what does it look like to you?
Like the moon?
Well, yeah, it looks like the moon to both of us, but to me, it looks like the moon's a ball. You're saying it looks like something else.
I know it's not a ball
How do you know it's not a ball?
because it doesn't look like a ball.
So, what shape does it look like to you?
Like a circle?
Looks like a circle. Well, a ball also looks like a circle.
What else looks like a circle?
Not many things. There can only be certain things that look like a circle. A ball is one of those things.
It's not the only thing.
No, it's not the only thing.
So how would you? What's the next step? What would you do then? Could you do like a specular highlight? Could you reflect light off it and see how light reflects off a ball versus how it reflects off the moon? Could you like check out lunar phases? Does that match what a ball would do? You could do a few things now. You can check it out. Or not. Just say it's a ball and then just say ball over and over again.
Well, no, it just appears like a ball. It just looks like it would be a ball. I think it would be more likely that it would be a ball because otherwise it would just be a flat thing in the sky. It would be weird for it not to have like dimensionality like a ball. I think that would be like more shocking. Or if it was just some sort of light phenomenon, not even a physical object, like that would be pretty shocking too. And then you got the planets; those look like balls.
Yeah, it's definitely not a ball. A ball, if anything, ball is completely eliminated. The moon can definitely not be a ball. Because you got to take all the data points. You just can't be, oh, it looks round, and round things are balls, while ignoring all the other round things that aren't balls. You got to take the whole story, the full kit and caboodle. This is not the movie Spaceballs, where everything's just balls for some reason. Because in the lore, they tell you things aren't balls. Like there's a space peanut and a space poop. Where they thought they're alien spacecrafts because they broke the laws of physics or something.
Well, I mean, is a peanut a ball? I mean, is a peanut not?
That's not a ball. Yeah, a peanut is not a ball.
Well, no, yeah, I think a peanut is a ball.
Everything's balls then.
Well, no, not everything. Like I wouldn't say a Cheeto is not a ball.
It could be. Just look at it from the side.
Well, a Cheeto, a malformed Cheeto could be, but Cheetos are cylinders. I wouldn't call
Yeah,
those
but you look
balls.
at it from one side, it's a ball.
Well, it may appear to you as a ball, but it's not a ball.
It's
Cylinder.
not. No.
Now, A peanut.
ball.
That peanut's a ball.
A peanut is a cassia ovi. Hold on, cassia oval.
Which is a
Basically,
form of a.
it's a dumbbell curve.
Well, yeah. Well, that's
It
just
has
a subset of a ball. That's a particular ball that
it
you're
has two
describing.
lobes. It has two lobes, not one. That's what makes
Yeah,
it
right
distinctive.
here. So is this? I got tab in. This is Mushkane. I can't remember. If it's not, your voice sounds familiar.
Yeah.
I can't. Okay, yeah.
It's just
Oh, okay. Yeah, look at the text chat there. I just post a emoji of a peanut. That's a
okay.
ball. That's a ball to you.
I was in my mind. I was thinking of the actual nut, like the thing you eat, not the pod that they are in.
So like a coconut.
Oh, like a shelled peanut, Planters peanuts, not the shell, but the actual peanut inside of the shell.
Okay, so if you open it and you got a nut.
Yeah, that's the ball I was thinking of. So you could think of like there's two peanut balls inside of a peanut shell. Do you really think that many people could keep a secret though, Crit? Like all the employees and the people
No,
required. Like,
no, I
doesn't that
don't think.
seem?
I don't think that. I don't think people can keep a secret.
All right. Well, I wasn't asking you.
How do you know they know? How do you know they know?
I'm so sorry about that. I think it's a general question. Can anyone answer it? I'm so sorry.
I was asking Crit, not you, 22B.
Hey, how do you know all the NASA employees know the Earth is a ball?
I never claimed all the NASA employees know that the Earth is a ball.
How do you know? How do you know that they know it's flat then?
I didn't claim that they knew. My claim is that if it's true, in either case, that would mean that a certain amount of people would be lying. They would have to be keeping secrets.
Well, if they were lying, right? How many people do you think would know?
I mean, that's very subjective. I don't know how many people. Definitely some people, though.
How are you all? What's
Hey,
going
Crit,
on here? Hello, what a great speech.
Crit ran away. No, he didn't.
Why this live is so silent?
Well, say again.
Uh,
I'm gonna start asking that question when they say all the people at NASA have to be in it. Okay, who? All the scientists. Okay, how many scientists work at NASA?
Well, nobody
Let's just go
said
down the list.
nobody said all of them have to be in on it. Nobody said that.
No, I know, but I'm saying in the future when people ask that question, I'm just gonna, that's the route I'm going to go. We're going to get down to the specific numbers of how many people would be in on it.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
And like how many would also have to not be in on it too?
There would definitely be more people not in on it than in on it, but the amount of people that would have to be in on it would be substantial.
Well,
Because
NASA the one near me has 44,000 employees.
Okay, how many of them measure the Earth?
I don't know. How would I
there's a good way
possibly
to
know that?
no. The good way to ask this would be like WMDs in Iraq were like all like 480,000 soldiers. Were they all in on it? Like how many of them knew there weren't WMDs in Iraq?
Yeah. Maybe there is no war in Iraq. Can you
No,
prove
these were
it?
done by NASA photos.
I
NASA
understand.
took photographs of Iraq and said, "Hey,
Okay.
look at these WMDs. How many
Uh-huh.
people at NASA were in on it that they knew there wasn't WMDs? How many people in the Department of Defense were in on it?
Well,
And how many people weren't in on it?"
Well, the leadership, most of the leadership was definitely in on it.
So they knew there wasn't WMDs,
Yeah, they knew that there wasn't.
but they're in on it.
Yeah,
And the same
because
thing with like say the Trail of Tears. When they had was it Jefferson? Jefferson's like, "Hey, check this out. We're gonna march you across the nation using infantry, the U.S. military, to protect you, because it's too dangerous for you to live in Georgia. So what we'll do is we'll march you across to this promised land. There's an area of land, New Mexico, Arizona. It's green. It's lush. It's not being used by anyone. We just got it in this war with Mexico. It's yours. Free of charge. You can just have it." How many of the soldiers were in on it that they knew when they got there it was a barren wasteland, that nothing would grow? There was no water, nothing. None of it was true. How many of them knew it? They knew it ahead of time.
Well,
And they were
it
in
wasn't
on it.
but it wasn't a barren wasteland. I mean, that's how the West was developed. Very
Yeah,
fertile soil.
you haven't been to the Four Corners? You never seen that? What that looks like?
Where Colorado, Utah,
Yeah,
New Mexico, and what's the fourth state?
Arizona.
Well, yeah, I have driven through that. Yeah, that's a more arid climate right there. Yeah, but just a little bit north, and it's quite nice.
So they force marched them all the way to Oklahoma and said, "Good luck."
Well, many ranches were developed then. I mean, a lot of wealth was generated from that. A lot of death, yeah, but also,
Did they know it though? Did they know going into it? Who knew?
I think anybody desperate enough to make that trek was aware of the dangers.
Did they have a choice?
Well, they weren't. Some of them may have been led by gunpoint, but most weren't.
Were they lied to?
That's debatable. Is that is that what the Oregon Trail? No, was that's
No,
not.
no, it's a different story.
That's a whole different thing. Okay.
Yeah.
That was a good game, though.
Yeah, it made you think. It's a good educational tool.
You've contracted dysentery.
Yeah, there's no antibiotics or anything.
It's pretty raw to let. I mean, I remember I was like, we had computer lab when I was in elementary school, and that's what we played. The Oregon Trail. It's like, oh no, your daughter has been bitten by a snake. You're down one colonist. Yeah, it would be easier if the more people that believe this story, if there is a lie, the more people working for you that just believe the lie, the easier it is. That's for sure. But that's just not possible. There's got to be people that are aware of it, and you can find audio, and I think there's even a couple videos of former NASA employees that come out against NASA.
I find it amazing that I make, as a pizza delivery driver, I make half the price, half of what an astronaut makes.
No, that's not true.
Yeah, it is. They make 162,000 a year.
Astronauts are going to be.
They're government employees.
Yeah, but astronauts are going to be making a lot more. Like, just like if someone looks up your salary, they're not going to know the exact amount because you're tipped in cash. Not all that's going to be disclosed.
No, I know what I make. I said
Yeah, but
I make.
yeah,
What
but
I
what
make
I'm saying,
is half of
yeah,
what
but
an astronaut
what I'm
is
saying is
listed
if
at.
the astronaut tried to look up what you pay, he wouldn't know exactly, and you're not going to know the salary of those astronauts because they're getting a lot more money
They're
than just their
federal records.
government.
They're
Yeah, but
federal records.
they're getting a lot more money than just their federal paycheck. There's all
Oh,
kinds
I
of
understand
sponsors.
that. I said their salaries. I didn't say the compensation.
We said
I
just
know
you'd make.
my dad was a GS 21 back when they had the records of that, and that's as high as you can go. And he didn't even break 50,000 until the late 80s or so. Government employees don't make a lot of money. gotten a lot better than it was 40 years ago. Teacher salaries, God, I remember a guy who formed, it was a computer shopping network before computers, et cetera, all the internet. They're just selling computers. And they were paying him $8,000 a year as a professor. He's like, screw this. He wanted 10,000. They wouldn't give it to him. So he formed this company and pulled in about $16 million in his first year.
Yeah, people are always like, pay teachers more. It's like,
They don't
and
pay them
just
shit.
think back to your school. Like these people sit down, drink coffee all day, have summers off, get all kinds of vacation time. They barely do
Don't
any
they
work.
pay in Texas $9 an hour?
There's a couple teachers out there that really deserve more pay, but I mean,
In Virginia, I got $90 an hour. In Texas, it's $9. The same that a McDonald's worker makes.
What'd you
In fact,
get?
they often get 12.
Did you just say you got $90 an hour
In Virginia,
for doing what?
I was a professor. These are extended
90?
courses. What happens is you teach for an hour, but you have your prep work is probably 3 hours just to teach that class. So you're really 4 hours in. You don't just sit down and just start teaching. You have a ton of prep work. For your hour in class, you spend at least 2 to 4 hours outside the class prepping and doing other work, etc. So it works to about $45 to $50 an hour. And this was, I'm trying to think, 11 years ago.
$90 an hour. That's like emergency room doctor pay.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, you're teaching a class of generally 20 people that pay $2,000 per student. In Tokyo, I didn't make near that, but I mean, you are very well respected as a professor in Japan. That is a businessman is the lowest of low class. Teachers are the highest.
Where do you find these millionaire professorships?
They're not millionaires. You don't teach that many hours. They're evening classes.
If you get paid $90 an hour, then you're going to be a
Their
millionaire
evening
pretty soon.
class is consisting of 1 to 2 hours. It's not an 8-hour job.
Well, that's not really being paid by the hour. Then that's like a gig, $100
Yeah,
a gig.
I got
Clive's
you.
a bullshitter.
Okay. I'm probably the most recognizable person on here. Told you exactly where look up home poker games. You'll find me.
Clive, that means nothing. Who gives a shit if you're on Google, dude?
I didn't come in here to argue or do personal attacks. Come on.
No, but you're up here pretending like you're
okay.
hot, you're mightier than the Dow. Go ahead, silence me. I don't give a shit.
Okay.
You're up here acting like you're holier than
He's
thou.
not acting like anything.
I didn't say a word that I was holier than thou. I was just giving you some statistics.
Yeah, I don't know why you feel like you're upset by what he's talking about. Just don't engage.
I'm not upset. I was just pointing out.
I'm not talking about you.
Oh, okay.
Like, I don't know was it Alpha? I couldn't see whose name popped up.
Yeah, it was me.
Okay.
I was just
if someone's bullshitting, who cares? I mean, just like really, it's not that big of a deal.
Exactly.
It's like you could go to like a 3-2 bar and just go to any sort of just bar. You get people bullshitting all day long. Well,
right. Well, what's the point of bullshitting?
Because it is what it is.
Right on.
Okay. Conversation, for God's sake. Everyone knows that I deliver pizza. Heard me on the road.
Well, cool.
All right.
Well, bullshit then.
Well, Clive, it's
let's
just
move on.
it's funny that you described yourself as making $90 an hour. Like it definitely
At
gives a
one
false.
time, I made $90 an hour. I'm freaking 70 years old. I've had a number of jobs.
Dang, you're 70, and you deliver
I'm
pizzas.
70. Yes, I do it. I enjoy it. I don't do it for the money, for God's sake. I'm a day trader. I do
Yeah.
it to get out of the house. Wait till you get in your 60s or 70s. You'll understand.
No, that
You
makes
just
sense.
get
Like,
in that tech. Yeah. And
pizza.
basically, I make about. Last year I made 85,000 delivering pizzas. It's a nice side income.
You're claiming you made 85 grand delivering pizzas?
Yes, many of my peers make more. We're in a fairly
No.
good neighborhood. I do about 40 deliveries a night. I average about $10 per delivery. Plus, I get paid $10 an hour.
I had a family, or not family member, but like extended family, and dude was a preacher, like for his whole life, and he basically had worked as had his own church. They took donations, and like all of it, right? And eventually, he's like, I can't make enough money doing this, and he's getting close to retirement.
Right.
So then he decided he's got to get a new career. And everyone's like, well, I don't know what the fuck you're going to do. You don't really have any marketable skills. I mean, you got public speaking and whatnot. What are you going to do? And he ended up falling on pizza delivery. And he made a shit ton of money because everyone knew who he was.
Exactly.
We live in a small town. So it's like, here's preacher delivering your pizza. And they tipped really well. And he was able to use like the cost to repair his car, to get that all written off as work related expenses. Uniform, like gas, like all of it. So it's basically like his average living expenses, like we have to pay to maintain your car, into his salary. These huge tips. A lot of times he wouldn't even claim them. He just would give like $1. If someone gave him $10, he'd say they gave him $1.
Oh. You're talking about cash?
Yeah, like cash tips.
I don't declare any. First of all, they did change the law. The first 25,000 per year is not taxable. But back when he was doing it, it was taxable.
No
but
tax on
he wouldn't
tip.
have to report. He wouldn't have to report cash.
If you do it right, and people sometimes ask, they'll be like, hey, is like Clive on delivery today?
Right.
And they'll be like, yeah. And then they order pizza.
They discourage that because I get a ton of requests. Basically, here's how I come up. Here's my pizza delivery. Good. Your wife. You decided your wife's taking the night off from cooking. Good for you. You're really taking care. Or I'll do it to the wife, etc. And they pretty much all tip. Our areas, we only out 5 miles. Okay. We're Domino's in Houston, Texas. Our surrounding community is 55,000 family households. So we got a wide area. But I think I mentioned earlier, every pizza delivery, every pizza company that hires drivers has fired them all except Domino's. They're all gone.
What? You can't get a pizza delivered from Papa John's?
It's all Uber or DoorDash now. Papa John's is actually thinking about filing for bankruptcy. Pizza Hut sold out to, which was Yum brand, sold out to the Japanese. That was about 2 months ago.
Okay, so the only pizza place that has their own branded drivers that they pay is Domino's.
Domino's. Yep. Now, out of the 50 states, 6 of us are corporate, and I'm in one of the corporate states. So we're more highly regulated by the company. Brand, go ahead, please.
What are you doing in Domino's, like on a slow day? Say, there's kind of like time in between orders. Like, what are you doing in there?
Oh, you're cleaning dishes, you're sweeping floors, you're taking care of customers. Back in the day, though, what they did, right now we get $9 an hour, okay, regardless whether we're delivering or otherwise. Back in the day, what they did was pay us $5 an hour while we're on the road and $9 an hour in the store. So they would actually keep us out of the store to save money. But that didn't work out really well. So I'm a closer, which means at midnight or 1 in the morning on Friday and Saturday, I have to clean all the dishes. It's about an hour past the closing time. But you're cleaning dishes and sweeping floors anytime you're not busy. You're not delivering. Our base rate is $9 an hour right across the board. But if you're a good delivery driver and you are friendly to people and they get to know you, your tips are insane. I mean, last night I had a $35 tip on a $100 order. Now those are few and far between, but generally they average between $7 and $15, and you do about 30 a night. So you can do the math
Nice.
from there.
You have like a little headset you drive around on, so you can like
Nope.
talk on. Nope. No. Okay.
Yep. Nope. I generally listen to you guys while I'm delivering. Now, every once in a while, I don't like popping in much because I don't have much to say. Though I did want to bring up one subject, and I wish more people were here and they could explain it to me. Okay. My field
go
in
ahead.
astrophysics was meteorites, particularly Martian. But how do we explain rocks falling from space? We know that they do. People have actually been hit by them.
Well, what evidence is there that they're actually coming from space? And also, like,
We track them.
how?
We can track
Well,
them
you can.
through the atmosphere.
Nobody's been hit by one, as far as I'm aware.
Yes, one has. It's in Ripley's Believe It or Not. It was in the 1950s. It crashed their roof. You can Google it. I read this back in the 60s. And so, and it hit the side of her. And I'm not even looking this up on a computer or anything like that, but it hit the side of her hip and a massive bruise.
That's the thing. That's the
believe it
whole
or
thing
not.
with the show, right? Yeah, believe it or not. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I
I'll go
remember
with
Ripley.
I'll go with or not.
Okay. Supposedly, it's well documented. It crashed through the roof, which slowed it down enough to not kill her.
Well, how about we get
Yeah,
like
because when a rock's
asteroid
flying
insurance?
into the sky, it's
This
not
was
going to kill you,
way
right?
back in the 50s. Anyway,
we get-
that being said, do you think there are no meteorites like the one that went over Russia that we saw? I mean, I watched that thing live.
You saw
I don't
something
think I'm going to
flaming.
believe.
It was over
You
Russia.
saw something flaming. You saw something flaming in the sky over Russia. That's all you saw, and then you got told a story about it.
Okay.
And that's
Well,
fine. You can believe the
yeah,
story
yeah.
if you'd like, but I mean, it's not great evidence,
It's
really.
too many international, and it wasn't just America. I mean, everywhere around the world was broadcasting that. Are all the news agencies?
Yeah.
in
There
on
was
this?
something burning, it flying through the sky. Who knows
Gotcha.
what it was? You were told
Exactly.
it was an asteroid, but it might not have been that. Could have been something something gone wrong to do with some type of testing of some military product or
Could be.
something along
Yeah,
those
yeah.
lines. I'm not sure exactly.
Okay.
I did
So do
hear
you
a
think that comets are there's no such thing as a comet like Halley's Comet? There's no such thing.
no, there's things we see that look like that are like comets or whatever up in the sky for sure. That's real.
Okay, I'm just curious.
Hey, DJ.
Yeah.
I wish I could get hit in the head with a rock that's flying through the sky at a million miles an hour and survive.
Well, they don't
Yeah,
move at a
well,
million.
You would only be saying that if you had some asteroid insurance to cover your
Asteroid
bills.
insurance. Yeah, see, the problem with it is if there was actually a rock or whatever size it was, even if it's like a pebble, If it's entering the atmosphere and all that stuff, it's on fire and it's
It'll burn
flying
up.
by super fast. Well, no, that's not the problem. The problem is if they actually got hit by that, then they would be fucking dead.
Yeah. But the most of 99.99999% don't make it to the Earth. It's very, very rare.
Yeah, what I'm saying is it would have to be quite a large rock, right?
Yeah.
For
Right.
one, and for two, if you got hit in the head with a rock, you would die. So,
Yeah.
especially if it's traveling at any of those speeds.
Right.
Depends on the size of the rock.
How big? Just curious how.
Probably the size of a baseball or something.
It has to be a lot bigger than that.
A grain of sand is a rock, technically speaking.
Yeah, but they all 99.99. Like I said, most of them burn up in the atmosphere.
It's actually what they claim shooting stars are. Is like
yeah,
grain of sand size rocks burning up.
Okay.
Aren't they larger? Aren't they larger than that? I think they're larger.
To
What are
be
you, Donald Trump?
devastating, they would have to be about 60 miles wide. That would get rid of the Earth. Now, how to destroy? Okay,
Yeah, I was
16
wrong. Not a grain
feet?
of sand, more like a millimeter or something.
This is funny.
Shooting
Funny
stars
hee
and little millimeter sized rocks burning
Is
up
it
as
fu-
they go out.
Is it funny hee or funny haha?
It's dumb. Like, I don't know why anyone would believe any of this crap.
Because they're
But you
told
don't have to. No, you don't have to.
They're told by
Turn on another
systems of
channel.
power and authority that they've learned to trust.
You don't
Because
have
not
to.
trusting.
Yeah, we gotta trust there's these balls floating around in a vacuum and these tiny rocks that if you get hit in the head with one, you could just survive it somehow.
I don't think anybody's ever said that.
You
Imagine
guys
what would
remember there
happen.
was a meteorite that fell in Russia some years ago.
Imagine what would happen if people
It
suddenly
actually
just
didn't hit.
lost.
That one didn't actually hit the ground. It exploded in midair.
It says it was a 20-meter near-Earth asteroid.
There you go.
20-meter. That's insane.
The one that hit her?
The one that exploded in Russia.
It says it entered the atmosphere at 69,000 kilometers per hour and exploded.
And that would be right.
30 kilometers.
That's so fast. Oh my god. That's such a cool story. Cool. Wow. It must be true. Because why would they lie about that?
Okay, listen to this. It says this Anne Hodges chick. It says she got on November 30th, 1954. She got hit in the head with an 8.5 pound meteorite. Are we
I think
dead
that's
ass?
one in Ripley's Believe It or Not.
Right. But
That sounds about right.
That's like 9 pounds, bro. That would have killed her.
I doubt a meteorite hitting you on the head is survivable.
It crashed through the house, through the
And hit
roof,
her.
etc., and left a bruise
Look
on
at her
hip.
wound. I posted a
left a
picture of
bruise.
her wound in the side chat.
Flying
It's
through the sky.
Yep. That's the one I'm
It's like-
referring to.
It's a strange
I
looking
didn't even
wound.
know it was on there. Yeah.
Let's see his wound. Let's see it in the side chat.
Here it says that the one that fell in Russia, okay, the blast released an equivalent of 500 kilotons of TNT,
What
making
the
it
heck?
roughly
Yep. Smash
30
thousands
times
of windows.
more powerful, 30
Holy
times
crap.
more powerful than the Hiroshima atomic bomb.
Yep.
But there's no radiation involved.
There
I'm
was
gonna
no
tell you right
radiation.
now,
It's not.
if it's
It's
a
not radioactive.
9-pound rock flying through
Yeah.
space, if it hit her, bro, her wound's gonna look a lot worse than that.
She looks like
It
she got
crashed
hit by it. She got kicked by a horse. That's what a horse looks like
Yeah.
when it get kicked by it.
Yeah.
Literally.
Exactly. It crashed through the roof, came through the second floor, all the way down to the first floor, and then hit her. So by then it was I mean, it still hurt, obviously.
If you get hit by a fucking 9-pound rock, bro, that would like break your bones.
Well,
so was the horse in on it, or the horse was not in on it?
yeah, the horse. It was Mr. Ed.
The horse was in on it.
Yeah, there you go. It was Mr. Ed.
He's like, yeah, I just casually got hit by a 9-pound rock, and yeah, my bones are still intact. So
No, the horse that kicked her.
Oh, okay.
Do you think the horse was in on it? Like the horse knew?
Probably was.
That,
yeah, no doubt. She probably paid the horse good money.
She probably paid the horse good money. That's funny.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna take a little nap here.
you're working tonight?
Yeah. I deliver every night.
These are the best days, right? Like the weekends?
Just before once school opens, we really drop down. Yeah, you're right. And they start next week. Last month was one of my better months.
You ever thought about opening your own pizza parlor?
No way. The profit margin is horrible.
Oh, okay.
I mean, when you buy a McDonald's, you are buying a job. They're between nowadays they're between $2 and $4 million. You're gonna have a job that's gonna pay you about $175,000 a year as the owner, and you have to work it. You're required when you buy a franchise. You're required to work it. They're not interested in absentee owners.
Oh yeah, I'm saying with that setup though, wouldn't you be making more? Because like, you're like
it cost you $2 million. It cost you $2 million to buy the franchise, and you get $150,000 a year. And they're not very profitable. Pizza Hut right now is losing 8% on every sale.
Every time they sell a pizza, they lose 8%.
Right now, they are losing money. Now, that doesn't mean that just the store. Remember that they have overhead, they have advertising costs, they have corporate, they give money to corporate for owning that store. They're not making money. A pizza is what, $15 now? I mean, we sell them as low as we just ran a $6.99 special. Where can you buy that much food for $6.99?
Yeah, seems like a pretty good.
It is.
Pretty
Pizza
good
has not gone up that
Oh my
much.
God. You know, they got the Apollo 11 tapes at Ripley's Believe It or Not.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty funny.
Okay.
If you ask me.
Maybe they even have a pizza counter there.
Wow.
That'd be something.
I feel like
but
shit.
they have like that's where the original tapes are at. It's at the Ripley's Believe It or Not museum.
Okay. They probably bought them.
I think, yeah, they definitely bought them. Yeah.
Okay. You can buy moon dust if you want. It has been for sale.
I mean, you could buy the fake rocks that they have too.
Okay.
You mean petrified wood?
Yeah, the wood.
That was one where somebody gifted one person. And
Yeah,
by the way,
like Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin.
That wasn't it wasn't from that.
Yeah, they went to do a tour, and it was like the NASA chairman or whatever gifted it to them when they went.
So NASA put those up for sale. NASA put the video reels accidentally up for sale, and an intern bought them for $217.
And then accidentally put them up for sale.
Accidentally.
1976.
Accidentally. They
and
accidentally
Ripley bought it for $1.82 million.
You know, if
These
they
aren't
were
the
the
only.
real,
These aren't the only tapes. Obviously, this is just a 2-inch video reel.
I bet if someone stole them, they could prove it's fake.
Well, they're there on display.
Oh, there you go.
Be real.
Guess one of us will just have to sneak in there and take them, right?
There you go.
It's not like they're guarding it. It's Ripley's
Right.
Believe It or Not, right?
Right. I mean, after you pay $1.82 million, you're not going to put any guards on it or anything.
There's no guards there.
Okay.
Probably
You think that
surveillance, but that's about it.
you think there are no guards at Ripley's at that museum?
Yeah, I really think there is none.
Okay.
Hey, we could test it.
Okay.
I'll get a GoPro. I'll walk in there. I'll grab them and walk out.
Okay.
See, and it's funny, right? Even if they have guards, they still won't be able to catch me because I do parkour.
I got you. Good for you.
I'll
Okay, guys. I
I'll
had
call
enough
an
for
event for
today. That's
Batman.
enough for me. Out. Have a great day.
Pretty funny. I think that would be one hell of a video. I'd make a lot of money off of it. Well, I guess it was wrong because apparently they don't have guards, and I was right. Because they don't feature armed security guards or specialized guards inside the exhibit halls. So there you have it. You can walk in, you can take the tape, and you can walk out.
It's unlikely it's the real tape. They probably just made a facsimile of it.
Oh, I'm pretty confident it's the real tape, right? Because, why wouldn't it be? What did he just
Well,
said it? They messed up and accidentally sold it, right?
yeah, but NASA had hundreds of thousands of tapes, so
Doesn't mean it's fake.
well, it's real tape, but what's on it is what's the important part. And if you don't have a machine to read back the data, kind of worthless then.
Well, I mean, then all you got to do is get a machine to read the data, right?
They don't exist anymore.
Well, that's nonsense.
Yeah, they all wore out, and then they were probably scrapped.
You think you couldn't make one? They have blueprints for everything.
Not for cheap. It would cost a pretty penny.
Of course they do have them for cheap. You ever heard this thing called public database? You go to any public library, archives. They got everything, man. Public archives have pretty much everything that you would need. Did you notice that, DJ? It looks like a cube.
Yeah, it's nonsense, man. These boomers will freaking
It's like,
believe
come on
anything,
now.
eh? It's crazy,
They
man.
really will. This giant cube, this fucking 10-pound cube, flew out of the sky and hit me, and I'm not dead. Come on now.
And it only did that much damage to the radio. So it came through 2 stories, and then it hit the radio, bounced off the radio, and hit the grandma.
Yeah.
And the fact she
Or
didn't even
technology,
have any
that's why.
broken bones.
Yeah.
Her whole leg, bare minimum, her whole entire leg would have been shattered.
And the houses aren't built to withstand meteor strikes, so I doubt very much the house did anything to stop it.
Yep.
Especially not back then. Back then, it was wood. This giant cube flew out of the sky and hit me. No, I'm
I
not
swear
making this up.
I swear it looks different in a lot of the pictures. Like, look, here's a different picture of it.
Let's check this out.
And then other ones, it's more smoothed off. I don't know. Maybe it's just the angle.
It's so like, to me, it's so cube shaped. It's ridiculous.
In some of the pictures, it is.
It's funny because I'm pretty sure I thought the whole consensus behind meteorites is that because of it flying through the Earth's atmosphere, it becomes more smooth and circular shaped because it melts and all that stuff. But no, it's a cube.
This one had Borg technology in it.
Yeah, we laser cut this rock before we sent it flying at her leg.
And the horse that kicked her, that was sent off to the glue factory right after.
The glue factory. Holy crap. Isn't that true? They actually turn horses into glue or something like that?
Yeah, well, you can turn most animals into some sort of, they call it glue, but it's when they came up with the refrigerated box car, that's when beef production changed dramatically, because now you could ship, just the beef to the East Coast from Chicago, And you could keep all the other parts, the bones, the hides, the hoofs, all that stuff, and then use those for something else. So you could sell the other products of the cow and subsidize your beef, making your beef cheaper. Whereas in the old days, they had to ship actual live cows to the East Coast, which means you had to take them off the train every once in a while, put them on a feedlot, give them food and water, and put them back on the cattle cars, and then keep shipping them to the East Coast. And then when the butcher
I've seen it.
got the parts, most of the stuff was thrown away.
You know, I was just washing the dishes one day, and I casually got hit by a 9-pound rock. It just flew through the roof, and it hit me in my leg. Was this the first time that anyone had ever been hit by a rock?
Well,
and by
probably.
hit, you mean kicked. And then by
Yeah,
rock,
yeah,
you mean horse.
yeah. I'm saying it's like the first. This is like the first documentation of quote unquote someone being hit by an asteroid.
Yeah, it's sort of like the stories of the moon, where they say the moon gets hit by a million meteorites every year. But
No, never happened before in history, but on this specific day it happened. You're gonna get banned. Who was doing that sound?
Yep. Someone say the username. Was it VX?
yeah, I think it was VX.
All right, you get server deafened from the entire server. Now you can't. Well, they can't hear me, but now they can't go into any channels and hear anything.
You know the likeliness of this not happening, like the insaneness of nobody else is getting hit by this rock, but he specifically gets hit by this rock in 1954. But every year before this, nothing happens.
Well, unrecorded events happen quite frequently.
Yeah, why it's so silent in this room?
Because everybody tried to prove the globe and they couldn't do it, and now we're just like having a moment of silence for the globe because it's dead.
Trying to think of a reason or an explanation for how, of all these asteroids, meteors, and meteorites that happen every day, why the only recorded time it's ever happened was in the 1950s, and the injury looks oddly similar to a getting kicked by a horse. And rather than it being published in some sort of scientific journal, it's published in Ripley's Believe It or Not. Because the question on the table was, how do you explain this? And I explained it with, or not. So right now we're looking for someone who could explain it. Are you up for it?
Like I couldn't understand what you were actually asking to explain. Sorry. Can you please repeat?
Yeah, so how come there's not all these people getting hit by asteroids and meteors or meteorites? How come that doesn't happen all the time? Why does it only happen once?
Okay. Okay. Like what? Like before 1950, right?
Yeah, it only happened one time. And then when it did happen, it was put in a book called Ripley's Believe It or Not.
Hmm.
So if you believe it or not, which one? Do you believe it or you don't believe it?
Believing that the asteroids actually hit people in reality.
Oh, here's the craziest part. Meteors hit the Earth every day. 48.5 tons worth of meteors every single day. That's 44,000 kilograms worth of meteorites. And only one person has been hit by them. Interesting.
It's quite weird.
And how long has the ISS been up there in that meteorite arcade?
Years.
Yep. The same thing with the moon. They say the moon gets hit by 1 million meteorites every year, and yet you can still bounce lasers off their retroreflectors. They should have been obliterated by now. Because it's been, what, like 50, 58, 57 years now? That's 57 million potential meteorites minimum.
Well, I mean,
will it take place when it's still
probably more than that.
Yeah, the million is just an estimate.
Yeah, it's got to be billions by now. What's this? The glass or whatever that they have on the ISS. What's that supposedly made out of?
Transparent aluminum, probably.
It's space glass.
Is that what they say?
Mm-hmm.
That's a cute joke.
Well, I was thinking, is there any relationship between moon really getting slammed by asteroids regularly and the Earth being flat or round?
Oh no, we already checked that. It's definitely not round.
Okay. So not being round, does that actually plays an impact on moon because of which asteroids don't hit it regularly or even in real sense?
Well, it just means whatever happens up in the sky is happening above a flat surface that we're on.
Okay.
And how much of
So
the stories we get told about what happens up in the sky are factual? That's another question.
obviously, yeah. So accepting the fact that the Earth is flat and the thing we are told about moon, that moon navigates around the Earth, is that verifiable?
Nope.
Okay, so even is that explainable that moon does actually navigates around Earth? Because if the Earth is not round, what would be the logic for moon to get attracted by Earth's mass and navigate it 24/7? That's not how rules of gravity work.
Yeah, it doesn't orbit around it, right? Because the Earth's not a globe. It just moves in the sky, and you don't know what it is. You don't know exactly how it works, or how big it is, or how far away it is. You've just been told a story about that. And if it was a globe and, gravity, right, it had a certain amount of mass, and gravity was pulling everything towards the center, then the water would be curving, but it's not doing that. So we know that story is not true. So we don't
Okay.
know what the moon is. We can't go and check what the moon is. So that would be something out of our reach, so to speak, something that would require a bunch of speculation, a bunch of theoretical mathematics, perhaps.
Okay, that's great. So interestingly, many of the universal facts we are told are not explainable, or we reach at some sort of dead end for our investigations. If
Yeah,
we are only,
explanations aren't really, proof of anything, are they? It's just an explanation.
so what do we do next after after finding it to be true that Earth is flat? And do we try to re-explain or create a reorientation of the phenomena that actually happen around us, like the moon coming up at night and going down at the beginning of dawn, and having the
It
sun?
doesn't come up though, does it? I mean, okay, it does come up, it does go down, but it's not going below the earth. Just like if
Okay,
you see streetlights going down, that's not because they're going down below the earth, right? That's just because we have perspective and things converge into the horizon. Clouds, planes, streetlights, hallways, everything converges into a vanishing point due to perspective. It doesn't go below the earth.
yeah. How is actually happening that I'm not pointing out to that? But what I am thinking is that while considering the fact that the Earth is flat the way it is, and then don't you feel the Earth that we actually have to create reorientations of the phenomena that we see around us? Like, how would that happen? We would need to have a massive reorientation, right? So how do you think or plan to help that happen?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what you mean, but are you claiming that we should explain everything that we see in the sky because we measured the
No,
surface of the Earth and it's not curving?
no. That's not what I mean.
Okay, try explain
Not
it one
only
more
about.
time for me.
Okay. So, well, we reach to the point where we find out that the Earth is flat, and at that point, various phenomena that we see around us to happen at daily basis, like the waves of the seas, the ripples in the rivers, and many other things that we see. There's previous explanation or current explanations were depending on the idea that Earth was flat, and now we have come to a new point, understanding that the Earth is flat. At this point, don't you think those phenomena whose explanation depended on the previous idea of Earth being flat, those phenomena that need to be reconsidered and re-explained in a new manner that fits with the fact that the Earth is flat? And if
Yeah,
that
no, I agree. I agree with you. I understand what you're saying. Yeah, that would be nice, right? But if there's if some of the explanations are just pure bullshit and pseudoscience, right? Then we don't need to make up some more bullshit and pseudoscience, right, for a different explanation. Falsification is independent of replacement. So if somebody wants to tell us that a star is a sun and it's a burning ball of plasma gas inside a vacuum, and they don't have any scientific evidence to back that claim up, we don't need to therefore tell people an alternative explanation to the previous pseudoscientific explanation that existed. Some things we don't know. Nobody knows what a star is. Nobody knows exactly how the sky works beyond a height that we can't actually get to validate. So we don't want to replace a bullshit model with more bullshit. So we want to stick with what we can actually verify here on the Earth. And yeah, it would be great, billions of dollars, and we can start trying to work out more things that we don't know about this amazing place that we live. But for now, we know for a fact that the surface of the water isn't curving, and the water covers most of the known area of the Earth that we've explored, that we know about. And if that's not curving, then the Earth can't be a big ball, because that curvature would have to be there. Like you said, gravity, right? Gravity would be pulling everything towards the center of mass, and that means that the water should be curving at around 8 inches per mile squared. And it's not doing that when we test it. It's 0. The curvature is 0 every single time. So that doesn't mean we need to all of a sudden have instantly an explanation for everything that the heliocentric model claims, because they just make up bullshit, right? Do we need to have our own explanation for dark matter or dark energy, which they just made up because their math was wrong? They don't even know what it is or anything like that. Their math was wrong by like 95+%, and they're like, oh shit, we're gonna have to make something up as a placeholder, so we don't have to throw the entire heliocentric model in the bin.
So how do you plan to actually figure out the reason why of various events, or do you feel the necessity of curiosity to understand the why?
Yeah, hold on.
Hello?
Somebody has interrupted the conversation. Who is that? Is that you, Code? Yeah, thank you. Stay on mute for a moment.
Okay, so do you still find the curiosity? Do you still find the curiosity relevant to figure out the reason why is around us?
The reason why what?
The reason why is why things happen, why things doesn't happen. Do you still find that a relevant
Of
curiosity?
course. Yeah, of course. Do you have a specific example that you would like to talk about?
For example, why the waves in the oceans?
Waves? Well, okay, waves are caused by wind, and wind is caused by high pressure and low pressure systems, which are caused by temperature changes. So when
Yes.
right, so we already know the cause of waves. It doesn't require the Earth to be a globe.
And the temperature changes.
Yeah,
Sorry.
it just requires temperature to change in such a way that we have these wind systems being generated.
Sorry, DJ. I was just going to say the temperature changes because the sun moves across the sky. That's all I was going to say.
Yeah, exactly. So because the sun moves, yeah, we have heat distribution, and that causes these high and low pressure systems, and entropy is always taking place. So yeah, we have this big, complex, amazing, self-contained ecosystem, kind of like a big terrarium in a sense that we live in. The fact that we have gas pressure in the first place, right, leads us to a logical conclusion that it's most likely we're in some kind of ecosystem that's contained, right? Like a big terrarium of some kind. You know what a terrarium is, or a vivarium? Naz?
It's a small ecosystem. It's
Right.
like a showpiece that actually we sometimes use in our drawing room.
Yeah. Some of these things have been sealed for 50 years or more, and they just they have their own cycles. They're self-contained ecosystems. They're very cool. I want to make one, actually. I think that would be awesome. But if you take away the container for that ecosystem and put it inside a vacuum, like a vacuum chamber, everything's going to die very quickly. It's not going to live.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of the things you were talking that these things were kept secret, or someone or some way they were not let to know by people for 50 years or a period of time. So can you tell me that part, right? How those things were kept secret from the people for the time being, why and how they were kept secret?
What do you think has been kept secret? I'm not sure exactly what you mean.
Like the terrariums have their own ecosystems, right?
Yeah, that's a fact. That's nothing that's being kept secret. That's just there's I can show you one right now, a very, a small one. It's over 50 years old.
Yeah, I have seen them.
Yeah.
Anyway,
It's not no one's keeping it secret.
DJ, that'd be cool if you made one yourself. I wonder how hard they are. If you just put the right stuff in there, it seems like it would eventually balance out itself. But I don't know what the
Have you
ingredients.
seen? Yeah.
Yeah,
Have you
the
seen
big one.
Matthew?
Yeah, the
Yeah, on
one that was a
YouTube?
guy in England or something who has had the same one for 50 years.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's one on YouTube. It's not one that's been sealed for 50 years, but it's like a giant vivarium, and he puts animals in there. It's got like little crocodiles, and it's huge and it's epic. It's amazing. It's got all sorts of cycles that take place in there.
And
I'll
how long
post
has it
a
been
video.
sealed for?
Yeah, I'm not sure how long that. He's always updating it, so it's not.
He's always opening it up and cheating a little bit.
Well, he's opening it up and adding things to it and modifying it and making it better. It's not like some experiment where he's seeing how long you can keep it contained for.
pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah, he's introducing new animals, and here I'll post a link. It's amazing. Yeah, and I don't even know how this entire system works. I'm not saying that it is a terrarium or a vivarium. I don't even know what really the difference is between those two things, to be honest. But I'm just saying that it's I would speculate that it's something similar. And when we set something up on a smaller scale, that's kind of like what I would imagine the Earth system would be, perhaps on a larger scale. Obviously, with probably a lot more variables to take into account.
Oh yeah, that's way huger than I
Unknowns.
was picturing. That is very big.
Yeah, these things are really cool. Here, this looks like a cool one to check out. I'll have to give this a watch now and see what he does. But it says simulating low tide and high tide in his giant vivarium.
Hi there.
Hey, what's up?
Hey.
Hey.
So how's that going?
Going good. What about yourself?
Yeah, great. Thanks for asking.
Excellent.
So, what's the topic today?
We were just talking about these vivariums in the side chat. If you want to have a look in the side chat, they're pretty cool. It's like a self-contained sort of ecosystem.
Okay.
Or
This is my first time to be here, so I'm a bit confused.
Oh, you know how
Actually,
to see the side chat? It's like just where you click to get into the channel. There's like a little chat bubble, and it says open chat.
yep. Yeah, gotcha. Is that simulating low tide in my giant lagoon?
Yeah.
The Showroom? Yep. So what does it mean?
It's kind of like how.
mean?
Hello, Alpha Omega.
Oh, I was just going to say it's kind of like how Earth works.
Yeah, I would imagine it would, most likely be something like that. Probably with a bunch more unknowns, but yeah. I wonder if this is the biggest one anyone's ever made. When I was researching them, from the research I was doing, they do have a pressure gradient in them, and the bigger you make them, the more of a gradient they have. I'm sure that the globe site has an explanation for that, just based on, quote unquote real world gravity.
Well, that's true for any closed container, right? I mean, a scuba tank has a gradient in it.
Yeah.
Our explanation would be due to the weight of the air.
Due to the weight of the air.
Yeah, even in the terrarium, the air has a tiny little bit of weight, so that's what causes a tiny little bit of a pressure differential.
But sometimes you get globies saying that you can't have a gradient in a closed container. Some of them say that it should be equal pressure inside a container.
No, it's very small difference, but there's definitely a gradient in every container.
Yeah, I agree.
Usually it's only caused by temperature difference, though.
Yeah, temperature has a much bigger effect than altitude.
Yeah, like if you had like cooler air at the top of the container and warmer air at the bottom, you would have a higher density at the top of the container than the bottom.
Right.
DJ, can you hear me?
Yeah. What's
Yeah,
up?
actually, I'm facing a problem. I wanted to develop my English, okay, as much as I can. I'm looking for an English community to be surrounded with. So what should I do?
Well, I mean, this channel is probably the most native English speakers.
Mhm.
Every day there's a whole lot of native English speakers in this channel having conversations about the earth and that kind of thing. And it's probably a very beneficial place to learn English or to refine your English, because we talk about a lot of terms, right? A lot of terminology that people don't use generally when they're learning English. We'll be talking about, a lot of scientific terms and that kind of thing. So, I mean,
No.
just terms in general that just, learning English channels don't usually talk about. It's usually the basics. But in here, we're talking about gas pressure gradients and horizons and all sorts of different things. So, this is a good channel for it. Maybe if you have interest in other topics. I mean, there's a channel where they talk about feminism, or Muslim channel, or Christian channel, or vegan channel. You know, there's other channels as well that have quite a lot of native English speakers. But, you know, this is the biggest channel. This is the best channel in the server, in my opinion.
So how can I follow you?
Well, we're in here. We're in here, you know, all the time. There's always a group of people in here.
Yeah. So I'm asking, how can I be a member of that group?
Well, you're in here. You know, there's no membership. It's just join it, and we're here, and you're here, and that's it. You know.
Yep.
You can come in, but you know, with this channel, we keep it on topic. We're usually talking about the nature of reality, talking about globe Earth, flat Earth, these kinds of things, gas pressure systems, all sorts of different things related to these topics. You know, so maybe this is a place that you could hang out sometimes if you want to ask questions about certain things. But this isn't really a English learning
Yeah,
channel.
I know. It's like, yeah, I know that.
But
like this discussion of debate channel.
Yeah, exactly. But it is a great place to learn English and to improve pronunciation and to have conversations with native English speakers. So it is a good place to learn English, although the objective of the channel is not to teach English specifically.
Yeah, I know that.
But you have pretty good English yourself. Where are you from?
I'm Egyptian.
Oh, okay. Yeah, quite a lot of Egyptian people in the server. You have good English. So why do you want to improve your English?
I don't know if that appropriate to say that, but actually, I'm looking for a promotion in my career, so it requires like C1 level or something like that, just to be a fluent speaker.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, good luck with that.
Thank you. So, what is the topic for today?
I'm not sure. You know, right now we're running an event. It's just called Flat Earth Q&A, question and answer. So you'll probably get people will be joining the channel and asking the Flat Earthers questions or bringing up a debate topic, and then you know, that usually gets a conversation started. At the moment, we were just finishing up a conversation about you know, gas pressure, open systems, closed systems, that kind of thing. So
yeah. So, do you believe that the Earth is flat?
yeah, probably not the way that you think about it. You know, we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We're not claiming to know the size of the Earth. We don't think the Earth's a big flat planet or something like that. We just have done a lot of testing in the real world, and we can't find any curvature. Okay, when we go out and do long distance laser tests, long distance videography, photography, all sorts of different testing, things should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth that are not hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. So after many, many years of very, very thorough testing, you know, we would describe the surface of water as flat, you know, on a grand scale. You know, if you know what I mean, like it's not perfectly flat, but it's not curving like it would have to if the Earth's a globe. For example, I'll give you an example. Like, let's say we have a lake, and it's 20 miles across the lake. 20 miles across the lake, which is about 30 kilometers. Okay, over that distance, things should start to get hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, right? So let's say I'm standing on one side of the lake, and there is a 20-story building on the other side of the lake. That whole building should be hidden behind the horizon, should be hidden completely behind the curvature of the Earth mathematically, right? But when we go and test for that curvature, we can actually zoom in, or we can shoot a laser across the lake, and we can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. And that curvature that would have to be there if the Earth's a globe, it's not there. So we're just sort of presenting the arguments, we're presenting the evidence, and we're encouraging people to explain to us, why they think that the Earth's a globe, because most often it's just a belief. It's just because that's what we got taught while we were growing up. And it's not necessarily a big lie, a big conspiracy. It's just people believing what they get taught throughout the education system and then never going and testing it.
Hello.
Yeah. Hello.
Hey. Yeah, so I need to go on mute to get some work done. But if anyone has any questions, there's a whole panel of people here, and we're happy to answer questions. It's probably going to get busier in here now. The English class on the stage has ended. I see a bunch of people joining, so welcome everybody that's joined. So if anyone has any questions, the event is Flat Earth Q&A, so there's a bunch of Flat Earthers here. If you want to ask them questions, feel free to open your microphone, introduce yourself, and ask questions.
Actually, it was a great discussion with you about the flat Earth. Okay, and actually the elaboration of my question was so good, and the example as well. So yeah, I found that interesting. Thank you so much.
Oh, no problem. It was nice to meet you.
Oh, thank you.
So just before I go, I'll just post an example in the side chat of what I'm talking about with a long distance observation. So I'll just bring up a folder that I have on my computer.
What is that question? Just what is that question?
Right, so basically, if we're on a globe and we're standing at the ocean, or if we're standing at a large body of water, things that go far into the distance should become hidden behind the horizon. And we can calculate how far away they should be and how much they should be hidden. So we can easily go out and test to see if the things in the distance are actually hidden and if that horizon is where it should be in relation to the globe model. Okay, because they tell us the... Mm-hmm.
Do you use that method just to calculate the curvature of the Earth?
Yep.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so, for a basic observation, we can just calculate how far away the horizon is.
Yeah.
So we could just take our observer height into account, and then we could do some mathematics based off the radius of the Earth. And we know that if we're 6 foot tall, 180 centimeters tall, the horizon should be about 3 miles away, which is about 5 kilometers away. That's the maximum distance that you should be able to see the water. All of the water beyond that should be physically hidden behind the curvature, right? It would be beyond the horizon line.
Yeah, but does it work?
Well, it doesn't work in reality, ever. So we can see, well, because the Earth's not a ball, it's not a globe.
Yeah.
Right, so that curvature that would have to be there, it's not there, ever. and it's not just a little bit missing, right? It's completely missing. So
Yeah, so it's different from a point to another point.
yeah, exactly. If you picture yourself standing on the top of a globe, yeah, I'll put an example in the side chat. Right. So if we find ourselves standing on top of the globe, and we draw a straight line from our eyes to the maximum distance we can see the horizon, okay, that should be a byproduct of the curvature of the Earth. So, right. So if we can see something that's say 10 miles away in the distance, it should be hidden by a certain amount, and it should be hidden behind that horizon. So let's say we're standing at the beach.
Yeah.
Right. So I'll give a specific example now. Just a second.
Yeah, take your time.
All right. So let's say we're standing at the beach and we set up the camera on a tripod, and we put the camera, and it's 1 meter high, which is about 3.5 feet high. And we're looking out into the ocean, and out in the ocean there's windmills. You know how sometimes we have those windmill farms out in the ocean?
Yeah.
All right. Here's a windmill farm that's out in the ocean in the side chat here. And we have 6 different windmills. And we can look up the distance to the windmills. Where the closest windmills, it's 8.4 miles away, and then the furthest windmill is 11.2 miles away. Each one's a little bit further away as you move out.
That goes out of curvature.
Yeah, so now we can do the curvature mathematics, right? So basically, let's focus on one of the windmills, the furthest one.
Was that the introduction of calculating curvature of the Earth? Was that the introduction of that science?
I'll say that again.
Was that the introduction of that science?
The introduction?
Yeah, of that science of curvature of the Earth.
Well, it's just geometry. It's not really science. We're just talking about, okay, if the Earth.
I know, but actually, what I'm trying to say is that was like the spark that introduced that science, that topic, like how to measure the curvature of the Earth, if the Earth is flat or not. Because I think most of the people, long time ago, they were thinking that Earth is flat.
Right.
But actually, by applying that method and noticing the difference, so there is something
I get you. Yeah, I get what you're saying. But yeah, that's actually not what they did. That's what most people think that they did, right? They actually went out and measured curvature and tested for curvature, kind of like how we're doing it now. That's not what they did. They made assumptions, right? They
I know, but
yeah,
actually,
they didn't.
What I'm trying to say is that was like the spark of introduction, that the hint of the Earth is not flat. There is a curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, but it was they thought it was a globe because of different reasons. It wasn't because of testing out and finding curvature. They thought it was Pythagoras thought it was a globe because he thought spheres were the best shape. And it must be a globe because spheres are the best shape. And and then Eratosthenes, he thought it was a globe as well, and he wanted to measure how big the globe was. And this is where the circumference comes from Eratosthenes, an ancient Greek who may or may not have existed, but we get taught that he did exist. And then he measured a shadow, right? He measured a shadow, and he did some calculation based off a sphere, and he worked out the circumference to the sphere that he imagined that he lived on. So he didn't actually go out and measure any curvature. He pre-assumed that the Earth's a globe. He did some sphere-based mathematics, and he came to a conclusion based off a shadow angle. it doesn't prove anything. It's not measuring curvature. It's making a bunch of assumptions and then doing mathematics based on some assumptions. But what we're doing here is we're actually testing for the curvature in the real world. We're not measuring shadows or anything like that. We're actually seeing if the globe mathematics matches reality, and it doesn't match reality at all. So basically, the horizon should be a certain distance away from the observer, and that distance is dependent on the height of the observer.
Yeah.
So because we have an observer in this observation that's 1 meter tall, okay, the camera is 1 meter high above the water, that means the horizon should be 3.4 kilometers away, which is equal to 2.9 miles away. You can see in the calculation in the side chat. Right? But because we have the known distances to the windmills, we can see that the horizon is not at 2.3 miles away. Right? It's not there. It's not where it's not where it should be. It's actually way beyond 11.2 miles. Okay? And that's not possible on a globe. Now, on a globe, you should be able to see water, and then you would see the horizon in front of these windmills. The horizon should be at 2.3 miles, but the closest windmill is 8.4 miles away.
Yes.
Right, so it's basically like 3 times further just to the first windmill, and then we have the furthest windmills 11.2 miles. So the bottom of these windmills should be obstructed behind the horizon.
Mm-hmm.
They should be cut off. We should just be able to see the water and then the windmills sticking up from behind the horizon. And in fact, the bottom 18 meters, I think it's 16 meters actually, the bottom 16 meters or 52 feet of the windmill should be cut off, should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. But it's not.
Yes.
There's nothing hidden, right? If we look at the windmills close up, okay, we can see that the little black bit that you can see at the bottom, right? When it's low tide, we have this black bit at the bottom of the windmills where the salt water is like stripping off the paint or something like that. Okay, and when we have a look at the footage, we can see that we can actually see the entirety of the windmills. Now I'll place a video in the side chat, it just plays automatically. It's just a GIF.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is him zooming in. So he's got the camera 1 meter high, and he's zooming in, right? And that horizon that should be at 2.3 miles, it's not there. Okay, and when he zooms in, you can see the bottom of the windmills touching the water. Yeah, you can see them touching the water. In fact, you can even see a boat off in the distance. And that boat's actually 22 kilometers away because we tracked it using marine tracking. So that boat's 22 kilometers away. It should be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. You shouldn't be able to see the boat. The bottom of the windmills should be completely hidden, and the horizon should be at 2.3 miles.
Yeah.
But it's not doing that. It's not doing that. Yeah, and for this observation to work on a globe, because some people say, "Oh, maybe the radius is wrong. Maybe the globe's bigger than what they're telling us." Well, you would have to have a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles for this to work on a globe. Basically, you would have to have the radius 3,959 miles and then times it by 23. 23 times 3,959. So let me check what that is, right? So 23 times 3959 is, 91,000, right? So you would have to have a radius of 91,000 miles for this to work on a globe. But they tell us the radius is 3,959 miles. So here's one nice observation, right? This is done by a professional. He's actually a scientist. His name's Dr. John D. And he has a PhD in the field of optics, so he knows what he's doing. And he actually repeated this test on different days. And he even lowered the camera down lower than 1 meter the second time he did it. And here's the same things, right? The same windmills on 2 different days. And we can see that, we can see the whole windmills and we can see the water going beyond them, right? That's not possible on a globe. So here's a couple of tests, right? There's hundreds and hundreds of tests, and nobody has to believe the tests. Even though we have the full videos, we have it all in high definition, hour-long video that shows the entire process from start to finish, right? Showing him arriving, showing you all the weather conditions, setting up the camera, showing everything in the video, right? He goes over everything. It's an hour-and-a-half long video where he lays everything out. All of the data is presented, right? But people don't have to believe that. People can actually go out and repeat these tests themselves, and it doesn't cost a fortune to do. So if somebody looked at a bunch of these tests and they're like, oh, I don't believe the tests are real or something like that, right? You can actually just go and do the tests yourself, and then you would also know that the curvature is not there. So we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We're not claiming to have a replacement explanation for every single little light we see up in the sky doing something. But we're out just testing, right? Testing the Earth and presenting our results, presenting the data to people. And that's all. And encouraging people to think for themselves and to, not to just blindly believe that the Earth's a globe because we got told that at school, but to actually go out and think about it and look for the evidence on both sides.
I really wanted to clap my hands for you. It was really interesting discussion. It was awesome presentation about the curvature of the Earth. Thank you so much for that knowledge.
Oh, no problem, man. I appreciate you being so polite and listening.
Thank you so much. Oh my gosh.
So
I really enjoy that room. What? Come again?
Yeah. Awesome. So last thing I'm going to do is post the full-length video. If anyone that's listening wants to check it out, right? Here's the guy, Dr. John D. Here's the video. It goes for an hour and a half. Very well done observation. So check it out if you want to. If not, that's fine.
Okay.
All right. Well, it was nice having a conversation with you. I do have to get to work now. Damon, you've got some noise happening with your microphone.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah. You've got some background. Damon, you've got some background noise. Yeah, you got some feedback, man. Can you put yourself on mute or fix the background noise? Thanks.
Hey DJ, I don't know who the guy you were talking to was, but
That's Naho. Naho or Naho.
Is he gone?
No, he's still here.
Hello.
I wanted to ask him, what do you think? What do you think of that presentation? Do you think it was thorough? Do you have any questions?
No, of course. To be honest, it was really good. Actually, I understand that. The elaboration was so good. Actually, the topic itself, he got delved into that topic, and actually he got deeper and deeper into that. So yeah, it was really really awesome. That's my feedback.
Yeah, good job, DJ.
Yes.
Thank you, DJ, for your efforts.
So we have many observations. We even have longer observations from the tops of mountains. We have observations from airplanes. all sorts of different observations. You know, sometimes we can see mountains that should be hidden behind a bit more than 40 miles below the horizon, right? We can see the top of the mountain that should be completely hidden behind 46 miles of Earth curvature. So
Should be completely hidden behind the
yeah,
horizons.
yeah, 46 miles. What's that in kilometers? I'll check. 46
Yeah.
miles in kilometers.
Yeah, this is a huge evidence to
Yes.
that the Earth is not flat. Earth is not, yeah.
Yeah,
And actually,
exactly.
the percentage of curvature is not equal from point to another point.
Right. In fact, we can't find any curvature. It's not there. This just doesn't seem to be there.
Yeah, yeah.
So here's another quick one, right? So here's an observation taken from Wales in the United Kingdom, and he's at the top of a mountain, and he's looking out towards the French Alps. Okay, and in the French Alps we have a big giant mountain called Mont Blanc or something like that. I don't know how to pronounce it. Mont Blanc or something. Yeah, Mont, M-O-N-T, Blanc, B-L-A-N-C. It's a very, very big mountain. Here's a picture of it in the side chat from a distance. Okay, now we have this photograph that was taken. It wasn't taken by a flat earther, it was just taken by a regular photographer. And he's at the top of this particular mountain, about 3,600 feet high. And he can see in the distance the top of this mountain, Mont Blanc, right? So here is a zoomed in image of Mont Blanc. You can see it's, it looks very similar to the close
Put
up
it in the
above
chat.
the top image. Now, there's no other mountain in between where the camera is and where the snow-capped mountains are. There's no other snow-capped mountains or any elevation between the two. So this is what we're seeing in the distance. What's that?
Can you hear me? Can
Yeah.
you send the picture in chat?
Yeah, it's in the chat. It's the I'll post it again. It's that picture, the last picture right here.
Where?
Can you see them in the chat?
No, actually the
Well, I guess his internet's messed up or something. But look, make a long story short, basically, the top of that mountain, Mont Blanc, right? The tip of it should be 46.5 miles below the horizon on a globe. This is This is a pretty badass observation, right? This destroys the globe. And it's not just that mountain that we can see, right? We can actually see the tips of all of these mountains in the French Alps. Some of them even further away, right? One of them 735 miles away. Right, so the target hidden height is 261,269 feet. And the horizon should be at 73 miles, which obviously it isn't. And here we have the elevation profile as well, just to show that it's not some other mountain in between. There are no other mountains in between that at all. And we can see which mountain it is basically, because here is the mountain, Mont Blanc, and here it is from the picture. It looks the same. And all of the other mountain tops also look the same. Lots of analysis has been done on the mountain tops from the image, as you can see. So yeah, there we go. Globe's dead. Not that it was alive before that.
Yo, I just thought of the really good question here. It's for the Globers. I'm gonna put it in the side chat, but this is a really good question. Well, there you have it. Just debunked everything because, yeah. There you have it. So, the globe can't exist because it's a perpetually spinning ball, and perpetual motion does not exist in science. So, go cry about it, Globers.
Most fucking Americans don't really like flat earthers. They like planets and spaceships and stuff like gravity too. Most fucking Americans believe they're NASA and they're JAXA and ESA and some dude named Musk. Most fucking Americans don't like to worry about the spinning because they say it does it so slow. Most fucking Americans have an education and think the globe's real because they took science and got a B. Most fucking Americans love their sticks and their shadows and their well holes and their gyros. No. Most fucking Americans don't like to launch rockets without using fisheye lenses to make the flat earth round. Cause don't it make a fly like Earth? And that's all I got, man. How do you like it?
Hey, far out, man. Yeah, that's a good song, man. Well, I wrote my own one while I was listening to you sing yours. You want to hear it?
Oh, yeah, man. That sounds pretty awesome, man. Let's hear it.
Yeah, man. It's kind of like a protest tune. All right, man. Here we go. Globers! Globers! Hey, you like that, man?
Oh, yeah, man. That's pretty far out, man.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
It don't matter. Say the sky was not the limit. We fly to the moon in another second, but we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew, except for the twinsies.
What the hell is all music in here?
Look out into deep space away from the sun. It's the darkest light you can
Yo,
imagine.
Echo.
Yo.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, the music was fucking loud, yeah. I had to fucking manually turn it down.
I muted the music bot, so yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, you can unmute the music bot now because we don't mute people in this room.
What?
Hello.
This is a
You
what?
need to unmute the music bot because we're live streaming, and when you talk over other profiles in this room, then you create chaos and nobody can hear what's going on.
Okay.
So go ahead and unmute the bot. Did you unmute the bot? Turn it back up? Because I don't ever need you to talk over the bot. If you want to have a conversation about flat Earth, we can.
Yeah, we would like that.
Okay, all right. So the first thing I'm going to say is I'm a dumb flat earther. The Earth looks flat. So can you please explain to me why the Earth is a globe?
Scientific evidence, I suppose.
Like in what? As in what?
like in the live stream on YouTube, like space station, like International Space Station.
Well, that's not scientific evidence.
Mm-hmm. Why so? What makes you think it's not scientific evidence?
What
It's just
about
a
the
video
time
on
zone?
YouTube.
What about the
I
time
mean,
zones?
it's from NASA. Yeah, time zones and stuff.
Time zones, and then there is
What about time
lunar
zones?
eclipses.
When I look
Yeah, the
up in the
moon,
sky,
gravity.
when I look up in the sky, I see the sun move.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see the same thing
Yep.
or no?
Right.
Right. And
But
so
That's
when the
your
sun,
point.
yeah,
sun is
but
over my head, it's in my time,
Mm-hmm.
and when it's over your head, it's in your time.
Are you saying it's going
no,
around in circles?
it is not the
I'm
same
just saying
because
it's
there is
moving across
time
the
zone.
sky.
No,
Mm-hmm.
if it's in your time, it will different in my time because we do have like time zones.
Yeah, because the sun moves.
No, like
No, the sun
if
stood still. Actually,
The sun
it
is
orbits,
standing
yes,
still. That's
but like
crazy. What are you talking about?
the time zone do
we move.
exist.
The planet moves.
We're moving.
We
The
are the
planets
one
move.
moving.
What the heck is going
Actually,
on? How are we
both.
moving? It doesn't feel like we're
Actually,
moving.
both. The
Gravity.
sun and the earth is moving.
Gravity? What's gravity?
Like the sun's gravity is pulling, you
How
know,
do you know the
is
sun has
making
gravity?
us orbit. I mean, we have gravity.
Okay, we have gravity, but how do you know
Every star has gravity.
every star? How do you know every star has gravity?
Oh, okay, who's striping furiously?
Are
Yeah,
you
I second
googling
that
your
statement.
answer?
No,
I thought you knew
that
all
was
this
not me.
stuff.
For the so this is like competitive rage baiting push. No offense. Actually, full offense.
I bring evidence why Earth is not flat.
Proceed, my man. Proceed.
Why what?
Yeah, like you think, okay, you think that NASA and everything is showing you like wrong or false evidence that Earth is,
Conspiracy theorist.
yeah. So what makes you think that what you are saying, the Earth is flat, is not just another random conspiracy theory? Like, why would we believe the Earth is flat? And what are
Okay,
the
well
evidence?
how big is the Earth?
Big enough for all of us to fucking suffer in this godforsaken land. That's for sure.
Right. Like, all I'm saying is that the Earth is flat. I'm not making a shape to a claim. I don't know the size of it. I'm just
How about the
saying
moon,
the
though?
surface.
Like, if I may ask
What about the
politely,
moon?
how about the moon?
What about
Like,
the
is
moon?
it flat also?
Is that the Earth?
Like, relatively speaking, like you need something
No,
to compare
relatively speaking, is that the Earth?
He's so fixated on this Earth flat thing, like a dinner plate.
Are we talking about the flat moon or the flat Earth?
Are we still like on the Earth Piano turtle world fantasy trope thing?
Look, man, we're not a disc
It's like
floating around in outer space.
so.
In fact, there's no such thing as outer space.
Excuse me, what?
You don't have any evidence for outer space. All you've ever been shown is cartoons, and then you believe those cartoons.
Cartoons. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
cartoons.
Okay. Who animated these cartoons?
Who animated them?
Like what studio?
Whoever the
Like
animators
Mappa
are.
or some shit?
Whoever the animators
Fucking
are.
Disney, Mr.
You
Disney.
ever watch a movie
Did you
about
roast
outer
back
space?
from the
You ever watch a movie about intergalactic
movie?
travel? Yeah. That's all
Dude,
you're
have
watching
you
is
seen
movies.
Constellations? Like what are those fucking LEDs or some shit?
What about constellations? Have
Like
you ever been to another constellation?
big LEDs. No,
Have
you
you
can
ever been
see
to
them from
another
Earth, dude.
constellation? Have you ever been to
You
another
can see them
constellation?
with your eyes.
I
It's
know I
like
can see
fucking
them.
kindergarten.
That doesn't mean you can go there.
Jesus Christ.
That doesn't mean you can
Echo,
go
are you
there.
amused?
Huh?
Yeah, and this.
Are you amused, my friend?
You're making a lot of claims you can't back up there, partner.
I mean, you
I
are
mean, why?
also making a claim, right?
Yeah, I'm
At the
making a
same
claim that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, and now show us proof.
I'm
Give us a
making a claim
picture.
that the Earth is flat because when I shoot a
Never in
straight
my life.
edge, oh, you don't want to listen.
I've been so close with my 12
You
gauge
don't want to
shotgun.
listen. You
Tell me
don't
when
want to
you're ready
listen now.
for me.
Are you completely ignorant?
You can say that. I'm ignorant
Yeah,
in a lot of things.
I figured you're very ignorant.
Yeah.
You're
So proceed.
probably
Like,
even
what else?
a bigot. I bet you're a bigot.
Like a bigot in what sense?
In the very definition of bigot. Maybe you should look up the definition of bigot.
Mm-hmm. Like, would you look it up for me? I'm quite like also unknowledgeable on how to look up things on Google.
Yeah, just Google the definition of bigot.
Yeah, would you do that? Like, would you kindly do that for me though?
Oh yeah, here. As a matter of fact.
We're getting common ground, Echo.
Here. Yeah, I know, right? Here, hold on.
Yeah, we're getting common ground. Yeah.
Or we can say fluid is triangle. It's a triangle. I mean, yeah, it makes sense.
Triangle. Fucking pyramids.
Yeah, this is how the Egyptian got the inspiration from. This is
Oh, there
this
you go.
evidence.
Guys, let me just
Fucking
correct
Pharaoh
you
had a
because
dream one day.
both
Are you ready for me?
both
are you afraid?
sun and earth is moving.
Sun and Earth.
Are you ready for my evidence?
Give a second. Give me a second.
Right,
Give
go
me
on.
a second. Hold on.
I like evidence. Let's hear it.
There you go. Definition of bigot: a prejudiced person who is intolerant of any opinions differing from their own. That's what a bigot is.
Right.
You're
Okay,
intolerant, aren't you?
A synonym for this
I'm
group.
lactose intolerant.
Yeah, I know. I'll tell you what, you're not going to be much fun to talk to anymore, so I'm going to go ahead and put you on server mute. Who had the evidence for the globe?
Me.
Serious.
Me. Me.
Oh, I know you ain't
I'm
got
here.
no evidence. Your
Oh, I
girlfriend
bring
left you.
evidence.
That's
I did
your
my
evidence.
homework. I did my homework. I bring images.
Is your homework? Are you sober now?
Oh yeah, I am. Yes. I'm gonna share my image. Get ready on the chat.
All right.
Ready.
Let's see your cartoon, your comic.
Don't fall from your chair. Just hold on. Wait. Let me try to find it. Here's screenshots. Where is it?
You know, they say when the student is ready, the teacher will appear.
It's beautiful.
here it is. Here it is. Okay, so you see this image that I'm going to share here. Take a look at it. It's a diagram, okay? It's a diagram.
We already went over diagrams, man. Diagrams aren't real.
You see that? You see that?
I see it, yeah.
Are you serious, bro?
So when you're on the ground level, your vision, the angle of vision, is shallow. Okay? Therefore, you see the ocean like that, like on the left image, right? But when you're higher up, you see the angle increases, and then you see the ocean appears to be larger in your vision, right? So this happens when you go up an elevation, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So now I share another image with you. You see, on a flat Earth, like above, the flat Earth is above. Wherever you stand, the ocean would look the same, right? But you see underneath, that's how the Earth actually is. It's got ups and downs, valleys and mountains. It is undulated. It's not flat.
Are you talking
Live
about
in an
like under the ocean? You talking about under the ocean?
everywhere. So
Right. And then when you look at the surface of water, the surface of water is the benchmark for level all over the earth.
on this image, on this first image I shared, you can see that the ocean appears taller. The ocean appears taller. That means you're in an elevation. It means the Earth is not flat.
Oh, you got me. There's hills and mountains and valleys and canyons, guys. The earth is not flat. Shut it down.
It's on a bigger scale, though, if you ask me. We're like but ants living on a anthill of a globe. You know?
Okay, prove it's a globe.
I don't know how you're gonna refute that.
Yeah, totally.
I think I won.
We won. At heart, we won. Yes. Isn't that right, Echo? What are you typing?
Is there anybody that can take over? I have to finish this job. I mean, hell, I would probably even trust Matthew Learns to defeat these two idiots.
You can call us whatever you want, but like,
I'll take over.
the point still stands.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that I have proof that the Earth is a globe, but I would say that the fact that a spherical Earth is the best explanation for the evidence and the observations means that it's most likely to be true. So that's good evidence.
It's a very polite way to say, yeah. You are very polite, sir. I respect that.
Oh, thanks.
Hey, Timbo, are you available to have this conversation?
I've got a lot of
Yeah, man.
background noise. Sorry.
I just jumped in.
Magnanius or whatever his name is thinks the Earth is a globe because there's mountains and valleys.
Bro,
He
sorry,
says
my
it can't be flat because of topography, basically.
Angles, my dude. Angles.
sorry, can you repeat that? My headphones just switched.
Angles.
Because
Curvature.
mountains and valleys, the Earth is curving, so therefore the Earth can't be flat.
Oh, okay. So because of mountains and valleys, the Earth is a sphere?
Is anyone here Orthodox?
Sorry?
Question.
I said,
Orthodox?
is anyone? Yeah, like.
Can you
like this.
elaborate on that?
Religion, I think.
Sorry, I don't know
Yeah,
what
yeah.
don't know what just happened then, but
Bro, do you know what is
Who said
like
the Earth
religion
was a globe
Orthodox?
again? Can you be quiet, man? Isumu, you said something about angles.
yeah.
Yeah, curvature. And that I second magnanimous statement. I'm very,
But so didn't you say because mountains and valleys, therefore the
No,
Earth's a
I didn't
sphere?
say nothing about that. I say
Okay,
angles.
I was
Just
mistaken
angles.
then. I'm just going off what I was told about the conversation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sure.
All right, can you explain yourself then?
I can share another image here with you.
Yeah, what's the claim though? Sorry, what's
up there you have
claim?
the flat Earth model, which is false. Earth is not flat.
We don't. Sorry, we don't have a
And
flat
underneath
Earth model.
we have the truth, which is
Sorry,
undulated
who am I?
Earth,
Wait, who am I
the
talking
actual
to?
true shape.
You or the other guy?
Not me either. Him.
Oh, so magnanimous. I'd say
Yeah.
other guy. Can you put your mic? Can you put yourself on mute then, please? Yeah,
Sure.
you haven't done it yet. I'm going to speak to one person and that's it. Otherwise, the conversation doesn't go anywhere. Thank you. All right, magnanimous. What are you saying? Go ahead.
Well, I'm saying that you see on top there's the flat Earth model, which is false.
There isn't. Yeah, I agree with you.
And then underneath we have the undulated Earth, which is the actual truth. The Earth is undulated and uneven.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Buildings, trees, mountains, and valleys. Yes.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Can hear you. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I don't believe that anyone would have claimed a flat Earth model in here. So what you're doing is presenting a straw man.
What do you mean? What? Sorry. I'm presenting
No
a straw
one
man.
in
I'm not.
here
I'm
would have
presenting
presented
evidence.
a flat Earth model as evidence. So you're putting up a flat Earth model as evidence when that's not even claimed in here. No one claims a model in here.
Well, if you're saying it's the truth, that's even worse.
What are you talking about?
Because it's not.
Can you stop being so cryptic and just say something outright?
Yes, I can. Just, I'm creating another image here. Wait for it.
You're creating another straw man, or?
No, it's not a
So
straw man. No.
I agree with you. I agree with you that whatever you presented as the flat Earth model is incorrect. I agree with you.
Okay.
But I'm not agree with you.
And What else? Going.
And then you presented an elevation profile, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Brother, what are you talking
Right.
about here?
We're on the same page then.
Yeah. So Earth's not a sphere, right?
You're an undulated earther, like me.
No, so the flat represents the horizontal reference plane. So you wouldn't have that.
I have more evidence here. I can share it with you.
No, you wouldn't
For
have
example,
that elevation profile without a horizontal reference plane. So the reference plane is the flat Earth.
I disagree.
Right?
I disagree. Like for
Oh,
example,
you disagree.
what? Yeah,
So what are
because
you going to measure?
if the Earth is flat,
what are you going to measure the undulations from? What are you going to measure the hills and the valleys from?
Okay, I'm going to answer this.
You don't have
look.
a horizontal reference plane.
Okay, I'm going to answer this. So if the Earth is flat, you wouldn't have sunsets. But since the Earth is like this, I'm showing an image.
Why are you moving?
Why are you
moving off to that? Sorry, why are you moving
I'm showing
off
you
to
this
that?
image here of the sunset. The sun goes over the horizon and then.
Okay, that's fine. We can talk about that later, right?
And it's gone
But
there,
at the
beyond
moment,
the horizon.
we're talking about something else, and we're going to run it to its conclusion. Not just going to
You
run
would only
off.
see the sun. In a flat Earth, the sun would never set. It's impossible.
So, are we going to talk about the elevation profile or the Earth curving?
Hey, brother, what are you talking about? Can
If you listen, you'll find out what we're talking about, right?
Yes.
Wait, what did he say? Say that again for my girlfriend's benefit. I just every now and again, because you guys realize y'all aren't normal, right? Like y'all, like there's playing this game with us in here, like let me just troll and everything. Like y'all know the things that y'all say are crazy as fuck. It makes anyone who is a globe Earth believer really suspicious.
Yeah, exactly.
But say what you just said. Say what you just said again. What, like if the Earth were flat, the sun couldn't set? Like,
yeah, exactly, because you would always see it.
Why?
In that image
Tell
that I just shared
tell her why. Why?
Because look at this image that I share here. It
No,
goes
tell
over the
her
horizon
why.
and it
If forget the image. Tell her, because in the image, I guess apparently to you, is not a picture of the Earth that's flat with the sun that's setting. So how are you going to explain without the picture that the sun can't set on a flat Earth? Since you're saying that's what the picture is not.
Because
how do you validate that?
On a flat Earth, the
Mm-hmm.
sun couldn't go underneath the horizon.
Mm-hmm. Okay, but how do you know the sun's going underneath anything? How do you know that?
Because when you look at the sun setting, you see it goes beyond the horizon and it sets.
And just to be clear, this is the best response somebody with a university tag would give you. Like, it doesn't get much better. It doesn't get any better than this. It doesn't get more meticulous. Like, this is it. Is that convincing to you?
I can come up with slightly more convincing.
Hold on. Do you think now that because I probably haven't asked you this before, do you think you could see 50 miles horizontally through the air?
Yes, you can. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Why are you making that? Why don't you think that intuitively? Because you probably never thought of it. Anything through the air.
I live in a place where
straight
like
across. Do you
there's
think you can see
mountains
50
that are
miles
further
straight
away
across?
than 50 miles, and I can see
So
them.
he said yes. He said yes, not no.
Don't sound possible. Right, because you know why? Because people fucking know it rains in the next town over. There's there's weather everywhere. You can't see forever. Like, so Second of all, as far as the sun setting, are you just like the flat earthers that declare because they see? I see, and so I declare.
No, no, no,
Because
no, no, no.
that's what they claim flat earthers do. But like they say that flat earthers say it looks flat, therefore it is flat. They say that that's our, like, for whatever reason that's our only claim to fame. So you see the sun, it's doing what everything is doing that moves. Something moves and its angular relationship to you changes. That's what the sun does too. So it appears like it's getting lower, like all things that are moving away from you. And you've determined that that's because it's going underneath the ground. But planes, when they're going away, they're not going underneath the ground. And other things that are going away from you aren't going underneath the ground. But when you look at the sun, you have this assumption that the sun is going underneath the ground from your perspective. But you can't validate that. That's what I'm asking for. I don't care that you believe that. I already know you believe it. But how do you
They say
validate
it's
that?
underneath the ground. What's the flat earthers say that it goes underneath. I'm not saying that.
No, you are saying that.
No, I say it stays above the ground, but it goes
Okay,
under the horizon.
wait, let me get this straight. When Nathan Oakley says that all of these words like height, up, down, these are all flat earth prerequisites, right? So now I'm saying that you believe the sun goes underneath the ground from your perspective, and you're telling me no.
No,
Could
from
it
your
be
perspective,
that
it
it
doesn't.
doesn't make sense? So could it be that it doesn't make sense that you're telling me right now that down doesn't make sense? Because even though you can have a tangent to a tangent point from your perspective, you're seeing something go below the ground, the curved earth, because the earth is turning. You're
Oh,
saying no.
You're mixing things.
No, I'm not mixing anything. I'm saying that what I just described, there's no space for the words up and down in there. Exactly. The world that you live in your mind, you don't even have the word down.
It's okay. It's difficult to
So what
understand. I understand. I understand it's difficult, but
is that difficult to
once you do,
understand?
once you do, you will understand.
Oh, okay. No, I was asking the person who's listening to your responses if that was difficult to understand. Like it's quite well. Like when I was explaining to her North, or we were having a conversation. I was like, "Which way is north?" And she pointed up, and I was like, "Why would you do that?" This is the same brain that you have, and most people have.
I have an explanation as well for
You just
why
don't
the sun
understand, Elijah.
doesn't fall to Earth. I have an explanation for that as well.
But nobody's asking for explanations. How do you validate your religious belief?
You can see by this picture that I just shared in the chat. Everyone, check out this picture. You see the sky there, and you see the sun doesn't fall to the Earth because it floats on the sky. It's lighter than the sky, and then it goes down because the curvature makes the sky curve down, and the sun goes down.
Yeah, but how do you validate that?
Above.
How do you validate
If not, the sun
the
would
begging the
fall.
question?
If not, the sun would fall into the ground.
But how do you validate the begging the question of you living on a sphere and it turning and you seeing the experience you're seeing with the sun? How do you validate that any of that's happening when there's no measurable curvature anywhere?
You're not understanding. I'm not a glober.
No, why the fuck are you saying things that I can't because every time I respond to something you said, you're saying I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm responding to what you said.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so back to what I was saying. How do you know? And you're begging I'm sorry. Back to what I was saying. That wasn't your turn to just repeat what you were saying, right?
I'm an undulated earther. I think you're
But does that make
confusing.
sense?
You're mixing things.
But does that make sense that I would say back to what I was saying and then you would start talking?
No, because I'm correcting you because I'm not a round earther. I'm an undulated earther.
I'm sorry. Excuse me. Did I tell him he was an anything earther? Did you hear me tell him who he was? Oh, I know you didn't. Because I didn't say so. So
Oh,
why
you
are
said
you
if you
responding in
think the
that way?
Earth is round. You said if you think the Earth is round, and I don't think that.
Yeah, it's a conditional statement since you're describing to me what a sunset is. What do you mean? So if you're gonna beg the question, you're explaining to me what the sun is doing. So I'm saying if you're going to beg the question of the Earth being a sphere, then I'm gonna stop you right there
I'm
and
not
say,
begging
well,
the
where's
question.
the measurable curvature?
I'm not a beggar. I don't beg the question.
You see what he's doing? This is a grown ass. You know he's probably like 60 years old or plus. He's a grown ass man, babe. He's not being an ass. I don't know if it's. She said you're being an asshole. I don't know what it
Yeah,
is, but
he
that's how
is. I agree with
all
her.
these people.
Yeah.
I'm not an
He
asshole. I'm
was.
providing proof.
No, you're just avoiding questions and not answering anything.
Just don't
Anyway, I
understand
got other
what
shit to
he
do, but
means, really.
that was pretty fun.
He's not expressing it
No
correctly.
worries.
Can someone
See you, Elijah.
translate? I think it's his second language.
Yeah. See, he is being an
Well,
asshole.
let me answer something Elijah asked a while ago. Why we Globers think that the sunset is relevant, and why it seems like on a flat Earth you should see the sun. And the answer is because if the Earth were flat, then at midnight you go outside and look, and there would be nothing between your eyeball and the sun except for thin air, and so it seems like you should be able to see it at midnight.
So is that your claim? Are
That's
you
why.
willing to stand on that and validate it?
Yes, because if there's
Okay, how
if
do
the
you
Earth is
validate that? No, if the Earth is a conditional statement, I want you to stop. Babe, this is the math professor I be talking about. Okay, so because I want her to put her listening ears on, and since you're more reasonable, I will slip up less. Right. So go on.
yes, if the Earth is flat, then
You
at
did hear me
midnight.
tell him not to start with a conditional statement, right? Because that's not a proof.
I'm not trying to prove anything. I'm saying that on a
So
flat
what are you
Earth,
trying to do then? Because I asked you to valid. So when I say, can you validate what you said, and you say yes, but then now you're telling me you're not trying to prove anything. How are you validating it then, or are you not validating it?
oh, I'm explaining what would happen if the Earth is flat.
So you're not validating it then.
I'm validating the
Because
consequences.
there's a difference between an explanation and validating an explanation.
Right, I'm explaining
my
the
brother,
geometry of a flat Earth.
there's a thing called like thought.
Sorry,
Like
can
you think.
you
Like
just stop, dude?
imagine.
He's having a conversation with.
If you have yeah, but I'm helping the dude. Like if you have
Matthew
He
doesn't
doesn't
need
need
your
your
help.
help.
you're gonna if you have a plate to eat food. So the
Matthew
plate
doesn't need your help.
I'm just going to shut him up for a minute. Unless, yeah.
Well, I could put it in form of a question, Eli.
A question is not going to help you validate your premise.
I'm not
I
trying
thought
to
he was
validate
supposed
my
to
premise.
be
Well,
explaining what.
if you're not trying to
what a sphere
validate
was.
it, and when I ask you how do you validate it, I don't want to hear you give me something else that's not a validation. Just say no, I can't validate it.
Yeah, I'm not validating my premise. I'm validating the contradiction in flat Earth.
There's no contradiction in a measurement. I didn't give you anything, but if I were to give you something, I would just cite a measurement. There's no invalidating a measurement. So what are we talking about? I don't know what other flat earthers you
Yeah,
talk to, but
I'm just asking at midnight what's between your eyes and the sun.
so you're going in a roundabout way trying to validate your point by giving an invalid if statement. That's the point.
It's just a
Unless
simple
you're gonna
question.
it's not a simple question. The question is because you can't validate what you're saying. So now you're asking me what you're asking me. What does you
I don't
asking
know.
me a question have to do with valid? You're
I'm trying
already
to
not.
bring up a simple
You
question.
said you're not trying to validate anything. So I'm just because it's like you're trying to carry a conversation that can't be carried because I'm
Bingo, I'm trying
asking
to
for
carry a
one thing
conversation.
and you're doing. I'm asking for one thing and you're doing another. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, maybe I could explain it this way. You asked why we Globers think that the sunset is relevant, and I was trying to explain why.
No, I didn't ask that. Did you hear me ask why the sun? No, she didn't hear me. I didn't ask that. Never said that.
I don't
And I'm
remember
not
your
being
exact words.
funny with my words. No, I never said that. He said on a flat earth, and I said, "How do you figure?" And then he said, "Look at this picture." I said, "Well, because you were assuming that that picture is not of a flat earth, how will you be validating your point about flat earth without the picture?" Isn't that more close to what I said? Okay, I
That
thought so.
sounds closer, yes.
Oh, I thought so.
I don't know how to bring up the topic of the sun at midnight without triggering one of your rants, so I don't know if I can.
Well, it's not a
There is
rant
no
and it's
sun
not
at
a
midnight.
trigger. It's called a non sequitur or red herring at best. You want me to talk about what you want to talk about, but I was talking with the other gentleman about validating what he wanted to talk about. You doing what you're doing is not helping him do that, and you're not doing it either. You're not triggering me. You can say whatever you want about the midnight and all of this and all of that. It's not going to be in response to me, because in order to respond to me, it would be to validate what the other man said.
Fair enough. I
You
guess
can
it was just for,
respond. You can say whatever you want. I'm not stopping you.
got it. Yeah, I won't try to connect it back to what he was saying then.
Well, if you could, I would. Go ahead and connect it, i.e., validate it, or AKA validate it. That's
Well,
how
rather,
that's how you actually do that. You just validate it. That's how you respond to me. You can't respond to me with a red herring. You don't understand that?
I don't.
Grown ass professor, babe. That's who this is.
Hey, Matthew, I always thought you said you can't validate any of this stuff. It's just your best guess.
Yeah, so we're with when you're talking about explanations, these aren't proofs or validations. But I was talking about the geometry.
That's concerning, seeing as that you guys tell the whole world that we know the Earth is a sphere.
Right, we do. We know it without proof.
We know it without proof.
Right, based on strong evidence.
Based on strong evidence.
Same thing as we know that water is H2O. We can't prove that water is H2O, but we know it.
That's fucking irrelevant.
It's an example of something else we know without proving.
Yeah, but that's irrelevant. Just because you can say that doesn't back up your claim. You said that you have
my
lots
claim
of
that you
evidence,
can know things
but
without
no
proving.
proof. You said you had no proof.
Right.
Yes, you
So
can't
no
know.
proof. There's strong evidence.
Yep, strong evidence.
So that would be an inference.
Yeah, inference to the best explanation. That's what science does.
Okay. But also, whilst you're forgetting things along the way, like your explanation of how you think a sun would set on a flat Earth.
But wait a minute. But the curvature of the Earth is a physical thing, right? So you don't need to do science to measure a physical thing. You can just measure it and tell us it's curving and show us it's curving in these spots where it's supposed to be curving, i.e. over water, right?
Well, yeah, that's where I admit that we can't directly measure a curvature.
You can't.
Right.
We can say the sun goes behind it, can't we, Matthew? Because that's the best explanation, isn't it?
Yeah, the sun disappears now. Let's figure out a good explanation for why it disappears.
Okay.
Okay, the Earth.
But your one would be the curvature of the Earth that you can't measure, and you would say it's going behind the horizon, which would have to be physical and geometric, but that's never there. It's like we've been having this conversation for 6-7 years.
Yeah, the sun keeps setting every night.
It's fucking ridiculous, dude.
Well, the reason I don't think that the Earth is flat is because I think that if the Earth were flat, that would mean the sun. There's nothing between your eyes and the sun at midnight. That seems unreasonable.
It seems unreasonable, but you understand the Rayleigh criterion. When two things get so close together, they merge, like car headlights down the end of a road. Because of the Rayleigh criterion and the angle, those two headlights look like one. I wondered if you'd consider this as the angle between the sun and the surface of the earth decreases at sunset. I wondered if you considered this. Probably fucking not. But he's going to say
I
yes.
didn't. No, I didn't, because the angular size of the sun doesn't change throughout the day.
Not talking about the angular
Hold
size of the
that's a
sun.
hold on.
We're
Wait,
talking about
that's a
the
red
angular
herring, isn't it?
relationship between the sun and the surface of the earth. This is the
Could you
thing that I'm
acknowledge
pointing
that
out
that
to
was
you.
a
And
red
you,
herring?
what are you going to talk
I
through me?
do not
Right,
acknowledge
Matthew?
that's the red herring.
The
It's
fuck?
directly relevant. All right, you guys are unreasonable. Goodbye.
No, I wasn't trying to interrupt. I'm because that was straight up a red herring. It's like, and he's too smart to. That was a red herring. No, he's not talking. You knew he wasn't talking about the angular size of an object. He's talking about your ability to discern the angle between two objects. Like,
And that's why I spent like 10 to 15 seconds talking about two car headlights looking like one.
he knows that, and why would he leave? Like, it's not like we
Yeah.
were cursing him out. Why would he dip now? Is it because you knew people were listening? You don't even know my girlfriend. Why are you embarrassed?
That's crazy.
How could he just
Does
dip like that?
does your girlfriend believe? Well, does she listen to the arguments and like has she worked out what it is yet, or?
Well, she's thoroughly heard every she's heard conversations. Oh, she's overheard conversations that I've had and stuff like that. And she's also interested in reading Nathan's new book that's out now, by the way. I wouldn't say she's never categorized herself as anything, and to be fair, neither would I.
Yeah.
But you
If
know,
she likes reading, maybe those older books, those Samuel Rowbotham books, are good as well.
mhm. But sorry, Jedi. I didn't mean to step on your toes there. I just wanted to say that's a red herring. Not my bad. Because he knows that. Like, come on, he knows that. Why? And the thing that triggered me about that is that what Jedi said is the appropriate response, and the response that Matthew gave is the inevitable response that comes from every Glober. Instead of just acknowledging, "Oh, okay, yeah, you're right about that." Like, I've never heard them go, "Yeah, you're right about that."
Yeah. Occasionally you get it. All right. Shall we unmute? Oh no, he's gone anyway. Yeah, I don't think he was worth talking to anyway, that other guy. Who's up? Right, we've got 20 cups in the chat. Adnan, welcome. Bombi Dagroot. D-Town. Elijah. Alaskan Malamute, all the way from the UK. Effie Batman, the silent one. From Australia. Femto, welcome. I don't know you. We've got Judge. Elgoth, who's changed his name. Ganja Rambo, welcome back. Amudi. famous Jedi. Got Joaquin Hopsing.
Yeah, right there, mate.
Yeah, I know. If I said that wrong, then open your mic and correct me. Got mi plata, mi vida. That would be my money, my life. Anyone who speaks Spanish. Or who doesn't speak Spanish. Morvis, welcome. Mystic Spellbook.
It's not Joaquin. You said it right.
Joaquin.
Yes.
We've got Nabutu Cartalis. I have to change my accent to say these names. Neil. Welcome, Neil. Galadob. Maybe it's snowflakey. Maybe I don't look at people's names enough, but I know the PFPs, but Truth by Proxy, welcome. Last but not least, Yaga Bruno. All right, does anyone believe that the Earth is a globe? And can you explain, or not explain, can you prove or tell us why, what the convincing argument was that they told you or someone told you why you live on a globe? Feel free to open your mic anytime you want, and we'll get a discussion going. Thank you.
Yes. I remember my dad told me the Earth is just bigger than they tell us. When I was like 4 years old, I was climbing a tree with binoculars saying, dude, I see way too far. And Dad's like, no. Maybe the Earth is just bigger than they tell us and they're hiding land.
But it's still a globe, right?
No, it's not a globe. I'm past that.
Globe. Sometimes they say that, right? It's just a. But with that comes problems.
Like the
Distance to the
falsified
sun.
reviews.
Gravity doesn't work anymore because it's all a scale, right?
Hmm.
The orbits of the planets. Everything has to be based off the Earth. Radius of 3,959 miles. Otherwise, the heliocentric model doesn't work.
There's lots of things that just don't work on the globe. There's some things that work on the globe and work on the flat Earth, so they're both the same. But
Yeah,
there's
like
lots of
east to west
just don't
circumnavigation.
work on a flat Earth.
For example.
Sure.
No, I was saying, have you got an example?
Oh, well, like how the moon is not as bright when they landed on it, and how it's cold, putrid, and septic, and the sun's warm, purifying, and preserving, so it's not a rock reflecting sunlight because the moonlight's colder than the shade at night.
Oh, that's nothing. I gave the best possible answer for that in the side chat earlier.
I think the best one is east and west, right?
No. So the best possible one is, okay, so perpetual motion does not exist in science.
Best
But
possible
somehow,
what?
in a vacuum, we have a perpetually spinning Earth.
Well, that's just the.
Yeah, but there are
completely
explanations. They do give you
about.
explanations for that.
There's no explanation because perpetual motion does not exist.
That's right.
But falling around the sun, right?
It's just
Doesn't
like
matter.
since your
To
first
stop
built up
eventually.
with point
But
pressure, it's
from
like
what science says, the Earth's not going to stop spinning until it gets destroyed. So it is literally perpetually spinning.
Yeah, there's no friction, right? That's
it's
Oh,
like
there's
kinetic
friction.
energy, and then you
once in
spin the
motion,
energy.
always in motion.
There's a finite amount.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying, right? Here's the irony behind what they're saying, right? They're saying it's going to stop. It won't ever stop spinning. Okay, within the lifetime of the Earth. One. Number two, they're saying that such and such causes the Earth to slowly slow down over a decade or whatever. The moon or whatever. This is besides the point. It's saying this,
They do
and
claim that it's the
in
moon's
the
getting
in the
closer
1960s,
or further away.
the average speed of the Earth was 1,000 miles per hour, right? The average speed of the Earth now is 1,040 miles per hour. That's 40 more miles per hour, and
The claim
this is
was
not possible. Now it's speeding up somehow. Like
they said it was more.
like nonsense.
They made it more accurate. They say. They
Yeah,
say now we're more accurate because we have the actual
more accurate.
measurement of the Earth. So
The accuracy is that it hasn't changed, and it's been multiple decades. So it doesn't add up. It perpetually spinning and doesn't slow down. Makes sense.
That makes sense. That's why we don't know anything about it.
Even if they said once every century, that's 100 years. It's within 100 years, it still remained the same speed, apparently. So, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. It's all a bunch of hogwash, bro. It's made up.
well, the speed is just based on the size of the Earth, right? So it makes one rotation in, I think it's 23 hours and 57 minutes or something like that, right?
Yeah,
It's not actually
but
in
yeah,
24 hours. So the size of the
motion
Earth
does
is.
not exist. So
Yeah, I'm just telling you why they say that.
There you go. It doesn't exist. The globe does
It
not
has to be
exist.
faster. They tell you that it spins faster than once a day, because that's how they explain daytime switching to nighttime every 6 months. Because otherwise, if it's spun exactly 24.
I was saying,
ahead.
how many rotations are they claiming the Earth makes within a day?
23 hours.
Yeah, one rotation per day. But the day
So there's only
isn't
one.
exactly 24 hours.
Yeah.
So one rotation every day.
Yeah. So think about it this way: how many degrees in a circle? Do you know how many degrees per circle?
So what?
Yeah, dude, hold on.
What I want to point out here is this:
how many degrees in a circle?
360.
Okay. How many times does the Earth move through a year to get around back to where it was?
I don't know, man.
365 days in a year.
Okay.
Okay. So they're telling you that the rotation around the sun is slightly faster than 1 degree. Check or hold.
Yeah, no, that doesn't check out, bro.
No, I mean, are you tracking, or are you a Scud, like you're untracked guided missile, or are you tracking like a Patriot?
I don't see what you're trying to say here, bro.
Okay, never
Just
mind.
listen then.
Yeah. I surrender.
Yeah.
I think maybe it's just me. I mean, there's some sort of communication barrier, but I thought it was like it's clear as day.
Speaking in I don't know, like parables or something, bro.
No, not parables at all.
No, that was clear. Do you want to try and listen again, Al Goth? Because these are the things that
Let's hear what he has to say.
These are the things that you kind of have to know to.
Yo, I'm gonna take a shot.
What I'm saying is this has nothing to do with the fact that it's perpetually spinning, and that's perpetual motion does not exist. So
Doesn't need to be.
it does. Perpetual motion needs to exist for the Earth to be perpetually spinning.
Is that what you think is happening? It's a perpetual motion machine?
That's what's happening. When have we ever noticed the Earth to actually slow down or any of this stuff?
No,
They've
this is where they
never
get it
they've
from, though.
never recorded it.
They're not. This is their reasoning for saying that.
But
Yeah,
here's
I
the
think,
problem.
dude, okay, dude, this is what the
They're
problem is. No,
saying
here,
also,
homie, this is the problem, okay? If you're repping flat Earth and you're talking this idiotic, you're proving their point that the education system failed you because
this is not idiotic.
taught you why the Earth is perceivably a perpetual motion machine. It's scale. It's time.
It's not.
Just from
That's
a human
the problem with
from
what
a
you're
human
saying. It is
perspective.
not
No,
a perpetual
the problem
motion
is
machine.
you didn't learn the heliocentric model well enough to evaluate it.
Yeah,
you are not. You're willfully
I'm just
ignorant.
gonna let you talk, man.
Yeah, you are.
They'll just say you don't understand, right?
Yeah, and he doesn't.
No, I fully understand that we
if
have
you
365 days.
if you
This has
don't
nothing to do
understand
with
the
the fact.
heliocentric model, and they tell you you don't understand it, that's a fact. That's a fact.
Yeah, I'm not gonna
And
agree
then you
with you
tell
because I frankly
you
I just
don't
don't.
understand it. No, dude, you don't understand the heliocentric model. It's obvious.
I mean, whatever you want to tell yourself, but the fact of the matter is, perpetual motion does not exist even on the Earth scale. It's not exist.
All right. So where I'll ask this question then. How do they explain how they get these the Earth spinning once a day and the Earth going around the sun 365 days a year?
This what you're saying. This is like totally side from what I'm saying because
No, it's not.
perpetual motion
This is how they get those.
the Earth spins such and such amount every day because they're also
This is how they
claiming
get
that
those
it slows
numbers.
down. Right? Perpetual motion is infinitely moving, right?
Okay, so how do they get this information?
Well, that's the irony of it. They're telling us it's not perpetually moving, even though it is.
Okay, so where do they get this information from? What's the explanation?
The
Why
explanation
they say the Earth
is
perpetually moving?
it's been more than a century, and the Earth hasn't slowed down. It's moved the exact same amount of speed, and therefore, even though they're saying it slows down every century, but it hasn't. Therefore, it's perpetually moving, and by that standard, it
Who
cannot
says
be
it
a
slows?
real thing.
Who says it slows down every 100 years?
Science does. It says that the moon slows it down.
Can you show me that?
Yes, I can gladly cite that for you.
And by what number?
Moon's slowing down, moon's getting further away, moon's getting closer, moon's speeding up. It's all bullshit.
Yeah, because you got to look at where the information comes from, right? It's all based on the sun. The movement of the Earth is based on the
Check
sun.
this out. Any Wikipedia it talked about the moon slowing the Earth down when it talks about tidal acceleration. But if you want to, go ahead and just think that it doesn't, it does.
Yeah, okay, by what number?
Let's see what it says. It says 1.7 to 2.3 milliseconds every century.
And how do you measure that?
That's the irony of it. You don't.
Yeah, so they're just giving you a number that's irrelevant, right?
So what it does say here, though, it does give us a measurement. It says
I think you should
that
say hello back.
it says the moon gains and drifts farther away by 1.5 inches per year.
How do they measure that?
So how do we measure that? Oh,
Yeah,
how do they measure that? I don't.
Yeah.
I'm all about flat Earth, right? So I would say, how do they measure it? I have no fucking clue. But they can somehow magically measure it with their magic extendo measurement device. Who knows?
Yeah,
And that's what I'm talking about. This is
Yeah.
what you should not talk about these things. You are willfully ignorant on what they're saying.
Well,
That's
what are they
embarrassing,
saying?
dude. That you said some sort of imaginal stick or whatever. Like, where does that come from?
There's no way they have to measure these things. It's all made up, man.
Yeah, so every 28 days, the moon does a cycle, right?
Yep, that's right.
Pay attention. Yeah. Shut up. Listen. Okay? This
So
is enough of this stupid shit.
So you can't know that the moon is going further away or anything like that because in a cycle, it's exactly the same every month. Exactly the same every month. This is where these things come from. And the rotation once a day comes from the sun back to the same place every day. Right? Then they say that means that the Earth is rotating once a day. Then they got the years. The sun, what they do is they make a mark on the horizon, and every 365 days, the sun rises in that exact same position every 365 days. So therefore, their inference that we have rotated around the sun, and now we're back in the same position that we were in 365 days ago. It's the only way that they infer these things.
Okay, then how did they got? Maybe you won't know this. And then they use atomic clocks, and it's atomic clock data, and compare it to centuries ago. That's where they get this millisecond crap, where it's like, well, if this clock was around back then compared to this one, then these two clocks would show a drift of whatever 8 milliseconds or whatever. I don't even know what the number is. So you should be able to at least repeat that back. That's how you know you're not totally confused.
Yeah. So when they're saying these things, they're only basing it off Earth-based observations.
You don't have to agree with it. That's the best part. But you have to know what they say first. So then you've got some framework to say why you agree or you disagree. If you just say, well, I disagree with that because the conclusion leads to a spinning ball-tard, then the globalists can get you. They got troops in the open, fire for effect.
Yeah, that's
You're a
not
flat
my
earther because
argument
you don't understand this stuff. And that would be
my
a fact.
argument isn't that. My argument is perpetual motion does not exist. Therefore, the Earth cannot be perpetually moving.
And it's not. They're not claiming it is.
It
say
is.
that the Earth, to say the Earth is a perpetual motion machine is ignorant. That is stignant. That's both stupid and ignorant. And I would say, do not call yourself a flat earther if you're going to make that
claim. Earth always spinning? Yes or no?
No. Stationary.
Oh, the Earth isn't always spinning by the globe standards.
Yeah, of course. Of course it is.
So it is. So that's perpetual motion, which cannot happen. And there you have it. Globe does not exist.
Prove that perpetual motion can't exist in a vacuum.
It can't because of friction, right?
Apparently, there's no friction though.
Doesn't matter. There's still friction between the gravitational pulls of the planets.
But that's what's keeping it in motion, the gravitational pull.
Yeah, but perpetual motion does not exist. So I don't know what to tell you there. Prove it.
Prove it doesn't
It's
exist in a
scientifically
vacuum.
proven. I can prove to you it doesn't exist at all. There's no such thing as perpetual
What about
motion
up
in
in
science.
space?
Isn't it a violation of some of the laws of thermodynamics, perpetual motion?
It is. That's correct. It is a violation of the laws of thermodynamics.
That's what I'm saying. This is why it's embarrassing. So you think internally, if you do an internal critique of the globe model, you think they're advocating for perpetual motion machine. And they're
They are.
accepting
Whenever
that.
you're,
Yeah, that's what I'm
whenever
saying,
you
dude.
talk about the Earth spinning, it is always spinning. There's at no point is the Earth ever going to stop spinning by globe standards.
I don't think they claim that though, do they?
Yeah, they don't.
They do.
So I'm saying, this guy, your education is willfully lacking.
You're
willfully
just
lacking.
interrupting me before I can finish my argument, right? And that's like
no. Your
intellectual
argument
dishonesty.
is your argument boils down to you do not know heliocentric.
No, you're making assumptions on what my argument boils down to because you keep interrupting me. But it's okay. What I'm saying is,
do they claim it's going to stop
they
spinning?
do. What they claim is that the Earth will not stop spinning within the lifetime of the Earth. That's exactly what they claim.
It will stop spinning.
No,
they
it won't.
Think yes,
it will not. The
Yeah.
exact claim is that it will not stop spinning within the lifetime of the Earth.
No, they say
that is
you
the
lose
exact word.
Every 100 years. It loses like a millisecond.
Doesn't matter. It won't stop spinning within the lifetime of the Earth. That is what they claim.
In their worldview, in the globalist worldview, the Earth will stop spinning. It will eventually run out of energy and stop.
Actually, no. They say the sun will destroy the Earth before it stops spinning. Exact words. So
yeah, but they claim it's slowing down, right?
But not perpetual motion.
They can claim whatever they want, but it's not, from their standards, it will not stop spinning even before it is destroyed.
Yeah, but you said yourself that the claim is that it's slowing down.
That's a claim, but it hasn't slowed down. That's the problem with the claim.
Yeah, so they're not claiming perpetual motion then?
I mean, they don't have to claim it to have it.
Well, then you'd be arguing against a straw man.
I'm not, because
they're right, and this guy doesn't understand the model, which is
never has
probably
slowed
more
down.
accurate.
We don't have any recording of the Earth slowing down. It's remained the same speed for centuries, and somehow
it is
slowing down.
A millisecond.
Yeah, it slowed. I have to Google it, but it's something like it slows down like a millisecond or whatever. I can't remember the number, but there's a number. They put a number there with a number of years. It slows down. Yes, the Earth is slowing down.
So that's
it's
the
not
claim,
perpetual.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So not
that's
perpetual
the claim,
motion.
but where's the proof for the claim?
No, but you're claiming that it's in perpetual motion.
Perpetual motion means it won't stop spinning.
Yeah, but they claim it's slowing down.
It doesn't matter because they also claim that the sun will destroy the Earth before it stops spinning.
Yeah, but that's irrelevant to the Earth slowing down.
Yeah, they say it slows down, but we haven't observed it slowing down, right?
Yeah, I know, but the claim is it's slowing down, right?
Yeah,
I
dude, there's
don't
a big
think
difference.
all scientists believe this, honestly.
But bro, check this out. There's a big difference between them saying that the Earth is slowing down, but it will just get eviscerated or whatever in a certain period of time before it, actually stops. Because by definition, if it's slowing down, eventually it'll stop, right? But then here comes in this lifesaver. Well, the sun blows up and destroys it before it actually stops.
Exactly
it's a
my
very
point.
different thing. Yeah, well, yeah, we get that,
You're missing
dude.
the point.
Yeah, but if it's slowing down by definition, it's not in perpetual motion. It's not remaining constant. So just because it blows up before the time, like according to them, just because it blows up before it would slow down theoretically,
I would agree with you if they also didn't say that it is not possible for it to stop actually spinning fully.
Well, I
Even
mean,
if
but
even if
they're
we
implying that.
that the Earth,
But they are implying
even if
they're implying that in the statement that it's slowing down, that over billions and billions of years it would stop. But it just so happens to
so
be that the sun will
I
blow
would
up first.
I would agree with that if I hadn't gotten counter research for this. So like
Okay, well,
they're saying
sure.
it's not going to stop spinning even if it had to slow down almost completely, it would still keep spinning. That's what they're saying.
Slowing
Hold on.
down,
In
so not
which
perpetual motion.
but which direction are you talking about? So there's the spin, and then there's the rotation around the sun, and then there's the rotation around the galaxy, and all this shit, right?
Actual spin of the globe.
Okay, just the rotation. Okay. So if it stops rotating, about its axis, it might still be moving in the other axis. Right? So it's still moving.
Yeah, that's perpetual motion.
Because no one says it's moving constant in these other axes. Across all the axes, it could be slowing down ever so slightly that we don't notice it, and that it just blows up or whatever gets destroyed by the time that it would stop had it kept going. It's internally consistent, dude. You're kind of just mixing the words up a bit.
Hey, look in the side chat. I posted 2 screenshots on a Google search. I can't read them because I'm driving, so if somebody wants to read them.
Oh, this
All
is
right,
saying the Earth
fine.
is
I'll
spinning
read it
faster
for you
than.
because I mean, I'll read
So
it for
it's
you
going from
if no one
spinning
else.
slower to now it's spinning faster. Makes sense.
Because usually when I say
They're literally contradicting their own views here. That's crazy. Thank you, Timbo. This is beautiful right here, Globe. Absolutely beautiful. So remember we just talked about how they said that it was slowing down? Well, now apparently it's speeding up. Huh. So how funny, huh?
It's all bullshit. Speeding up,
Exactly.
getting closer, moving away, getting faster.
Like
It's
I
all
said,
bullshit. Changes every
perpetual
week.
motion. Slowing down, it's speeding up. That's it's perpetual motion, bro. It can't just magically start speeding up.
But no, I don't think they're saying though that it would be magically speeding up or slowing down or whatever. There's certainly something in there about some energy source kind of adding to its acceleration and all that. Right. So here's the thing about perpetual motion. The thing about perpetual motion, dude, is just like, oh, you get something going, you stop applying energy to it, and it is self-sustaining. Right? They're not claiming that any of this sort of thing is happening. Right? They're claiming that there would be a claim somewhere in there. I'm sure I haven't read it yet. Right? But in that worldview, they acknowledge that it requires an energy input.
Okay, so let's just stop and think about this for a second. Whenever you're taught about how the Earth spins and stuff, right? What causes the Earth to spin?
They don't say that. They just say it's always been spinning. No one, it's never been.
No,
They
it's
never
always
said
been
why it
spinning.
went into
You know what
motion.
Bang
the
caused the
definition of
first
always is?
mover. So
It is
it's the big
perpetual.
explosion, the Big Bang, put everything into primary motion, and all other motions come out of that primary explosion.
So always spinning is literally the direct definition of perpetual motion. So if it's always been spinning, it has been perpetually spinning.
You're not getting it, dude. Right? The first mover, the initial cause of everything moving and getting into motion in the first place. Right? After which, okay, if it starts slowing down, but slowing down at such a minuscule rate that no one really is able to perceive it, that they can try and calculate it, all that stuff. Right? That's very different than perpetual
we'll
motion,
go out.
too. Go
Okay,
ahead, dude. Sorry.
so
going on,
the Big Bang Theory, it's just a theory. So you can't even say that, oh, this big explosion was what caused it. It's just a theory. That's all it is.
We're just talking about
Yeah.
what they say. The argument here, though, was seeming to be that you're arguing that what they're saying is internally
You should
inconsistent.
start putting like time limits on their punishments. Like,
Go ahead, dude.
y'all are so obvious.
Nah, dude, he's just a young kid.
So
Probably
even my as like told by my own science teacher, he would even say that this is basically perpetual motion that they're claiming. So, and he was a really good science teacher. So, I mean, I would point that out. Even my science teacher had said that it's literally just like they're claiming perpetual motion because it's always slowing down or it's speeding up, even though they're saying that they're telling you that it's, you know, that it's not, it is technically perpetual motion because it does not stop spinning.
Perpetual motion is not slowing down, or speeding up. Perpetual motion means something is maintaining its continuous motion. That's all perpetual motion.
Yeah, it
Just
is.
like
It
a
is
steam engine,
continuously
just
spinning.
like a locomotion. You're making this way more complicated when it has to be, man. If things are speeding down or slowing up, that means extra energy is being put into it due to the first law of motion.
Okay, name one time the Earth has ever not spun by science standards. It's always been spinning. That is
It's not
perpetual
spinning
motion.
right now. It's not spinning right now.
Yeah, what I'm saying is by like globe standards, right? The Earth has always been spinning, quote unquote. That's perpetual motion.
You're making a horrible argument for them, man.
I don't see how this isn't. I don't see how it's not debunking Earth. I don't see it.
Stop using the word perpetual.
So perpetual motion isn't just constant motion. It means it's indefinitely spinning, like infinitely.
And they claim that?
Of its own volition,
Well,
without any
yeah.
external.
At no point is it going to stop spinning. So yes, they claim that.
And this
in
is
its
where
lifetime. Sorry, I was just going to say.
this is why if a
in its life,
oh no, go ahead, you got it.
I'm sorry, Craig. I think there might be a bit of a lag.
Yeah,
They're saying it's not going to spin in its lifetime of which is ended by or limited by the sun exploding or whatever. But had the sun not exploded or whatever, and it was let off to slow down in perpetuity until it stops, it would stop, according to.
Okay, so yeah, I would agree with that if that's what they had said, that it would stop. But that's not what they say. They say even if the sun doesn't explode and all this stuff, they say the Earth would never stop spinning.
Well, in that case, it's a perpetual thing, but this is different.
That's what I'm pointing out.
Though. Hold on. We got to know. Okay, if one group of people are saying that it's slowing down, but another group of people are disregarding that statement, saying it's going to never slow down, well, then you just have two worldviews that collide, and that needs to be reconciled. But if the same person is saying it's going to slow down, okay, well, in this case, we would need a source to see that it's actually the same individuals contradicting themselves. That would be required in this case.
Does it have to be the same individuals, or could it be a different group of like scientists that are both equally, equal statuses?
It doesn't matter if they have same status. They can both have like PhDs or whatever, but just have two different worldviews or acknowledgments of what's happening based off of their research and opinions. I guess it's just a fucking opinion.
I'm sure.
But if one guy
one of us could easily look and grab.
Because if Joe Blow, PhD, is saying, "Oh, it's never going to stop moving," but then on the other through the other side of his mouth, he's saying it's slowing down. He's contradicting himself.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure if I look hard enough, or any of us looks hard enough, we could easily find something saying that it's slowing down versus someone saying it's not gonna stop moving.
Well, then go find it and present it, because right now you've just been stirring up pot for kind of like with nothing. It's kind of annoying.
All right, just give me a second.
All right.
Hey, oh man, I think something might help you, bro. There's something like this. I'm not saying you're on the wrong track. I'm saying you're coming at it too affirmative. I think you should come at it as a question to everybody because they know where these bloopers are coming from and they know a lot of this information already, and they can help you like crowdsource your thinking and crowdsource your questions. But coming at it too affirmative and being argumentative about it isn't as productive.
Wow, that was not hard to find. So Forbes.com says the Earth will never stop rotating, which completely goes against what they're saying.
Are you guys talking about flat Earth?
Let me screenshot this for you guys.
Yes, we're talking
I'll
about
send you
flat
the
Earth.
link.
Yeah, it's hard to believe there are still people out there who believe in this.
Well, it's not a belief, so you don't have to worry about that anymore. I know the Earth is flat. Belief is not required. No belief system is required here. Believing the Earth could be a globe, that's the problem.
There you go, guys. I just pulled up the information there. The Earth will never stop rotating.
All right. Well, can I just ask, what do you think we believe? Let's start there.
I have heard about these. There are people out there who do exist that who do believe that the Earth is flat.
What does that mean? That's what I'm asking before you meander onto other stuff. What does that mean?
I think it means that if you keep traveling in the same direction, you will reach the edge, or maybe
No,
it's a
that's not what it.
sphere.
That's not what it means in here. So,
Okay, can you please explain?
So it means the Earth, the surface of it is measured flat, which a globe could not measure to do. You can measure a globe flat, but we do measure the Earth's surface is flat. That's what it means.
Right.
That's all it means.
Okay, I have a question. We have like 24 people in this VC. I'm genuinely curious to know how many of you believe or think that the Earth is flat.
Well, do you think I think that the surface measures that way? Do you think I believe that, or do you think that's just true?
I think you think that it's a fact.
Okay, so you want to run through a couple of things first so we can establish whether or not it actually is being measured that way?
Sure.
Okay. In flight, planes ascend and descend away from the airport and to the airport. The distances that they could be working with is 200, 300 miles even. Let's say nautical miles, as a matter of fact, to be precise. Now, with this 200 nautical miles, they will be treating the ground as horizontal, as in a planar surface, as in flat. 200 miles of it, for the sake of this example, because they use trigonometry to figure out what their descent rate has to be and all of that.
Right.
That's one of, I mean, when flat, I'm sure you've heard this. flat earthers are always saying, well, if you look at the government uh documents, they'll tell you that the earth is a flat and stationary non-rotating plane, to which a glober would say no. They're just saying that that's how we do it. That's the simplified version for some sort of rigid, aircraft model or whatever. But the bottom line is, in there, they're telling you that the earth is measured and practically used as flat. Surveyors as well used and measured practically as flat.
Right.
As a matter
So
of fact, well, I don't want to go too far into it, but wait, but before you dismiss, we have to acknowledge what I've said. And in order to acknowledge what I've said, you have to say, hey, that's not true, or it is true. Because if it is true, then my initial point to you stands. Everyone thinks it's a globe, but the ground is measuring flat.
right. I believe regarding the um measurements you measure regarding like you take a flight and then you have to follow the trigonometry or whatever. I do not have any information on that. I haven't done my research on it, so I'm assuming you have, and I'm not denying. I'm not saying that it's negative. Yeah. That being said, I would like to ask you, like, what's your overall statement that the measurement of Earth that the scientists have done, that the whole world currently believes is incorrect?
What the fuck?
Yeah, they've never measured the surface to be anything other than flat. That's the point. And scientists don't do measurements; they do science, which is they will have a natural phenomena that's observed, and then the question, which is the hypothesis, would be what caused that phenomena. Then they do testing to determine whether or not their hypothesis was correct or not, which has absolutely nothing to do with measuring the ground.
Right. So, but you do believe that the overall structure of the Earth is a globe.
No, because the ground is measured flat. It can't be a globe because the ground is measured flat.
So, as per you, what is the
If it was
current
a
shape
globe,
of
the
the
ground,
Earth?
I don't know because the surface of it is flat. I thought it was a globe my whole life, but
Hmm.
seeing as that the aspect of the surface is flat, I have no idea what the shape is because flat's not a shape. I don't know where the edge is. I don't know what the sky is. I don't know exactly what people are lying about if they're lying. I just know that I can affirm for a fact and without a doubt that everyone treats the earth as if it is flat, even though the rhetoric is that it's a globe.
Right. I remember seeing a video that someone did an experiment on this. They attached a camera to like a hot air balloon, like a balloon that basically goes a few kilometers above the Earth's surface. And I believe that confirmed that it was done by an individual, not by a society or an organization.
Mhm.
So yeah, I'm
So
just adding it to the.
what exactly? So we begin, pointing out that, like how I just told you that everyone uses and treats the earth as flat. Well, as far as that high altitude test, the key words there, meaning altitude or height above the surface, is only meaningful if it's judged off of a flat reference.
The example I shared, the outcome of that was that a sphere could be seen, horizon could be seen, curvature could be seen through that video, through that balloon.
What happens if we
Well,
give you a video
let,
where there's
let me,
no curvature to
let
be
me,
seen? Sorry, Eli, I do apologise.
no, it's fine. I've interrupted you many times. Because I know that the tack that I'm taking is not going to work, so I have to address what he's seeing in his mind. Right, I get that. But here's the thing. If you were to do more in-depth research, like because what you believe in is purely mathematical anyway. So if you were to look into the math, you would realize that whatever they showed for that balloon flight, whatever the horizon looked like, it couldn't be a curving horizon in reality because even on a globe, you wouldn't see curvature on the horizon at that height. Second of all, I do have to point out that height is a prerequisite for a flat baseline.
Right.
So a flat Earth really, so it's a prerequisite. How do you know what I mean? Maybe y'all
Hmm.
don't. So again, the whatever you thought you saw, there's more information. For example, Neil deGrasse Tyson has stated it, but also Paul Larson, a planetarium director, has also stated that even at the height of the ISS, you would only be able to see 3% of the Earth. The horizon would appear flat. Doesn't even matter what the ISS is looking like. If you believe in the globe and the dimensions that they've told you, then you shouldn't be seeing any curvature anywhere on that horizon. Not from only 225 miles up, 225,000 miles. No, that's I'm confusing that with the moon. Not with 225 miles up. That's not high enough. Did you know that?
I don't think. I think 225 miles is plenty to see the
No, did
entire
no
Earth in a frame.
did you know that Paul Larson, the planetarium director, someone who has credentials, right, is saying the opposite of what you're saying you believe right now. I already know
Interesting.
that you think that there's curvature. And I'm saying, mathematically speaking, you shouldn't be seeing that if you believed in the globe, in the dimensions that they've laid out.
Yeah,
What about
that's
that are you not
that's news for
understanding?
me. Yeah, I got it. That's actually a big news for me. With that logic, every single image they have shared from the ISS, it's fake.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, because the Earth measures flat. So how could they be orbiting a globe if the surface of the Earth that we live on is measured flat? So based on what I told you before, you could have already concluded that whatever you thought the ISS was doing is a lie because the ground is measured flat. We can't forget that. If it wasn't, then I'd be able to take on board what you're saying. But whatever it is that you believe is happening, the problem that I'm presenting to you that you may not have known is actually no. Everyone treats the world as if it actually is flat, stationary, and not rotated.
What happened? Was that the end of it?
And ask anything else.
It's not that hard to understand, Elijah. We all use the earth practically every day as flat.
In school, I and it's not even vaguely remember. Because I was good in English, right? Um, I specifically remember that context clues matter, not coming to false conclusions mattered when writing papers and things like that. And it's like they give you tests and they test you in a way or quiz you in a way that they expect you to spot the contradiction in a story. Like they've taught me that. So when I read this, for example, from understandthemath.com, trigonometric functions allow pilots to determine distances, headings, and bearing angles between 2 points on a spherical surface. The first thing I go is, how's that? Because based on understanding these terms, isn't this a contradictory statement here? But other people read it and they go, see, look, it's a globe. Look, this is how it works. Y'all skip English? Just say that.
Yep, look everywhere except over here.
They use trigonometric functions to determine the distance along a curving surface. If the baseline is also curved, don't let that miss you. Because we could determine a distance on a hill. But with respect to a flat surface, you can't measure the distance on a hill with respect to the hill of the earth. That doesn't it doesn't work like that. If the crow flies wouldn't be a term, because the crow doesn't have to worry about hills and undulations. So when it's flying across the surface, the distance is just purely from over here to over there.
Yeah, planar. Direct line of sight.
But if the surface itself was a continuing surface, a continuously curving surface, the term as the crow flies would be meaningless. It wouldn't exist. Why do I have to keep telling you not to get up here? Getting up here. Stop getting up here. You don't belong up here. Stop getting up
You're hot
here.
mic, man. You're hot mic.
Sorry. Hats don't belong on the goddamn kitchen counter.
I feel that, bro. I always hate it when the animals get on the counter. I'm like, what do you think you're doing? That shit drives me nuts.
That's like, clean creatures and everything, but it's like I don't want them on the counter after they just finished burying their shit with their paws.
Are you meditating?
Yeah, can you hear me, bro?
Yo, yo, yo.
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, I just want to say did you hear me what I said earlier after the discussion?
Don't recall.
After the discussion you're having with the guys, I was saying like let me start with what I was gonna say now because it was kind of like a preface to what I said earlier anyway. Oh, I've already been through this, bro. I came into affirmative and thinking like this was what this was what was up, and I got in arguments with the guys about exactly. I mean, just exactly what you're going through, right? Exactly what you're going through like, today, and I've had to adjust myself to asking questions of things. Because my mind's thinking something. If you come from a preface of asking a question about something like that, like, hey guys, does this do this? They can tell you why it's a good argument or a bad one and why and what the globe is saying. They're a wealth of information, but if you come at it from a standpoint like you did, and I saw your apology in there, and I got you. So I know where your heart's at, bro. I just say if you come to ask questions, crowdfund the things, find out the information, these guys are a fountain of it, and they're just dying to give it to you. Well, if you start arguing with everybody, then it takes the conversation in a bad way with everybody. It just changes the energy, and from building, it's all fighting. And so, if you come from a point of asking questions and learning, they can point out flaws that you can't see because they've already seen it before. They've been doing this for like 10 years plus for a lot of these guys. So ask questions, bro. Don't be afraid to ask questions, but you gotta have the humility to learn, which I know you have. So that apology in chat says it right there, dude. You have it. But if you start from the premise of asking a question about something that you're thinking about, dude, you're gonna do great things. I already told you. This is the focus I was telling you about the other night, bro. You got this.
Yeah, I didn't mean to. I should have like pieced it together better, but I did give the citations there. They're literally saying like it's completely different like ideas here. One that it's never gonna stop spinning, and then the other idea is that it's slowing down. Like it's all nonsense.
Yeah, but you got to also formulate that within this room and the way this room operates. That's the factors they're trying to tell you as well. They can tell you that yes, you may be right, but at the same time, is that a good argument to make? Is that a good presentation to make as a proof? Is that a good argument to start? Does that work here in this room? Would they use it here? Are they going to allow you to use it here? Those are questions that you need to get answered. So ask the questions. Ask the questions. And even if you're right, and I think you're right, and it's illogical they're bouncing around, but it has to work in here, bro. And you have to. This is their room, and you have to acquiesce to the direction they're going and work as a team together.
big
You fight
question,
against the team, bro. They're not bad.
the big question, man, is like you're having us go to imagination land, and it's hard for us to imagine things when we've been kind of gaslit. Like, hey, you have to imagine, you have to imagine. Well, when are we going to get to like the real world demonstration, right? And so when you say like, oh, the Earth is slowing down and speeding up, so it's in perpetual motion, that's what they say, but how do we know?
Yeah, I'm what I'm trying to do here is like piece together that it's all it's all a joke, right?
It's all nonsense.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. It's because
Yeah,
it's all conflicting ideas, you know.
we know. Yeah, we know. They're just trying to tell you, like, yes, we know a lot of these things. And I mean, you may have pointed out one there that, I mean, I haven't heard that brought up in an argument before. But what they're trying to tell you is that even if that is that, it could be a weak argument that'll get picked apart in a debate or picked apart by a glober, or has an explanation that we can't refute, something like that. And yes, those explanations that refute the argument to something we can't refute are in imagination land, bro. You're right. But I'm just trying to tell you what I've already been through here, and to just, if you can, just take advice from a guy who's been exactly where you're at right now. Just come from asking questions, because your mind's in the right place, and you're right. It doesn't make any fucking sense. You're right, but that doesn't mean it's a good argument to make it here. That's what they're trying to say. You do have a nose for bullshit, though, and that's a good thing.
That's not the. I feel like this is like the worst argument I've had, though. Like, I feel like, 'cause I didn't really present it very well. But last time we were, I think it was D Town was here with me, and that one guy was trying to argue with me about gravity, and I'm like, you know, pointing out all the flaws in his in what he's trying to say, because I'm like, they don't really have any proof for this, right?
Yeah, it's true. 100%. But yeah, even dude, even like DJ will tell you that, like, back in the day, he was talking about back in the day and stuff, and like these days he will sit there and pretty much tell you that, like, he'll never make an argument that involves like Eric Dubay, just because they just draw two different pages, right? But at the same time, he'll admit that, like, when he first got here in his first couple years, he's like, "Oh, you'll see me here," and I was probably making a bunch of arguments using Eric Dubay videos, So they've done a lot of work on just finding out what works, what can be picked apart, and what falls apart, and what's weak and what's strong. And I'm learning that still actively myself. So you got this, bro. You can be a weapon. Just gotta fine tune your aim.
Yeah, what is it? Somebody called me a weapon yesterday. What was that? D Town, or I think that was D Town. Bro said I was a weapon
Yeah,
because of that argument.
yeah, yeah. You're a weapon, bro. You just gotta fine tune it. It's like Cyclops in the X-Men, dude. He's got this crazy superpower where he's got all this shit coming out of his eyes, and he's fucking uncontrolled and destroying everything he sees, and it's like a cataclysmic type of power. And then Professor X puts the fucking goggles
Dude,
on him, and not only is
Cyclops
it
is
a powerful
crazy, bro.
weapon, it's a powerful tool. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But then he gets the glasses, focuses it, hones it, finds somebody that's smart enough to say, "Hey, look at this. I focused this for you." And it's a crazy powerful weapon, an amazing tool instead of a cataclysmic destruction. You just got to focus, because if you go blowing up all over the place, then it just causes problems. You got to focus that power.
I think one of these days we should do like a movie night in here, but it'll all be like somehow related to like flat Earth, or like making fun of Globers or something.
Hey, Alan.
What's up?
You posted that picture from that Alps presentation that DJ put together.
No, that was from that was I credited to DJ.
That's what I said. The one that the Pickle Minds posted, DJ put together.
Yeah, I posted that in the side chat.
Yeah, no, but you say credit to DJ. So yeah, I saw his post on the server. I'm a member there too, of course. Bro, I gave that one to DJ. I showed it. Greenweaver Alex was. I saw it, and Greenweaver Alex was talking about it, and I was like, "Yo, I'm gonna go find this." So I went and I found the source picture again and the breakdown video that the French dude did. Credit to him back in like 2021 doing that breakdown video. But instead of being like, "Yo, check this out. This is glow proof and glow killer and all this kind of stuff," I just gave it to DJ and was like, "Hey, can y'all check this out?" And he and Yoda went to work on it, and Yoda had a bunch of questions and skepticism about it because that's his job, and DJ went to
Yeah,
work
that's
on
like
it because that's his
impossible.
job. And he did that breakdown of that video, and of course, they got all the screenshots that we can use and turn it into a glow killer. I didn't do shit, bro. I just saw something and was like, "Hey, I haven't seen this. Check this out." But instead of just posting it everywhere like it was proof or something like that, I went and asked questions. I said, "Hey, yo, check this out." And he did shit I can't do. You know, I mean, shit,
Yeah,
man.
you have
Running
no
backs are
idea how
nothing,
insane that is, right? The video or the photo
right?
you sent, because like let's put this into
It's great.
perspective here. There should be 62 miles of curvature there.
Hmm. But yeah, my
62
point of
miles.
the thing is
It's impossible.
exactly. It's a crazy shot, and the crazy part is they weren't even trying, bro. They didn't have it centered. They were taking a picture of that little mountain in front of them. This if they went up there in ideal weather conditions on a good day, like Matrix was saying with like an IR lens and stuff, dude, what they could get from that spot is crazy. So it actually opened up a lot of doors for people to go up there and actually get some incredible actual shots. Even though that shot itself wasn't even trying to do that. That's the crazy part. It was on an iPhone, so like
That's
they could take a
yeah, it's
better shot.
insane.
But the point is I didn't do anything. I just saw something and showed it to him. But I asked a question instead of splattering it all over myself without knowing all the details or being able to correlate it and snapshot everything. I just gave it to DJ and said, "Hey, yo, check this out. See if it's something good." And look what he turned it into, dude. It's a globe killer.
Oh yeah,
And
it's like
so
my
that's what
argument
you
about
can
the
do,
gravity
bro.
thing. Like I already had it all together, right? And I already knew this stuff. I was like, there's no
Yeah.
way this guy's gonna win the argument against me because I already know this stuff.
Yeah, I'm just saying that all I'm saying is that I didn't do any of the work. I just found something, went and grabbed something, saw something, went and grabbed something, sent it to them. I didn't do anything. They did all the work and stuff like that so we can help the server. That's just the way I just saw something and asked a question. And you can do that with your things you're seeing now. Of course, it's different. But you see something, think something, find something like you did, ask questions, get the guys to go to work on it and their specialties and stuff like that. And great things can happen. I'm enjoying being part of the team, man, and doing even just something simple like that. Just finding a picture and a breakdown video of it, and look what DJ's done with it, man. I couldn't do that shit. I don't even know how to do all the shit he did, or have the time to work on it, which he puts in. But yeah, I'm just glad to be able to just point a finger. That's what you can do, and point fingers, man. Point fingers, ask questions, and you're gonna make great things happen, bro.
Oh, D-Town, I want you to check this. I have this research paper, but like I want you to check it out, man. Tell me what you think about it. Just give me a second. I gotta find it. Now, let me know what you think about this research paper I've done.
I open the chat and I see it. Where
No, I sent it to your
astronauts, and I'm
DMs.
like,
I sent it
really,
to your
bro? Is
DMs.
that is that what you're talking about? That's Yoder. Oh man.
No, I snapped open the game. What do you mean they are
Yeah, I was
gay?
like, is that what you didn't see? That's a crazy research, oh shit.
That's funny. That's actually that's really funny. Yeah, but look at the paper I sent you, D-Town. Let me know what you think about it. Yo, D Town.
I'm reading the thing.
So
I'll take care of it. Don't. It's just cold. I'll take care of it. It's all fine. Don't worry. I'm reading something. Oh, dude. Be safe. Get your keys. Cool. Thanks for going in to pick up some goggles for us. Awesome. That'll be,
What you reading, D-Town?
I'll be seeing a little bit. I didn't realize my mic was unmuted there. I'm reading the paper Elle sent. The Why Science is an Idea, a complete explanation.
Yeah, I wrote this, so it's my own work there. D-Town, that's like I wrote that.
Yeah, that's what I was just telling my wife. And I mean, I'm just going through references right now because 2/3 of it is references, which is awesome. And they're explanatory references too, which I really like. My pen's right though. I need to take a second and put away this cold groceries.
What's up? Flat Earth belief still exists. What's going on? Why? What are the dimensions of flat Earth? How big is it? How high up can I go to see flat Earth? How does water not flow off the sides of flat Earth? What's keeping water on flat Earth? How can I see a photo of flat Earth? All continents and all oceans in one photograph. Does anyone have that? How does this mean on all of the ground in flat Earth? Let's debate flat Earth versus globe.
So, anybody on here think the Earth is a spinning ball and literally nothing? Go ahead. Okay, no takers on the spinning globe in the vacuum of space, I'm assuming. We got globe deniers on here. I'll shut up. I've heard several leavings or joinings. Is there anybody here who wants to talk yet? Hello?
I think there's only flat earthers in here right now. There.
Only globe deniers. Imagine that.
Yeah, sorry, globe deniers. Yeah.
Well, flat earthers, whatever you want to call them, it doesn't matter to me. But I mean, you just got to believe in the globe, man. Why can't you believe in the globe?
I wish I had never seen any evidence for it. Just wish there was any.
That's a good point.
Hell's Angels. Are you? I haven't seen you before. Are you new here? Are you a flatty?
No, I've been here about 2 years.
Oh shit! All right.
One question at a time. Which one are you going to go with? Go ahead.
I can be a Glober if you want me to be.
Somebody just asked a question. They don't want to ask it again now, good. I forgot what you asked now.
It's been here for 2 years. It's a
What makes
He
you
asked
think
me if
there's
I was a
size of
Glober.
flat earth? Go ahead, sorry.
No, he asked me if I was a globe believer or a flat earther.
What do you want a photograph of? Hello? Is there somebody? Go ahead. How does what not fall off the ground? You're not making any sense, man. Come on, man. Anybody else understand what he's saying? I'll shut up.
not a word.
You want to debate? Go ahead. What's your proof of the globe? Go for it. You understand how conversations work, man? You respond to people, maybe. If the guy that wanted to debate, I asked you a question, can you put forward your globe evidence, please? Thank you.
Veliniki zamknięte i Turcja.
Bundan Group, και ο Ρουμενί, δεν το βρίσκω.
Tu master done.
Hello, guys.
Hello guys,
Hugo.
guys,
Hello.
I have a debate about this.
You have a debate about this. All right, let's hear it.
So, if you put an ant on a ball that it's like, like Earth,
You will still measure curvature.
he will
Yes, I know.
it's a flat. But
No,
when
it
he
won't.
zooms out, he will see it's a ball, like a circle, but it's not
We
flat.
will be able to measure it, the curvature, even on a basketball.
Yeah, if I put you on something bigger than you, like way bigger, you'll think it's flat because you can't see the edges. But once
If
they
you
zoom
go to
out,
Google, wait, listen. If you go to Google and type in how far away should the horizon be?
what is
How far
happening?
away? How
Yeah,
far
how
away
far
should the
away?
Bro, a
horizon?
baby is
Yeah.
crying.
Focus on what I'm asking you.
I'm
Listen.
asking, yeah.
If you
I
go
will
to,
do, I
if
will
you go
Google
to,
it. I will Google
shut
it.
the fuck up, please. Be quiet. Here you go.
I will
Sorry.
Google
Oh
it.
my god, shut
Pizza.
up.
Listen.
Ne? Yeah.
If you go to Google and you
Yes.
search how far away should the horizon be, if you're standing with your feet in the water, ask Google AI or something.
How far a black monkey?
If
How
you're
far
standing
away?
with your feet.
Do you know what the horizon is?
Yeah, the horizon, something in the sky, I
Yeah.
think.
No. Wait, if you're in the
I'm a
beach
bit dumb
and
at
you see,
geography.
if you see the,
A
you see
nigger.
a ship, No.
No, come on.
It you don't see it anymore after it goes like 5 miles or something. But it doesn't go only straight. At one point it curves.
Like my dick.
That's what they claim.
But I've
That's
seen
what they
it.
claim, right? So if this, you've seen this, you've seen
Yes.
boats go over the curve, or what? What do you see?
Yes.
Explain to me.
I measured with my grandpa. They got a boat, and they went very deep into the water. If it just disappeared, hello? It actually wrapped. It was like wrapping around, as if there was a curvature.
Oh, so you measured the curvature. What was the rate then?
What?
The numbers.
I don't remember how tall the boat was. After
And
like
if it's
5.6 miles.
flat. Wait. If it's flat, Garanjambarabo.
Ganjarambo.
And
So
Ganjarambo,
what
if it's flat,
was
no,
the
hear me, Ganjarambo, if it's flat. So
yeah.
basically,
What was
when
the
we go with the plane around countries, we will go to the edge. What is under the flat? Like it's the surface up, and what's under it?
under
If
what?
it's actually flat. Under the flat, under it's like it's like
You mean
one
if you
line.
go to the
Flat.
edge? If you go
Yeah,
to the edge.
Listen,
if I go to the edge, is there something under it? Under, like when you put a
no.
a
Listen,
piece of
bro.
paper on the air and it's flat, so you basically
No,
look under it and there's still
Let
the
him
paper.
speak. Pizza, let
Right?
him speak.
It's still from under. It could be a drawing from up. It could be the horizon from my grandpa. You understand what I mean? So basically, how do you go around
no,
from country?
not really. But I think the problem here is you're thinking that we're a flat disk in space, or we believe that we're a flat disk in space.
Yes.
But that's not what we believe. That's what they told you that flat earthers believe in school to make you think that they are stupid.
I don't go school. I
So,
skip school because I don't like school.
yeah, good for you, man. I didn't go to school either, so that's good for you.
I
yeah,
can see.
we hate school.
I didn't get brainwashed.
Yeah, same. School is really brainwashed. Like they don't told you about it.
Yes, they are saying that the Holocaust happened. What the fuck?
Yeah, no, we can stick to the subject here. Otherwise, we'll have to
Okay.
get banned. So.
Look. So if you don't believe it's a flat disk, what do you think it is?
I don't know, man. I just know that the surface is measurably flat, so that's
Could
what
it
I
be a
can
square?
prove and demonstrate for myself. I don't really
Could
have
it be
the
could it be a square?
funds or, the ground is measurably flat, so the entire shape. I don't know.
But why is everything like Minecraft? No, like Minecraft, it's square, but in I don't know what the fuck I'm saying now. I'm just joking. Just
Okay, I understand. You got confused.
So basically, if the world is around, and it's not flat, stop.
Very mature. All right, you go.
Yep.
So
I have a question. I want to ask just a question. I don't want to make this a debate. I just have interest in understanding. Okay.
I'm back.
So
yeah.
What do you think? All the planets in the universe are flat.
Yeah, why is if you put a telescope and you watch like Jupiter?
Pizza, please don't interrupt. Thank you. Okay.
What we see the same thing in the sky, right? It looks like they are spherical, kind of, at least from my perspective, but they don't share any properties of the ground. sunlight. The sun is shining pretty strongly. The Earth is not shining, and the other stars are shining. They're lights. Moonlight, moon, lights, not the
Yeah, I
ground. So what does it matter if the light bulb is spherical in the roof? The ground is still measurably flat. So
do you not believe in the people that measured it and it was curved, like all the scientists?
I measured it. It's not
Wait,
a science
how,
thing. It's just a measurement.
what did you measure?
The surface of the Earth. I measured the surface a couple of times during the past decade plus. So I'm pretty goddamn sure that the Earth is flat. Not a belief. I know there's no science or genre that's
Mm.
Did, did you measure
proved the
all of the
globe.
flat Earth? Did you measure all of the flat Earth, or just a part of it?
No, I don't need to either. I just need
Okay,
to
then.
confirm that the alleged radius does not apply to what reality is. It's
No,
only
you
in
need to measure
fantasy.
flat Earth. You need to measure the entire flat Earth and give it to us.
No, I don't need to do anything. You do
Then you
it.
don't have. Then you don't have it.
Yeah, I've done a couple of tests
You don't have
during
it.
So,
the Indian Ocean and the Mediterranean and a couple of Great Lakes up in North Scandinavia and yeah, and also from some mountains in France. So I'm
why are they muted?
because he was interrupting and trying to what do you call it, muddying the waters. I don't know.
I think
Try to
Pizza wants
derail the
to.
conversation. So
Mm-hmm.
you're more respectful, so I would rather speak to you.
Okay. I forgot the point I was going to make a question. Wait,
I think you were talking about the planets being flat, and I compare them to the ground, and they're nothing alike. So why would you assume that they are?
so you don't think that the Earth is like the rest of the planets?
But we see the same thing. The planets, they don't look anything like the ground, and we're not measuring the planets, we're measuring the ground.
So how do you think the Earth looks like?
I have no idea, bro. I think maybe it's like the floor. We are on the floor, and the floor is the universe. So I don't know,
Do
bro.
you think the Earth is the?
How you
Do you
imagine
think,
it?
how do you think the Earth is the center of the universe? Because some flat earthers say.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything to suggest otherwise, and my experience tells me this. So yeah, I would say I believe that. Sure, whatever that means to you.
Okay.
To me, in your model, it just means that the sun goes around us, above us, not the other way around. I don't know how big the universe is. I have no idea, bro.
Probably very big.
Yeah.
But I didn't
Or
understand.
maybe not. I don't know.
When
Maybe it's
when a
small.
boat say you're in the beach and you launch a boat and it goes up to the horizon, why does it go bottom first, down, as if there's a curvature, and not just straight until you lose sight?
Yeah, it doesn't happen every time. It's mostly due to atmospheric distortions or refraction, because there is so much happening between the water and the where the medium changes. So there's a lot of effects going on in the air, but you can see way beyond the alleged edge of the ball. So, and I've never seen a video where a boat disappears entirely bottom up. Usually the boat disappears because we can't really see through all the atmosphere.
Yeah, but it starts bottom
Doesn't-
first and
It's not a
then goes.
curve that is covering the boat. It's the atmospheric distortions. The globe dictates that you can only see a certain distance, and then the horizon, in other words, the curve, is supposed to start cutting off the objects and the distance behind that. So the horizon is your edge of the curve. So if you can see beyond that, yeah, it's not a globe.
That's right. Exactly. Yeah. So here you go. What our friend here, Gunja, just said, is that we're dealing directly with the geometry of the surface that we can experience. And it doesn't matter where you go, the surface of liquid is always at rest, is always going to be flat and level and horizontal. Now, if the majority of the Earth's surface is covered in water, and water at rest always maintains its horizontality, then the Earth cannot be a sphere as they've presented to us, with curving oceans and curving lakes wrapped around it. It's just impossible. Can't be that. So when we talk about flat Earth, we're just talking about the geometry of the surface that we can observe and test and measure. We're not trying to explain how the whole universe works. We're not trying to explain to you what the Earth looks like from a perspective that we don't have or anything like that. We're talking about what we experience directly in reality. Do you understand the premise, Hugo? Hugo, you there?
Yes,
First, yeah. Do you understand the premise? Do you understand the concept?
I think so.
Right. So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, or 6,371 kilometers, then its surface must curve at a specific rate, particularly over water, right? So it has to curve at that specific rate. Now, if we go to measure the surface of the water and it's not curving at that specific rate, if it's not curving at all, then you're left with one conclusion. That's that it's not curving, right? So it cannot be. That eliminates the possibility that what we're standing on is a big giant ball.
Have people tried to do the thing with the radius and failed? Because I've seen some people do tests of similar things of what you're referring to, and it did. The ship curved at the specific, like 5.6 miles for the specific
Could
ship.
you show us? Could you show us that?
Okay, let me find it.
That's good. You've locked in on what Ganga was talking about. That's good. So you're trying to comprehend that geometry, right? And and then applying it to reality. And that's what we're doing. If you can find an example where the claimed geometry matches the observation and measurement, then we've got no choice but to accept it. But if you can't, then all our observations and measurements are
So all I have to
conclusive.
find to disprove the flat Earth is that the ship actually. Okay, I'll see. That is what I'm talking about. The one I sent.
Like, yeah. Is anybody here well versed on that particular attempt to measure curvature? Because I'm not. Timber? Ganja?
I'm eating at the moment, bro.
Ah, okay, no worries, man. Timber's probably busy too, driving or working. Wondering, Hugo, have you read this paper? Have you?
I understood the concept of it, and
Okay, can you explain it?
yeah, they put two rows of target poles across a 10 kilometer distance. Wait, I can show a screenshot.
Right. Was there conclusion that an angle matches something? That an angle of line of sight matches globe geometry? Did they reinterpret physical geometry by way of calculation through the measurement of an angle of line of sight? So they've taken a line of sight angle measurement and then calculated how much drop of curvature over the distance that equates to.
As far as I understand, I think that's what they did.
Right.
Because it's like a advanced version of another experiment that was done like 150 years ago.
At the Bedford level experiment, right?
Yeah, that one.
Right. Yeah. So the problem with that is the reinterpretation of light, right, based on your original premise that the Earth is a sphere, right? So that's gonna lead you to what is called an affirming the consequent formological fallacy. where the reasoning does not necessarily follow, right? So they're saying if the Earth is a sphere, then when I measure the angle, it will be, it'll be this angle, like it'll be X, right? If the Earth is a sphere, but if it's not, it won't be that angle. Well, when they do the test, they get the angle that they were expecting, right? Therefore, concluding that they were correct about the Earth's geometry, it being a sphere, which is if P, then Q, right? If P, the Earth is a sphere, then Q, I'll get this angle, right?
Yeah.
When I measure the light, the angle of the light, I think that's Q, right? They get that result, the angle that they were expecting, Q, therefore P, the Earth is a sphere. This is illogical. This is not a good argument. Now, it doesn't mean they're wrong, but it also doesn't mean that they are correct either. They are confirming their bias by way of the result. Right? They need to test the surface itself to see if it's curving, not find something else that they say is related to the surface and could possibly correlate to the Earth's surface being curved. Right? They have not eliminated other potential possibilities. That angle measurement that they got was the result of some other thing, right? But we know that that light through the air can do some funny things, right?
Okay.
It can distort what you're seeing, and it can distort the way light is traveling, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what if it is? What if it was that when they did this test, the conditions present, the meteorological conditions that were present, gave them the result that they were expecting for a globe, but over a flat Earth?
How will that
How
happen?
did they eliminate? How did they eliminate that possibility? Because whether the Earth's surface, no matter the geometry of the surface underneath you, if the conditions in the meteorological conditions exist above the surface, if the conditions are present, which is capable of giving you a specific result, regardless of the surface geometry, then you're left with the ability to just confirm your bias and say, well, because I got the result I expected, then I must be correct about my premise, my original premise, which is that the Earth is a sphere, right?
Okay.
So they need to have shown how they eliminated those potential confounding variables. Or how they dealt with it, how they accounted for them. Like, for example, did they account for angular size change with distance? Did they account for perspective? Did they account for diffraction? Did they account for other variables which is going to affect your angle measurement, your result, and how you see, what you see, how you're perceiving, and how you're interpreting it?
Okay, so it says that they calculated for tangent target heights first. Wait.
T-Bug, you're spot on as far as responding to this. I just wanted to throw in, why can't they just directly measure the curvature instead of using this light and these refraction and angles and crap? Go ahead, sorry.
Thanks, Dave. And Jedi's just shown up, and he is actually a very seasoned researcher, and he may know more about this Rainy Lake experiment than I do.
Yeah, Jedi, the Rainy Lake, I'm sure you got it. Go ahead.
if he's willing.
Reminds me, is that Pontchartrain? So something different.
No, this is the
Walter,
one where they use 10 kilometers. Bislin's involved in it. You tell him, T-Buggy. Sorry, go ahead.
no, you're right. Yeah, Walter Bislin's, 10 mile. Similar setup to the second Bedford level test that that Wallace performed in response to.
Yeah, I don't know too much about that one.
Right. Okay. It's all to do with the angle that they get, that they expect to get with the theodolite, with the target distance of a pole with respect to other poles in between. Right, and they get the angle.
I've got something on it, mate. Do you know what? I'm going to go and have a look at it. Give me 30 seconds. I'll be back. I should know
mate.
this shit, man. I do apologise.
It just seems weird they have to go through all these light refraction assumptions or whatever they're doing with that thing. Why not just directly measure the surface curvature? You understand that, Hugo? Just directly measure the surface. It should be
Didn't they
curving.
though? Because they put, look, at first they put, from what I've read, 3 poles that were each one, no, all the poles were the same size, but they got taller and taller the further away they were.
I'm not sure where you're going with that, but you're not talking about directly measuring the curvature. But somebody else go ahead.
They got taller and taller.
No, sorry, shorter and shorter. Look, they put the same height poles, and one by one they got shorter and shorter because they were seeing it from that perspective, from where they were.
But they would appear to get shorter and shorter because they're further and further away.
No.
That's just perspective,
because
right?
it's the curvature that.
No, that's just perspective. If you stand next to a 10-foot pole, it's going to occupy a large angular size within your eyes. If you look across a field at a 10-foot pole, it's going to look smaller. You're going to have to look down towards the pole.
They didn't look smaller. Wait, look. They just look. Sorry. They. It looked like they were sinking.
Yeah.
They dropped below the sideline.
The same thing with the poles. If you've got a long fence and you stand next to it, as each post gets further away from you, it looks like they're getting shorter and shorter, don't they?
Mm-hmm.
It's not because the field that the posts are on is curved. That's just due to perspective, right? Or am I missing something here?
That's not exactly what it says.
Yeah, I know. It's saying that they're getting shorter and shorter because they're on a curved surface, and there's no other way that this could happen. But I'm just pointing out that things get shorter and shorter with distance, perspective, right?
Mm-hmm.
If I was really far away from you, would I look really, really small until I started walking closer and closer to you and I get bigger and bigger? Is that because my head that's at the top, is that because I'm coming up over a curve, or is that just how your eyes work?
That's not what I'm saying though. It's the sight line that. Okay, say you've got a big human, okay, a very large human, and you place him very far away from you. So far away, just as they did here with the poles. It won't just look smaller. It will look like as if he sunk because of the curvature, and that's what they proved here. If you want to see it for yourself, because I'm seeing it right now.
Okay, so we've got 3 giants. One's 1 mile away, one's 2 miles away, and one's 3 miles away. Is the head of the closest giant going to be higher than the heads of the giants that are further away?
Excuse me?
Are the heads of the giants that are further away going to be lower than the head of the giant that is closer to you at 1 mile? You brought up a really big person. I brought up 3. One giant is 1 mile away. The second is 2 miles away. And the third giant is 3 miles away. You understand that the head of the giant that is 1 mile away is going to appear higher to you observing than the giants that are 2 and 3 miles away. The giant who is 3 miles away, head is going to be closer to the floor because of the angular reduction with distance, right?
Yeah, but we're not talking about height.
You said, why have we got 3 sticks then?
Mm-hmm.
They look lower. That's a reference to height, I would have thought. You're talking about how they appear. What do you mean?
If I could send a screenshot of what I'm seeing in the study right now, because I'm not sure how to explain it.
Thanks, T-Buggy. Maybe I'm missing a beat here, guys. I don't know.
I don't think you're missing anything. I'm not well versed on it, but they're basically playing around with their fraction and assumptions, and they're not measuring the damn Earth. Like,
Yeah, I was looking for the image with the dinosaur right up close to the camera. Camera's on the sand, dinosaur, and then there's like people standing like, a couple hundred yards away or whatever in comparison to the size of the dinosaur. Then you got mountains in the background, even further away, a car or something, and it just shows the different apparent levels of height. And I was thinking that might help, but, just even the basic street light, snapshot, where it looks like each street light with distance is getting lower and lower in your field of view. I mean, that's just basically what you're talking about, right, Jedi?
Yeah.
Is there any flat earther theory or hypothesis on the distance to the sun?
Hypothesis to distance? No.
not if anybody's being honest, there's not. Go ahead, Jetta.
Yeah, no.
Are there any thoughts on the what's it called? The angles of the solar rays that shines through the clouds. I saw a picture of that, and I thought to myself sometimes as well. It's interesting. When the sun rays shines in, and you see clearly, like, how do I explain it? It's they're not parallel. There's a certain angle between the rays. You understand what I'm trying to say?
Hey, Hugo, I just want to point out that it's using shadows to measure the shape of something is very highly inaccurate to do because we don't use shadows as a measurement tool. So Nobody goes outside. They're like, well, I'm going to go measure my car. Let me pull this stick out and measure it with shadows. No, nobody's going to do that, man.
If you had enough information about your light source, you could probably get a good estimate of what you look at, like for example, the height of something based on its shadow. You'd have to have the relevant information about the light source.
Evening sundial. You use them to get solar elevation angled. That's about it.
Intuitively, it looks on what I'm speaking about, the rays of the sun, it looks as if the sun would be quite close, actually. You know? And when I think about it intuitively, but also I gotta, never mind.
Also, with that Rainy Lake thing, I'm not sure of the details. I didn't click on it. I have read through it a bit. I browsed through it before, but I don't remember the exact details. But the observer's right. Now they're talking 10 miles. They've got a pole at 10 miles away. Even if the observer height was like 5-6 feet over that distance, and depending on how tall the pole is, right, it'd have to be taller than like 50 feet or something before you'd see it. Maybe less, I don't know, but it'd have to be a pretty tall pole if you were looking over the curvature
At 10
at
miles, yeah. Because
Yeah.
it's at 3 miles the curvature starts.
Wait, what? It's at
Well,
3 miles the
10
curvature
miles.
starts.
No, that's what I'm saying, yeah.
Curvature starts immediately underneath your feet.
Yep, at 3 miles it
Right.
starts.
If you're 1 foot observer height, the distance to the horizon is 1.2 miles away. The distance to the horizons can either be based on the rate of change of slope or the observer height.
I
To
think
say it's
that's like
3 miles away is a bit misleading.
I think that's like the funniest argument, though. Like they always argue because of shadows, therefore Earth equals globe. Like that doesn't make any sense. We don't use shadows to measure things. Like whenever you make a map, you don't use shadows. You use like geographic data or like measurements. They're just like the literal like what's the word I'm looking for here? That's a McNamara fallacy. It's because we're talking about like non-quantifiable factors. Like you can't like that's like if you were trying to instead of using a ruler to measure paper, then you use the shadow instead. Like that, that's it does not correlate.
We have, what, are we waiting for something? Or have you got any more questions, Hugo? Or has anybody else got any more questions or comments? We'll talk about the topic.
I'm explaining someone asked me to explain the study, so that's what I'm trying to do in text.
I got a pretty good question. Buggy, why do they have for the globe? Why do they have two different views on it? So one view is that the globe is perpetually spinning, and then the other view is that it's slowing down. Even though, what was it? I think somebody posted up here. They posted way up here that it's saying the globe is speeding up. It's all like it's funny, right? Nonsense.
Yeah, I've seen a few headlines about the dam that's been built in China. Apparently, it's at least capable of slowing the Earth down or something like that. I can't remember now exactly what it was, but somehow this large body of water that China's going to collect into to a limited volume in limited areas.
It's going to take 3 seconds off every century.
How dare they?
The one that really was amazing was the earthquake in Japan. That really was a problem. The whole continent of Japan shifted.
So, do you guys ever have anyone ask you like they'll go to like straight to like GPS or something?
Yeah.
So, like, what do you usually like? What do you usually tell them for that?
Depends on what they specifically say about GPS, right? Like usually you're kind of, well, how does GPS work on a flat Earth? But some people can come from a different angle. So what do you mean?
Do they try to like claim that it's like most of the time? Do they try to claim that it only comes from satellites or something like that?
Yeah. So
Yeah, that's
GPS will
wrong.
always be satellites, and satellites are always in orbit around a planet. How do satellites work if the Earth isn't a planet? Because the way that gravity makes a satellite move.
Yeah, they don't know what emulated GPS is or any of that stuff. Apparently.
No.
Yeah.
Or coordinates, or coordinate reference systems, or what even coordinates
How
are.
does
Or
a satellite work if the Earth is not a globe?
what's a
Like
satellite?
we just. So, do you know what emulated GPS is? And if we're not even using GPS, we could also talk about other navigational systems that we have that don't even need satellites. They just like you just go off of them and they work.
What do you mean? What is a satellite? I mean, like some shit that orbits the Earth.
But there you go.
How does
So
it fly around there?
Well, there you
you've got
go. That's what a
to what a
satellite is.
satellite is and how it moves. Its propulsion. It's in free fall around a sphere because of gravity. Right? And I don't think that's what a satellite is. A high
And it
altitude
just never runs
platform.
out of
Dude, you got
fuel.
an answer, right? A high altitude platform, for example, is how NASA references their stations that they have up in the sky. That there's many different types of high altitude platforms. Some are balloons, dude. Let's just get that out the fucking gate, right? Some of the things in the sky that receive and transmit information are just high altitude platforms on balloons. But that's not the only thing that's up in the sky, right? There are other things, and you're asking, well, how do these things move
Look
in
at the
the
side
sky
chat.
if the Earth isn't a sphere? Now, you want to talk? What else do you want to say?
Yeah, how do they float around up there?
I don't know. Maybe you could Google and ask NASA. How does NASA propel their things up in the sky? They will tell you multiple different ways that they have to move the things up in the sky. Electrodynamic tethering, for example. Who's blowing into the microphone? Can you not?
So who's doing that?
That's me. Oh, that's me. That's for me.
Okay, well, don't do that.
Sorry, I'm mute.
Thank you.
Holy crap!
Please continue. I'm listening.
Yeah, no. All I'm trying to reference you to is NASA themselves, and they will tell you themselves the many different ways that they keep things up in the sky. Things that you probably don't know of because you just think the satellites work with gravity. No, mate, they don't. One of the things is electrodynamic tethering. The electrodynamic potential up in the sky is basically like getting an electric motor. Stick a piece of aluminium out the fucking cockpit and run along like you're on a racetrack, and that's basically how they propel. But don't fucking listen to me. Go and ask them. EDT, if you want to know the abbreviation.
And that works the same then on the flat
Do you know
Earth.
what a funfair is? Like bumper cars or dodgem cars. Do you know what they are?
A what now?
Dodgem cars or bumper cars that you have at a fair. You drive them around and you bump into other drivers. Do you have this at a fair where you're from?
You mean like those small? They look like go-karts, but they have like rubber framing, and then you're violent with them.
Usually they take place in some kind of cage. There's a floor that they drive around on.
Yeah, and then
They
there's some
have
electric shit in the
an
roof, and like
aerial that comes out
like
the
the
back.
train, yeah.
Yeah, like that. Same kind of principle with EDT, electrodynamic tethering. That's what NASA tell us.
But where's the roof then?
Like I was telling you, the electrodynamic potential up in the sky. So experiments took place from the early 70s up until the 80s where, for example, Challenger was flying around in the sky with a kilometre-long piece of aluminium hanging out the back like a tail. Because of the electric charge high up in the sky, this helped drive the motors. It could even provide momentum and movement.
So you're saying they're collecting free energy from the
That's
charged
what they.
air.
That's what they say. Yes.
And you're saying that would be the same on the flat Earth?
I'm just saying that if there's electromagnetic potential up in the sky, then I can't see why there would be an issue. You seem to think that things only work around spheres. We're just pointing at things in the sky, and you can have things in the sky above a flat surface. I'm not a wizard. I'm not the man who knows all of the tricks and all of the magic card plays here. You're asking about things up in the sky that you probably don't know about, but you've been told a story. Satellites
I don't know
orbit
jack
the Earth.
shit about them, I tell you that much.
Yeah, but you know as much as anybody else, right? Satellites orbit the Earth.
No,
They
I'd
take
say I
pictures
know a
and
little
provide
bit
us
more.
with GPS. Yeah, okay. Right.
I posted the wiki article for the satellite for high altitude, long-term high altitude platforms and such.
Thank you, mate.
So this says that the satellites stay in orbit by balancing their high speed with the downward pull of gravity. So they're pushing off gravity with their infinite fuel source.
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing. Infinite fuel, essentially. From the air.
like there's no way they could do this without having an infinite fuel source.
The fuel source is the electronically
Solar
charged
panels.
air in the upper atmosphere.
Guys, it's solar panels, guys. No, I'm just kidding.
Just lots of technology to keep things up in the sky, dude. Loads.
But the actual propellant that they use the satellites use like a propellant to keep them up there.
There are actually drones with solar paneling on them that can sufficiently produce enough energy to. These are really lightweight things, right? And they've got propellers and whatever. But yeah, they're messing around with all sorts of stuff. You know, it doesn't necessarily have to be that these tin cans are operating, floating around the big globe like they say. You know. Obviously, if the Earth's surface is not curving, then it's not a globe. Then they don't have satellites in orbit around a globe, right?
So what are the planets? I know that the only statement you guys hold by is that there is no measured curvature. But I wanna spark my fantasy, please. I would like it if you indulge me. What are planets and stuff like that? Like what is the whole of Earth a terrarium?
How would we know? Like we make claims, like you said, about the Earth being measured flat. We know that because we're on the Earth and we can measure it. Now you're asking about Jupiter, Mars, and Venus. I haven't been to Jupiter, Mars, and Venus to measure it, so how would I know? Don't want to appear to be an arsehole, but how would I know this? What Jupiter is?
No,
How would I
I'm not asking for what you know. What do you imagine?
It depends what state of mind I'm in at the time. But why do you want our imaginations, dude?
I respect that answer.
Yeah.
I like to fantasize. I don't know what to say. I like to fantasize. That's how I like to think and imagine things.
Okay. Though I appreciate that, and the other things in the sky, spend some time in my head when I figure out what they are. I don't know. No one knows what they are, dude. And we could sit here for hours, maybe weeks, discussing this, and it would all come to a pile of shit because it's worthless, because we will never know.
They'll never be able to prove it. Like I could say they're high energy light beings from the fourth dimension, right? I can't prove that, right?
Sounds lovely though, doesn't it? What should we do?
Yeah.
Should we put about 10 ideas on the table and we'll all vote on which one's the best?
That's a splendid idea.
Which one tickles your sphincter better? Yeah.
Okay, but I reserve the right to change my vote because of how I feel tomorrow. We really don't know what the sky is, dude. We've been told that Jupiter and Mars and Venus are planets and display things like rock or gas or maybe some kind of ice, like the Earth does. I don't think those things up in the sky are in any way like we've been told or in any way like the Earth, which leaves us with an open-ended question. Well, sorry, an open-ended answer. I'm not going to be able to answer what it is. People for thousands of years have written loads and loads of books about what they could potentially be. And my God, some of those ideas are crazy. Some people think the things in the sky are alive. I don't think that personally, but some people do. It's crazy. But for about 150 years, maybe the last 100 years for sure, that narrowing of our imagination about what the sky is has been closed, because now we're told what it is, even though it isn't. That's a rock, that's a gas, that's a sun, that's a planet. You don't need to question anymore. And obviously, that's one of the reasons why they've potentially lied about our reality, because the sky is probably not what they want us to believe that it is.
I respect the skeptical spirit of the flat Earth community quite a lot, and I'm 100% sincere in that statement. Now, given that, the level of skepticism here, which I respect and can actually relate to quite a lot, I really don't. I'm not pointing any fingers here, by the way. I can't imagine, or it's so hard for me to imagine people like yourselves, very skeptical human beings, which I think is good personally, finding veganism so hard to, bite and follow and agree with. That really, it boggles my mind.
There's vegan flat earthers.
Yeah, of course there are. I'm sure there are, but I mean, I've never come across
flat earthers should be vegans.
Given the level of skepticism, yeah, I do.
Okay.
Just from the skepticism alone.
Yeah.
Like, understand me right, you can draw many parallels of deception, from what flat earthers believe and for sure what carnists believe. I mean, sorry, globers and carnists or non-vegans, I should say. But yeah, just from the level of skepticism alone, yeah, all flat earthers should definitely be very open-minded to veganism, or rather close-minded to non-veganism, to carnism, to the immense bullshit that's out there that's anti-vegan, which is just fucking all retarded.
Well, may I borrow from the Book of Daniel? The story
say
about
again?
if I borrow from the Book of Daniel from the Bible, right? So he was challenged. Well, he actually challenged the king that his men fed on vegetables could beat the king's men fed on meat. And they did.
Heavyweight champion Anthony Joshua is a vegan.
He's definitely not a vegan, but he's much so plant-based before fights.
To go to the
Same as
side chat there,
many fighters, actually.
Those are actual pictures of our planets from Earth, from courtesy of Nikon P1000, and they don't look like they are balls floating around in a vacuum of space. They look like they're gaseous or maybe like a liquid. Or
So these
sound,
images
maybe.
that Flat Wizard, these images that you posted was a couple of minutes ago. 29
Those
minutes
are
past the hour, yeah.
images of luminaries in the sky, like our planets.
Have you
quote
looked
unquote.
through a camera and seen these things yourself, or a telescope? Or is this something that you've seen on YouTube?
I've seen people use these before. They've used the like the P1000 and stuff, and they like do like there's plenty of videos they zoom in, and this
It's
is
a
exactly how
focusing
they
problem.
appear.
It's a focusing issue. And we've known it's been a focusing issue for about 6-7 years now. That's not what stars look like, dude. An amateur astronomer from like 12, 13, 14 years old. My uncle was quite involved with astronomy. Looked through many, many telescopes, mate. Never, ever have I seen them look like that. I'll grant you twinkling stars. Yeah, that's because of the atmosphere between us and the stars or whatever. But they don't look like that. That's a focusing problem. That's also a straw man set out to make flat earthers look stupid. You'll find loads of these as you do your flat earth walk. This is one of them. You'll go around saying, hey guys, look at these. These are what stars really look like. The ones that NASA have been showing us are absolute bullshit. No, the ones that I see with my own eyes through my telescope don't look anything like that, mate. That's a straw man argument. I suggest you look into it and throw it away as quick as you can.
So if I buy this camera and then I take
And
pictures
learn
with
how
this
to
camera
focus with
and they
it.
show up like that, then what?
Then you will learn how to focus with it. Right, I would assume that you would learn how to use the camera properly, and when you come back, then when you've used it and you don't see that, then I can turn around to you and say, so what? The point to my question right at the beginning of, have you seen this yourself? It's like, I know you haven't, because this is just garnered off of YouTube or some whatever. I know that this isn't true. I'm just giving you a friendly warning, dude. You have to jump back at me like that. I can jump back harder if you want.
Yeah, I want to point out the reason that that I'm going to argue against this is because these cameras in particular have a very high zoom amount. Like they can zoom in thousands of miles.
Yeah, if the focus is correct. This is a focusing issue, dude. That's all it is. And again, you don't know, you've not done it. I have used quite high-end telescopes. I guarantee they don't look like.
Do you know what what brand these telescopes you're using are?
No, dude, this was like about 30 years ago. I paid no attention to the branding of the fucking great big thing.
Right.
So
and you wouldn't even know if you're in focus or not because you don't have enough information about the thing you're looking at. You don't know how far away it is, how big it is, to be able to know that hey, I've focused. It's in focus now. So like but yeah, when it definitely doesn't look. And another interesting thing about things in the sky with telescopes is, I think they say that like if you get the moon in focus and then point it at, thanks, sweetheart, and then point it at like Jupiter, for instance, you don't need to readjust your focus, which is very interesting. I'm not sure about the stars though. Like if you focused on the moon, you got your moon in focus and then pointed it at a star that's not like a known planet or anything like that. I'm not sure what happens, but that is something that's very interesting, isn't it? Like it makes you think.
So
About these
can I ask
distances and
how?
things that they give us.
Well, can I ask you how far do you think this this camera I'm talking about? How far do you think it zooms in? Like, what do you think the zoom amount is?
Focal length.
What'd you say?
Aye.
It's got a 25 to 3000 millimeter focal length, 35 format lens, and it can zoom in 125 times.
Awesome. This isn't what stars look like, dude. This is a focusing issue. Use different cameras, use different telescopes, that you won't see the same thing. This is a straw man given to flat earthers to make flat earthers look stupid. like the AE map and other such things.
So it says here that. So you don't know what kind of telescope you were using, right?
No, I haven't got a clue.
You know,
I'm
like
50 this month, dude. If you remember, I said it was like 11, 12, 13, 14. So do the math. It was a long time ago.
what do you say? Is this like a normal telescope or
My uncle had a couple. One like a
expensive?
thick barrel thing. He had like three. So they were quite high-end, really expensive things. Heavy motherfuckers, I know that. I couldn't tell you any details about their focal length or the type of lenses or anything like that, dude. All I know is when you zoom in, and when you zoom in on Jupiter, you see that great big red spot and you can see the distinguishing marks between Saturn's rings. And you can see that. Now, for some reason, we get a P900 or 1000 where you look at Jupiter and that's not what you see through the telescope. It now magically morphs into something else. I'm giving you the best warning I can do. This is why I jumped on it as soon as I could. I've been in this room with these guys since 2017. I gave this as evidence back in 2017 and I very, very quickly put it away when I realised this was absolute bullshit. Giving you the same heads up.
I don't know what you said, but that's definitely not proof the Earth is flat. All I heard was that Jupiter is different from NASA's pictures to what we see in reality through camera zoom lenses.
Who started the event? Does anyone here believe they live on a globe? Do you have any questions to anyone in the panel? Now is the time to open your mic and ask your question. Do you think you live on a ball? If so, why? Yeah, I wouldn't talk either if I believed I live in a globe. It's kind of stupid.
Hello, Kelvin. Are you aware that your microphone is open? We can hear your background noises. Thank you. If you're new here, you just arrived. The topic is flat Earth, geometry of the surface that we stand upon. Our friend Ganjara, I'm just going to say Ganja. Our friend Ganja here is just challenged anyone that if they think that they live on a giant spinning ball, to state your case, present your evidence. Or if you just simply have questions about why we say the Earth is flat, then you're welcome to ask. I guess not. They're like, these guys are crazy. They don't believe what they see on TV. I'm sure Clive has better reasons than I simply saw it on TV. But he might be busy delivering pizzas or whatever. Lotrek has been with us for a long while. Yeah, seems invested in this topic. Though, he's a globe proponent, as far as I know. He doesn't mic up much anymore. Sticks to the side chat. That's fine. I appreciate his presence.
He was regaling the side chat earlier about his recent trip away and how he was viewing tops of boats. You couldn't see the bottoms of them. That was interesting.
Can see the bottoms of them? Damn.
No. And just the tops. Could see the wheelhouse, if I remember his statement correctly. And the tops of the boats, but ne'er see the bottom. I mean, get closer.
Just depends on if you're A small toy boat across the Salt Lake on a calm day where it's like glass, or you're out on choppy water, you're on a lake.
Yeah, there's a fallacy called single cause fallacy, where somebody attributes the reason for a thing to one specific thing only, when in fact it could potentially be a multiple of factors.
It usually gets wrapped up in them affirming the consequence. Right.
Yes,
So you said it was a focusing issue, but I have like a video that completely goes against what you're saying. This guy, he took photos with a P1000, and he also took images with a telescope. He has it from both views here, and they look almost identical.
Okay. And that's what we all see, is it? Or is it just him? Because we can all use telescopes, we can all use cameras. Is it just this guy, and just the telescopes and just the camera that he's using? It's not a focusing issue, so I should be able to recreate this, right? And I will see exactly the same thing.
Yeah, you should be
Or
able to recreate this. I mean,
I created it 40 years ago. This astronomy is quite well done over the world, especially in England. Amateur astronomy, for example, looking through telescopes at the night sky. We actually have a dedicated BBC program called The Sky at Night, dedicated to astronomers, like amateur astronomers who look up at the sky at night. It's only very specific people with a very specific camera that, or telescope, if you want to do these videos as well, that seem to show stars, not what we all else, and myself included, see the to be. Again, go and use the telescope. Please don't just look at stuff on YouTube and this guy says that. Go and do it yourself, please.
he's not saying this. He literally has actual images that he is.
Okay, yeah, actual images, okay, which you have no reference to, just your trust in his professional opinion that he's focusing and doing everything correctly, and you've got no background because you've not done it. Would you go and do this? Do you have the ability to do this, say, within the next
year?
Sure. Let's put a pin in it until you've done it. That's all I'm asking you to do, dude. Not go and drag something off of the internet and come and say, this is what the sky looks like. I've been dealing with that for 50 years. It's not what I see.
The observation was 1 foot off the water. 3 inches off the water. Well, that would even be a question, is why I was going in that direction.
What was the distance to it? What, Dre? To your ship?
Just about, so, 100 miles, 20 miles, I don't know.
Yeah, it'd be nice to know the air temp, the water temp, the distance to the horizon, like any buoy markers out there.
Has anybody watched the new Spider-Man movie?
What was that, Jedi?
I was, because it was dead air, I was asking if anybody had watched the new Spider-Man movie. I took my kids to see it the other day. It's fantastic, even if you don't like Marvel or have lost love for it or whatever. You have to watch this film. It's brilliant.
Is it really? Damn it, I was gonna go too.
You should.
Yeah, my second oldest went to see it the other day, and I passed on it because I had a headache. So
Yeah, that guy there, what's his name? Alex. Yeah, you're not welcome here, bro. Sorry. After your last performance.
Who's Alex?
Why am I?
Yeah, Alex lost his cool the other day and said some pretty nasty things towards us. I don't know if we want to give him another chance or not, because I think it was at least on the verge of TOS.
When you say the other day, is it over 48 hours ago?
Yeah.
Give him another go.
Alright. We'll give him another shot. Maybe he'll apologise. What do you say, Alex?
Hello.
Hello.
How are you
Hi.
guys doing?
Okay. What's up?
Can I know what did I say that's against
No.
TOS?
I wasn't there. I don't know.
Okay. Because I really don't recall me saying anything against TOS.
Yeah.
But okay. Maybe I
Something
said
along
the
the
R
lines.
words, right?
You know, something along the lines of people deleting themselves, so to speak.
Oh, okay. Yeah, certain suggestions of end of life stuff is against TOS.
Ending life?
Yeah, if memory serves me correctly, forgive me, I'm getting old.
Right.
But anyway, let's put our best foot forward. Maybe that was, something that can easily pass under the bridge. You're here now. How can we serve you?
Well, I'm just here to see if any of you guys change your mind about the flat Earth.
No. Why should we have done? There's been some compelling measurements given recently.
Yeah, I actually accepted what you guys said. I went out and I tested it.
What did you do?
The laser test with two of my friends.
Okay, tell us about it, mate. What happened?
Well, I tried to see if there's a curvature, but appear not that there's no curvature.
Did you try and hit your mates with the laser across the lake?
Well, it's not across the lake. It was more like a river, but it's still a big river though. But I just think my life is falling down.
Wait, what?
Like it appears that you guys are right for some reason, and now I'm just going crazy about it.
Okay, so your test showed you that the water wasn't curving. That was what was happening, right? Okay.
Yeah, like, and it's not even like a little bit curly or something. It's a straight line.
You said you did this with friends.
Yes, with
How
my
are you?
friends.
How are your friends?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, I mean, they both have, like, one of them was. I mean, I have PhD in optics. He just finished uni in optics. He doesn't have a PhD. This other guy is just haven't finished college in math. So they all know, they all know how to, do stuff with calculations, blah blah blah. So they're not like, just random people that I picked up on the street.
Cool. So you all went into this understanding with a little bit of at least background we're going to use in.
You're kind of
And
cutting
what
out. I'm
we,
sorry. What did you say?
dude, no, I'm just trying to figure out how you are all doing after your experiment, you and your few mates.
We can't
Well,
see the curvature because there's a flat plane before the equator. And then when you're at the equator, you can see the curvature because the flat plane of distance is then removed at the equator, making it curved.
What was he going on about?
The truth.
He thinks Earth's diamond shaped or something.
Go to the equator, it's curved.
But Maddox, you do understand that one of them were at equator, right?
What? Yeah, repeat.
I said you do understand that, like, it was three of us, right? And one of them were at the equator.
What does that even mean?
It means that I tested the curvature with a laser. I did a laser test, and there was no curvature.
All right. Well, let's say that the Earth is flat. What does that mean for me?
No, bro, but
sorry, I should mute myself when I'm.
No, but brother, I mean, I'm the one who got muted by them, and then
Yeah, he's
I
gonna
went
laugh
out.
because you can no like answer.
I went
Okay.
out to test it, right? And then I came here to actually discuss what
most
happened,
people
and
do
they actually, Kirk, can you shut the fuck
just
up,
laugh.
please? Okay, let me just mute
just
it.
answer one question. Did it end up coming true that it is round or if it's flat?
Well,
Round or
I
flat?
was the guy. I'm
Now you're
the
just
guy that's
wasting your
claiming
fucking
it's
time.
round because that's what everyone thinks, right? But
Oh,
then
I thought you
when
said it
I
was flat. Okay. Well, then let's say
Yeah,
it's round. What does that mean for us?
bro, are you stupid? Do you not listen? Do you not listen? Like,
No,
I
I don't
came
think he
here.
does. Sorry, dude. I do apologise to interrupt.
Alex,
No,
I believe you, though.
my friend, are you going to listen to what we're going to say, or are you going to
What
talk
does the
through it?
shape do for me, though?
Dude, you understand that our friend here is a globe earther who's recently tested the claim for himself by measuring the Earth with lasers and his friends, and he's come to a horrible conclusion from his point of view. His previous conception about the Earth has been tested. So
Okay.
he is a glober, but
Sure,
at the
but what
moment
does the
he's
shape matter to me,
wavering.
though? That's my question.
Oh, it doesn't, mate.
Thank you.
Okay, bye. Anyway.
Yeah, so one of them were at the equator, and it was a straight line. It was not even curving or anything. So
Right. Okay. Hold on,
Let's
my
say it's a
friend.
triangle.
Oh,
Right?
shush. Shush.
Why does the shape matter?
Right. Your friend at the equator. Did you shoot your laser at him?
Holy fuck.
I shot it like towards. How do I explain it? Towards him, not like
So where's
not
the
like
river?
it was going across the river, right?
Okay, and he was on the equator. Which country?
So we are currently we're currently traveling around Colombia and Venezuela.
Okay. I'm a little bit confused, my friend. What did you do and how the other relative to what you did? Is it just one guy on the equator who did something? What did you actually do?
So, you remember what we discussed about the laser test, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm still
Yes.
shaking. So basically, there was three of us, and we put a laser at a fixed height above the water that was aiming horizontally across the river, which is a large body of water, right?
What
Toward
was the
a
distance?
target.
What was the distance towards the target?
So the distance was. Let me see. Let me just see how much was this in use kilometers or.
No, it's fine. I don't mind.
Let me just see. So it would be 50. So that's 196 meters would be the curvature drop. The distance was 50 kilometers.
Did you record this?
Yes.
Wow. Is there any chance you could post that in the side chat for us, or DM it to me personally?
I can DM it to you if you want.
Okay, thank you. So you set your laser up at a certain height above the water, and your target was 50 kilometers away. What did you use as a target?
What did you say about the target?
What did you use as a target?
Well, my friends, we rented like a mini boat. So basically, it was it was the boat, the him, whatever.
Okay, and what was observed from the boat?
Like,
How
what do
was
you
the
mean?
observation made? Was it with human eye? Was there optics involved, like binoculars?
Yeah,
How
of
was
course, the optics were involved.
Yeah, okay, cool. Okay, buddy.
So
See, this is why we
basically,
go and ask
what
people to
was
go
I
and do
saying?
things themselves.
What I was saying was that laser over water, like as I'm saying, atmospheric refraction was affected it, right? But I'm saying the key is that the optics don't bend the beam to follow the Earth's curvature, right? But it appeared that it was incorrect. So I don't know if I should even believe in the refraction at this point because it was incorrect.
Yeah, refraction needs specific conditions to do specific things. 50 kilometers is a huge distance, dude. Yeah, I'll be interested to see what you've done. I appreciate that you're going to be sending that to me. Wow.
Definitely, I'm just kind of scared about my life. Like, I
why?
just because it's this is impossible.
No, it's not impossible. It's just you coming to terms with the reality in which you inhabit. It is mind blowing, but it's not going to ruin your life, dude. This is a positive thing. It's not a negative thing.
So what's gonna happen now? Should I post this on TikTok?
You don't have to do anything for anybody else. You only did this for yourself, right? It's not incumbent upon you to now go and spread the word to the rest of the world. You only did this, yesterday, for example? No, you did this for you. It's like
Yeah,
when I
but like,
made my observations, right? I went to Dover, I observed France, Calais, over 20 miles away. I didn't record it because I did it for me. You've done this. I'm glad that you recorded it. Thanks, mate. But it's not up to you to go and prove it to anybody else. But as a body of evidence, it is fantastic. But it's not incumbent upon you to go and tell anybody. You've got to come to terms with this shit first, mate. You've probably got more questions. You're not anybody's guru at this stage, mate.
but like, let's say I posted, right? Do you think that FBI or anyone will like go after me, or like that I will get arrested or something?
No. Why?
Because it's a raw footage. It's not like edited to something. It's just a raw
Dude, half
footage.
the flat earthers, well, probably the majority of the flat earthers that are arrested by now, and we wouldn't have heard from them. The only thing that you really want to be scared of is not the but anti-flat earthers, like people that come in these channels and tell you to do bad things with your life and whatnot. No, it's not the FBI. No one's going to come crashing through the door. That would have happened to me over 10 years ago.
Are we taking the Luca book? Oh no. We're taking the Luca book.
All right, well, Jetta, I'm gonna send you that. I'm gonna go shower because I came back from this fucking when we were in Colombia. It's just so fucking it's so fucking raining. I'm still fucking wet, so I'll send you that in half an hour. If you want to share it here, you have my permission about the video.
Appreciate it, mate. You go and sort yourself out, and when you're able to, you come back and we'll have a chat. Good man.
All right, man.
All right, so I'm gonna drop an image now in the chat. There you have it. So on a flat Earth, people at different latitudes would see the sun the same spot in the sky relative to the horizon, right? Whereas the round Earth, the horizon appears where the observer line of sight, as you can see there, would be different in the sky, which is true.
What?
Huh?
You can see there with the curvature and the Earth, you can see that the line of the view of sight, point of view, has to do with the apparent location of the horizon.
Right.
Horizon? In your diagram, the horizon is a physical curvature of the Earth. It's probably going to stop us
Whereas
from
if it
seeing the
moved
sun.
just away, as this person is suggesting, it wouldn't get close to the horizon. It will never reach the horizon.
Why not? Do you understand how your eyes work, particularly viewing perspective with regards to how objects above your eye with distance will appear to get lower to the floor? Like, for example, if you're standing in a corridor, like in a hotel, and you've got the doors either side of the corridor and the light fittings on the ceiling, carpet on the floor, and as you look down the corridor to the tiny door at the end, you'll notice that the light fittings
And at
appear.
nighttime, you can see all the stars move together.
Okay. I don't mind engaging with you as long as you let me finish. I'll try to be as brief as possible. But if you interrupt me, you're going to have issues. I don't want to have issues with you, mate. Trying to figure out if you understand how your bloody eyes work, dude. Now you're telling me what we should or shouldn't see. At the moment, I'm trying to tell you how things appear to get closer to the floor with distance.
I don't understand. I'm looking at his drawing there, but if you look at the lines, they don't match up. Like it looks like it's bouncing off the I guess the earth line there. Like if you look closely at the lines where they intersect, it's like none of them are straight.
You're right as well.
What's with that? Like the farther away line, it doesn't go straight anywhere.
You see the line is touching the sphere, so it's a tangent, right? So you
Yeah.
see the horizon where the line intersects the sphere,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Understand that? The object is further away, just like imagine you have a wall in front of you and the sun is approaching that wall as it goes down.
We get it. We get it.
The wall is
You're
near
claiming
you,
that
but the sun
yes.
is above it, apparently, even though it's beyond it. You understand that?
I don't understand.
Plus when you see a ship, okay, you can see the bottom disappearing first.
Yeah, but you can also see that on flat surface too.
And
It's
if you
not
increase the
exclusive.
observer's elevation,
Yo, dude, do you remember earlier where I said I'd
start to see it
engage
again.
with you and entertain you, but as long as you didn't talk through me? But now
It
you're
makes no
doing that.
sense. It's just
Hold
because it's
on.
getting further away.
Hold on. All I said was you can make that happen on a flat too. Now you haven't
And if the ship
demonstrated.
keeps moving further till you go into a height, again it starts to
I'm really
disappear
going to lose
bottom
my
first.
patience with you, mate. It's
Bottom
like you're
disappears
not
first.
engaging with the words I'm saying. I remember this conversation or how this went with you the other night. It's like talking to a brick wall with you, isn't it? I remember now. I remember losing my patience because you talk straight past people, don't you? It's the third time you've interrupted me now.
Right, magnanimous. Address Jedi's statement, unless he's still got more to say about it, when he said this is achievable on a flat surface.
Yeah, I don't think it's very magnanimous of you to just ignore somebody who's responding to you and just go on with your point. Like you gotta have a back and forth. It's a conversation. That would be magnanimous
I'm
of you to do.
preparing a stronger argument. That's why I'm not answering.
Okay, well, you can prepare a strong argument, but you still need to respond to people talking to you.
People make mistakes, right? I made a mistake not answering. I take that fully. Do you like that?
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's
Let's see how it progresses. In your little picture, you've got the eyesight of the observer touching the sphere like a tangent, right? In your picture, with the lines and the observer and the sun and the tangent. Yes? Okay then.
It's just, I guess it's hard to Google and AI at the same time as talking. I don't trust people who do that. Like, if you come on here to talk about a subject, you should know it well enough to at least, conversate about it. If you have to stop talking every couple minutes because you're, Googling stuff furiously, then it's like, well, you're not ready for the conversation yet. You got to be educated a little bit, because then it's like we're having a
I already
conversation.
know. I'm just looking for images here. You understand?
Yeah, but what I'm telling you is if you got to do so much research and so much computer work to have a conversation, then it's like you don't understand your points well enough. You should be able to just talk about it.
I know them very well. I'm just looking for images to back it up, as you always ask for evidence, my sir. You understand that? Now leave me alone, please.
All right. Sorry, Magnanimous. Go on.
Okay, so the question now is, do I make myself another cup of coffee in the anticipation that something really exciting is going to happen and it's going to be worth my while staying up, or not? Let's have
There
a
you
look
have
through
it.
the list.
You can go
Sorry,
to that
mate?
location there at
where we
Lake
going?
Pontchartrain, a transmission line, Louisiana,
Okay,
United States.
okay. What about
And
it?
then you can get on a balloon, hot air
No,
balloon, and go up in the sky, and you will
and
see.
you've done this,
If
have
you
you?
use binoculars,
Have
you
you
will
done
start to
this?
see the bases
Excuse
of those
me.
power lines.
Excuse me. Have you done this?
As you
Have
go
you?
up, you will
Hello?
see further away.
It's like hello.
And then,
Have you done this?
if
Been to Lake Pontchartrain and like, dude,
you can see that,
shut up. I'm asking you a question,
then you will
dude. At
know
least have a good
that you have been
understanding and conversational skills to
living a
understand that
lie.
someone's trying to engage with you. You, the man that's talking, that's taking the stage. Someone's trying to talk to you about what you're saying. Do you just want to pontificate?
Right?
Or do you want someone to engage with you? Lake Pontchartrain.
There's your
Have
vanishing
you?
point theory there.
Magnanimous. Lake Pontchartrain. Have you been there?
Right there in the sky with the
No,
vanishing
excuse me.
point.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
That's your
Answer
flat
my
earth right there.
question. Stop the
Ludicrous
conversation that you're
theory.
having with your fucking
There you have it.
self. Act like a man and talk
With
to
a
the man
location
talking
and
to
all.
you.
Lake
This is
Pontchartrain,
right. Fuck him.
Louisiana.
Magnanimous. Say goodbye. Disrespectful asshole. Good. So it took you about 10 seconds to realise you'd been removed from the room. Also noticed now, got your flipping attention. Overmuted. Okay, I'm going to unmute you. Would you like to have a conversation? Remember, no pontificating, no standing on your soapbox and monologuing for 10 minutes. I'm asking you something about what you said. Now, can you answer it? We're going to go with short yes and no answers, just so I know that I've got your attention and you're paying attention to me. Have you been to Lake Pontchartrain? Yes or no? Don't act like an idiot. You came back into the room. Stand that people talk and I'm talking to you. You're not muted, so you can talk. You brought up Lake Pontchartrain. I'm asking you, have you been there? Your time is going to be really, really short. People who are trying to engage with you, you're not here to pontificate and stand on the soapbox, right? You brought up Lake Pontchartrain. Well done, big man. You brought something forward. Now, like a big man, you can be challenged on that, right? And you're not going to be weak about it because your argument is strong. Good man, well done. So you've been there then, yes? Magnanimous, Lake Pontchartrain, this observation that you're telling us about, you've been there. Yes or no? Okay. Failure to respond is going to get you removed from the chat. I'm not going to put up with your fucking fun and games. I'm going to count down from 10 in my head. You're not going to know if it's quick or slow. Well, that was fun. No, magnanimous, you don't understand how this works. Being as you are completely responsive because you can jump back into room and press. You understand what is happening. You understand that I have been talking to you. No, I have asked you a question. I have given you the time to answer that question. And like a little cunt, you're ignoring. Fuck off. Alex, are you talking to us or are you mumbling to yourself?
No, I'm just singing the song.
Okay, buddy, no worries. You are coming through on the microphone, just for to let you know.
Stories. Trying to find my glasses. I don't know where the fuck they are.
You've checked on your head, yeah?
Yeah, I did.
I wear glasses too. It's the first place I have to check because they're always there.
Apparently I lost them, I think. Fuck yeah.
When was the last time you remember having them?
I think yesterday when I came back from outside, I think I had them. I mean, I didn't. I don't think. I know I had them.
I can't help you from that time frame, dude. If you don't know.
Where's
I wish
your
I'd
glasses? You need your glasses finding glasses.
Exactly.
Funnily enough, mate, I need silence as well. Everyone needs to fucking shut up.
Yeah, I'm going to be up for new prescriptions soon because I've noticed that what used to be clear in the distance with my glasses on now is starting to appear a bit blurry again. So obviously the refractive index needed has changed since I first got glasses, and on top of that, now I'm like not so short sighted. It's things up close are starting to appear blurry for me too. So like I have to hold it at like arm's length, so it's kind of thing. But then if it's like riding on something that's too small, it's forget it. And so the missus bought me a pair of like the plus ones, and that does the job, right? But it's not prescription, so I could be damaging my eyesight even further by using them if it's not like the correct thing.
That's not good, man. Have you seen these new fangled glasses that you can get online that are digital and can automatically focus and you don't need a prescription? Because as soon as your eyes start changing, the glasses all change to new prescription.
Holy shit! Smart glasses, are they? Oh, God. AI glasses.
Yeah. I need a new prescription's been about, 2 years, and I'm the same as you. Things in the distance now become closer. What the hell? But yeah, I need to get that sorted.
There's a new type
Yeah.
of glasses that are banned in poker rooms now. I'm not sure what the specifications are, but that's frightening.
Magic glasses, yeah, Alex. Okay. Right, I see Ippo has joined us. Good
Hey,
evening,
Jedi.
Ippo. What's up?
Did you miss me? That was my question.
No, I didn't miss you, no. I just noticed
You
you come back
did.
into the room.
Nah, yeah, you did. It's okay, buddy. Everybody
No,
misses the queen.
seriously, as soon as you
Everybody
name
misses the
dropped up, I
queen.
remembered you existed.
No, you missed the queen. It's okay.
No, I didn't. But anyway, it's good to see you.
Look, even you were laughing. You chuckled. You missed the queen. It's okay. I
No,
know.
that was
Everybody
somebody else.
does.
That was someone else.
Hey Jedi, it's Alex. How are you?
Hello, Alex. Long time I
Yeah.
haven't spoken to you. Yeah, doing well,
Yeah.
thank you.
Hey,
How
I
are
was
you?
just going to say, for your eyes were the ones who were suffering, or was it T-Dub?
Both of us. We're both
Both
old
of
blind men.
you. Just something that someone suggested for me was DMSO. Because often when you get stronger and stronger glasses, you actually just make your eyes weaker. And that sometimes it's a good idea to get a slightly weaker glasses and try and keep your eyes, trained. I guess means you're working harder, but DMSO is this byproduct from paper making. It's dimethyl sulfoxide, and it's like a super duper natural solvent from pine trees. And people mix it with distilled water and spray it with magnesium oxide in their eyes. But if you ever research it, you find out you have to be very cautious with taking any of the drugs or any other creams, or, if you're a woman and you're wearing mascara, it would be a really bad idea to use it. But basically, it removes inflammation, and it gets whatever you put with the DMSO, it gets it into the cells and it can really tighten up your tendon, which is basically the aging of your eyes. It's just worth looking into. A flat earther, Dr. Amanda Vollmer, is the one who wrote a book on it, and there's all sorts of things you can do with it. It's crazy. It's crazy hidden medicine, natural medicine.
Amanda Vollmer, did you say?
Amanda Vollmer, yeah, spelt Amanda with an H. Vollmer, Vollmer. And I think even you can find her book as a PDF, probably some places. But yeah, it's just an all round, it's good for pain. Some people use it for a detox for cancer with vitamin C. But if you're ever taking it internally, you have to not have any alcohol, no smoking, no nothing on your skin. You have to go real natural. But yeah, it's a really amazing set of healthy ways to combat inflammation, which is generally what causes aging eyesight, apparently.
Appreciate that.
And also powder of pearl or pearl of powder. That's supposed to restore your eyesight as well.
You definitely can't use DMSO if you've got, if you've had cataract treatment or anything like that, because you've got a plastic lens in your eye. So you can't be mixing it with plastics or synthetics. You've got to be very careful with that. So, but people can use it to avoid cataract surgery and get rid of floaters and all sorts of things like that. And yeah, I think it takes a few months though, and persistence, but yeah, really amazing kind of substance. And even in the peer review medical papers, you'll find loads and loads of uses for it. Yeah.
Thanks, mate. I appreciate that. I remember when I was young, I've been wearing glasses since I was like 4 or 5 years old. So this is going back to the 80s, the early 80s, my God. And the optician told myself it will be okay wearing shorts. They were just corrective to help my eye strengthen. By the time I was 17, 18 years, I wouldn't have to wear glasses. I've worn glasses for never have I heard about like the strengthening of your tendons with like rejuvenating chemicals. So yeah, I appreciate that.
Well, the DMSO is the thing that carries it into your cells and flushes it through and often gets rid of inflammation in the process. Like people use castor oil similarly. Like let's say you needed to detox your liver or your kidneys or your lungs. People put nice organic castor oil, maybe with essential oils or some other magnesium or any other kind of natural thing, and you put it on and even put DMSO on top of it, and then a hot water bottle. And if you sit there for a couple of hours, it's said to take the toxins out of your body, literally, because it just seeps in. And then you wash it off with something natural. And apparently that gets rid of loads of toxins. You can really soothe an organ just with a couple of hours in a hot water bottle and some castor oil. So, you know, there's some amazing alternatives out there, and everyone goes for these, you know, pharma preparations. And there's always, you know, like ivermectin, it's an anti-fertility agent, but if you go for wormwood, which you get in absinthe, that's a natural way of doing it. Only takes a week. You only have to do it once or twice a year. So yeah, all these people are sort of damaging themselves with these products, and there's always a natural alternative, eh? Hey, guess what? I was at a party yesterday and I met a Maori astronomer, and we had a bit of a debate there. I tried to get him to come into the server. I was like, oh my God, these people would love to hear from you, mate. And we had quite a heated debate. I don't think he was quite prepared for how much I knew. It was really funny.
Didn't come in. It was a him, right?
It was a him, yeah, tour.
Okay, cool. Yeah, it'd be really cool if you could
Yeah.
get him to come in.
Yeah, I'll try. I'll get his number and try and convince him. But honestly, I had him on the flat earth. Sorry?
Anyway, I bet he had some really fascinating points of view. Was he speaking from like a cultural thing?
Yeah. Yeah, very mythical, because, you know, we've got Matariki here. Do you know Matariki?
No, I don't know. Sorry.
It's a sign of like the winter coming, and it's when Pleiades, Seven Sisters constellation, makes its way above the horizon just early in the morning. You can see it very low in the sky, and it sort of signifies a certain season, very important. It's almost like the new year for Maori. He was saying that the powers that be were like destroying Maori documentation of astronomy, that they had been recording stars for 800 years and kind of recording the sky. Yeah, anyway, that they were recording what was going on in the sky, and he caught them throwing out a whole load of like original documents from the Wellington Observatory. And apparently he's the dude that managed to introduce Matariki as a holiday in New Zealand. So now it's a public holiday. So he'd be the dude that was kind of activist for that.
Yeah, it would be awesome if you could get him in. What were you debating about then? Was it like flat Earth?
Yeah, I was going through Mickelson Morley. I was going through long distance observations. We were touching on things disappearing bottom up. We were talking about angular vision and perspective. We were talking about how star constellations didn't seem to change and were on the side of Göbekli Tepe, a 12,500-year-old building. that shows the constellations as they are today. And I was just sort of, giving him a whole bunch of things to think about.
So he was argumentative with you. So he,
Oh yes,
he
was like,
definitely believes the Earth is.
I'm an astronomer. I'm an astronomer. I do astronomical photography. I created the Matariki holiday. I'm like, he was like all over the place. But he did believe that water was in space, which was interesting. He did sort of seem to think that the Maori real cosmological beliefs surround about the idea of water in space.
You've got to get him in, mate, really.
I know. I've been trying to get Eugenie, my French crazy hairdresser that told me about flat Earth like 10 years ago. I'm trying to get her in as well.
You know, I'm not a flat earther because it destroyed my life. I was a flat earther. You know, thinking the Earth was flat destroyed my life. I was trying to prove it. My friends and family. I was going to long. I was like,
Cool story, bro. Cool story.
yeah, and I injured myself. I was riding my bike, doing different measurements, taking pictures.
Yeah, your passive aggressive attempt to poison the well is not going to fly here, buddy.
No. I'm just saying that I broke my knee.
Yes.
Be a
We
runner.
see right through you, Magnanimous. Just stop it.
And now there's plaque building up in my chest because I can't do cardio workouts, and my body is designed for that. I am not sedentary. I'm not a sedentary person, and I feel.
All right, that
No.
was the weirdest fucking cutoff ever. I loved it. Thank you.
Yeah.
That actually made me laugh.
Appreciate it. Yeah, I don't know, T-Dub, how long we're going to put up with this idiot.
Anyway, give me the theatrics on what flat Earth actually is, because I actually don't know.
The theatrics. It's just a measurement of the surface of the Earth. So water,
How is
when
it measured?
contained, horizontal on the surface. So if the Earth was a planet, a sphere, then it would measure curved on the surface. The water measures horizontal on the surface. Being as the Earth is like, 70% water, and that water's horizontal on the surface, the Earth can't be a sphere. That's the
Well,
theatrics
I don't
of it.
argue with you because I actually can't see. Actually, my bad. My fault. I actually can see my house from the CN Tower in Toronto, which is like 2 hours away. So I can therefore say with a high agreement that, yeah, the Earth is pretty flat. It's pretty flat. It's just that when I went to the equator, this is actually a true story. I went to the exact line of the equator and I looked up and I actually saw curvature and I was like, oh, what the fuck? So I'm not gonna lie, I am very aware of flat Earth theory, but I actually
You went
believe in
to
it
the
more than round
equator.
Earth.
Sorry, dude, you're going to lose me. You went to the equator, looked up, and saw curvature. Is that what you meant
I
to
did.
say?
Yes.
So you went to the equator and you looked up. That would be to the sky, I would presume. Just so I'm following you. And when you looked,
No. To the
okay,
horizon. To the horizon, I looked up.
okay, so
and I
that's
saw
why I lost you. You said that you looked up. So you looked out towards the horizon, and
And I
at the
saw this
equator.
curvature. It kind of looks like a dome.
Okay, the horizon looks like a dome.
Mm-hmm.
Where the surface
the
of the Earth appears to meet the sky at equal
Yes, when you're at
distance
the
from your
equator,
view.
it curves
Right,
in the
dude, I'm
horizon.
trying to follow you. When you keep interrupting, that's not helping me. Do you want
Because I am
do you
not
want this
done talking,
conversation
and
to
you
go
keep
well?
talking. You keep talking over me. I don't even finish. That's the point. That's the problem.
I've already misunderstood what you've said the first time. I'm so glad that I asked a fucking clarifying question.
Okay, no problem.
Maybe I should ask some more because you don't seem to be explaining this well.
No, apparently you just can't listen.
Okay, so you went to the equator and you looked out towards the horizon where the surface of the Earth appears to meet the sky and it looked like a dome. Would this be when you turned around 360 degrees and the horizon being at equal distance from your point of view? So, for example, when you face
yeah.
north of the equator, it's 5 miles
Yes.
away. When it's south,
Yes, you
it's
don't need to
5
say
miles.
all this extra stuff. Yes, yes.
Yeah, good. So that's like standing on a horizontal plane inside a snow globe.
So that's why
Yeah.
it appears that way.
Yeah.
Ah, I get it. Huh. Okay. Interesting.
It's not
Who's the
specific to
guy?
the equator. You can do this everywhere.
There's a guy who I remember. He has like a Terminator PFP, and he's on YouTube, and he explains the flat Earth perfectly. Do you know what his name is? I'd like to check him out again. Hmm?
Quantum Eraser?
Yeah, there you go. I want to check that guy out. Eraser. Flat Earth.
I don't know whether I should be drum rolling or getting closer to my. This is
Yeah,
interesting.
this is exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah, it's rare that anybody ever references quantum QE.
Oh, I've looked around. Very educated, just not on the flat Earth. So, I can't find his website. Could someone link his website into the side chat for me, real quick? Oh yeah.
I can do it for you in a couple of minutes. All right, someone did it.
No, but
No,
I want to show someone.
give me a couple of minutes.
I have something just as good. Wait. Alright, I want you guys to take a look at this. By the way, for your safety, don't spread this around to random people. Some of this stuff is not supposed to be known by humans, but that's not towards like what's in the playlist. Just that YouTube channel in general, it causes a lot of government explosions, but it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. You learn about the dome. I mean, not the dome, but the celestial flat Earth.
Celestial flat Earth. Celestial meaning things in the sky.
Firmament celestial dome.
Huh?
A firmament celestial dome is what it teaches, and it actually makes a lot of sense.
A firmament celestial dome. See, this is why I'm losing you again. I thought
No,
when
no,
you were
no, no,
talking.
no, no. I said a
No,
flat Earth. Why did you twist my words around like that? I was being
did.
genuine to you, and now you're twisting my words around. Oh my
Whoa,
fuck.
see, this is how I cook people up when they bullshit. What do you mean celestial firmament dome? They're two different things, celestial and firmament. Earlier when we were talking about the celestial dome, that's just based on your point of view when you stand inside the snow globe on a horizontal plane and have an equal distance to the horizon, and the sky that you can perceive is domes overhead. Not that it actually is a physical dome It's just how perspective works. When you said celestial firmament, that means physical dome. That's not the same thing, dude.
My fault. I actually see the confusion. Okay. I got it.
Without being rude, this is why I ask questions.
That's a flat Earth firmament celestial dome. Check it out. It's pretty cool. I just said it wrong because I didn't read the whole thing. I started reading from the middle. But yeah, send me the Terminator dude and take a look at it for the next few weeks and come to my conclusion. And if I come to a conclusion that's a flat Earth, I'll be here every single day because that's pretty cool. Pretty damn rad.
Okay. Good luck, Maddox. Maybe we'll see you soon.
It's always you remember that day where you became a flat earther.
What's good?
I remember
Yeah,
mine, December 7th, 2018.
My original was 2025, June 7th. I met Crit and all the boys, and then I disappeared for like 2.5 years. And my feeling of patriarchy, but now just a year because now I'm back. But yeah, I'm gonna go back into it a bit, see if I can figure out what I was not figuring out, and try to get back into this shit.
Yeah, it's like a huge thing. You know, a lot of people say I used to be a flat earther, but then I changed my mind because of X, Y, or Z. Then you're like, well, certainly. What day did you become a flat earther? They don't know. What originally got you to become a flat earther? They don't know that either. You're like, huh.
For me, it's just how the moon landing is false. That's kind of what struck me. But the thing is I'm so busy with what I do, so it's not like I could just manifest the idea constantly. And once you get older onto the idea, don't talk about it much. It kind of gets faded, and you go back to the round Earth and the little psyop of it.
Yeah, the moon landing is a big one for a lot of people because they see they tell you
Hop out of the mech suit.
No, they'll tell you that the moon landing is the most documented scientific achievement of all of human history. Then you say, certainly, you got all this documentation. It's the most documented thing ever. Okay, I got a few questions. No, fuck you. You can't ask anything at all. Well, I thought, wait, did you just say your opening statement is the most like every question I have should be a slow pitch over home plate. You should be a home run, an easy home run. Any question I ask, you should have multiple sources and points of evidence to back it up. This is, after all,
exactly the opposite.
Yeah, they got nothing. They got really nothing to show for it, other than
how did they get TV on the moon and back to Earth? There you go.
Yeah, like the whole thing. That's what people start questioning the Apollo program, and they see the level of dehumanization that happens. They like, you don't accept this. You're some subhuman mongoloid who denies science.
I don't see it by that. I see it by like that human beings don't actually rationally like. Okay,
like most people over here.
Yeah, can I ask a quick question to the speaker? Have you talked to someone that was at NASA in this regard, or was present during the landing? Just curious. Over.
Yeah, you're real. I could barely make out what he was saying. It sounds like he was on the moon.
I'm sorry, I'm driving as well. Have you ever
had
that experience
asked if you were present for the moon landing, or if you talked to NASA directly?
Who was
no, that's not what I asked, because most of you are not old enough. Okay, that's unfair. Have you talked to anyone that works for NASA and or this is born during anyone that views the moon landing when it happened?
Said that. I'm gonna blow my brains out.
I was asking whether you talked to anyone that works for NASA.
Oh, that mic hurts my brain.
Yeah, I tried to listen as hard as I could. I really couldn't. Something about like, have you tried asking NASA? And NASA doesn't answer questions. They won't.
Have Have you spoken to anyone that works at NASA?
Yeah, they
Just
don't
curious.
answer. Yeah, NASA will not answer your questions. There's no legal,
That's
moral.
actually I
Yes,
know one of the
yes.
founders, and he'd be glad to
They
talk to you.
will not. They will not answer anything.
Hi
They're
guys.
purposely
Okay.
instructed.
I work right next to NASA, and that's just not true.
That's
And I
100%
know
true.
about 400 people that work for NASA.
Can you see it
Yeah,
out of
they
your
are
office window now?
Yeah, I
Have you
live
got a
right
view?
next to it.
And you live right next to it as well.
Where?
You must be so proud.
No, I'm just saying I grew up here,
Okay.
and I know one of the founders, John Hodges. Okay, he's one of the founders that came from the Canadian Space Program. And if you
Aha!
talk to someone that asks someone at NASA, they'll be happy to talk to you.
No, they won't.
Okay.
They
So
won't. They
it
really
would
won't
also
talk
be
to you.
like maybe if I went to Iran or Iraq and spoke to a Muslim, they'd be, or I spoke to a teacher, they'd be happy to talk to me about what they believed in as well, right?
Well, of course, and they know very much, et cetera, et cetera. I mean,
Okay,
there's
so I'm trying to
12,000 employees right here,
Okay.
right near my house.
Hey,
Okay,
Clyde.
but to what end? I'm sorry, Crit, I do apologise,
Okay, no, go
mate.
ahead. No, go. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, mate. To what end? Why have you brought this up? That that you live close to NASA, like 12,000 people.
I just
Forgive
asked
me
a
for
simple.
interrupting.
I just asked a simple question: Has he spoken to anyone at NASA themselves?
Yeah.
Yes or no? If no, then that's fine. If yes, that's fine too.
Okay. Was that it?
Or by the lines site and
Sorry, Crit. I
That was
probably
the extent of it. That was the extent of it.
Okay. There you go, Crit.
Yeah, I
I'm
talked to a
sorry.
NASA employee at a gift shop, and even they wouldn't answer some simple questions about some of the merchandise that was on the shelf.
Okay. At the NASA gift shop in Houston.
Yeah.
Or
No,
Florida.
not at Houston. No.
Which gift shop? NASA. Just curious. Just name what state. I'm not trying to box you in or anything like that. What state
In
was this in?
California.
Okay. Cool. Okay.
Do you want the whole address and everything too? You want to go check it out and go there yourself?
No. We're just having a conversation, my friend. We're just having a conversation. Okay. If you ran into that type of resistance, shame on them. Yeah,
it's not resistance. I just had a few questions about some of the space themed merchandise they had, and you really will not get a straight answer.
Okay, from that person.
From anyone. That's what I'm saying. You will.
Okay, no, well, that's not true. That's not true because I know at least 400 people that work at NASA.
Dude, there's YouTubers. There's YouTubers who've had NASA astronauts on their YouTube channel and still can't get a straight answer. You've had like one of the flat earthers.
If you have that, can you put
Trust
a clip
me,
of
if
that?
Crit is telling you this, Crit is not lying too.
Yeah, the guy's called like Smarter Every Day, like Dustin. He had this guy called.
I'll look it up.
Yeah,
I'll look it up. Thank you.
Don Pettit, the spokesman for the NASA astronauts. He had a few questions about how they operate the cupola on the ISS. Don Pettit either refused to answer the question or just gave him buzzwords about really good engineering.
Turn right onto Beamer Road.
Okay.
Then after Domino's Pizza.
I'm driving right now.
Yeah,
I got you. Huge favor. Could you just post his name in general so I can look it up later? Thank you. That's it.
If you're driving around unfamiliar roads, then don't talk to us. If you need the sat nav to guide you, then you shouldn't be talking to us, dude.
Yeah, I started reading the sextant. That's really interesting. See, this is why I like the guy who I mentioned, because I remember him of the past.
Oh,
yeah, I haven't been here in a while. This group definitely grew. Holy shit. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry.
At least you said excuse me, mate, so I appreciate it.
I'm a very respectable human being, except for when I'm angry. interrupt you.
Obviously not.
How would you shut the fuck up?
Hey, what's up, man? Yeah, when I said man, I meant Timbo. Sorry, you haven't been around for a long time, so you probably don't recognise by a friendly
Meh.
term.
You're like, meh.
In
These fellas
work.
here.
Not working today, huh? Wait. Bloody hell, there's a lot of people in the chat. That might actually be worth reading your names off and seeing if I... Just remember, guys, there's 2 YouTube bots at the top, so remember we are live streaming. We are joined this evening by 20 Cups, Alpha Omega, Ciderfiler, Crit, what's up, Crit, D-Town, FE Alaska Malmid, FE Batman, Ganja Rambo, Green Weaver Alex, myself, Jedi, Jota, M00M9T, Mia Plata, what's up, Morbis, Mythical Spellbook, Protect Hate Speech, Bliff, Shadies, T-Buggy, The Normal Rat, Timbo, Yaga Bruno, some Rush, I'm not going to bother to say because he's even deafened. So lots of people in the chat. Hope you're well. Welcome to the Flat Earth. I say welcome, you've been here for ages, but welcome to the realisation. If you don't think the Earth is flat, you think it's a sphere, please feel free to ask any. If you know that the Earth is hate, please feel free to unmute your mic. It is currently 2 minutes past 1 BST, that's British summertime. Fucking hell is it. But anyway, it is kind of, free run to have a chat about, random, maybe have a speculate of his cameras.
You started to break up real bad, Jedi.
Oh,
You're starting to break up really bad.
what's up? Thank you.
You're starting to break up really bad. Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, it's 10 days for us Aussies. So speculation. Yeah, let's go.
Hey, Alex is here. And T-Dub is here. Hey, T-Dub.
Hello.
Hey, you know how the Sigma Octantis moves in the sky? Do you see that?
No. I don't see Sigma Octantis at all, but I see the region where they say it exists. Yeah, the region of the sky. Yep.
Okay, because Alex said she can see it. I know you could observe it, but that's what I'm working on for Speculation Sunday tomorrow. I need to try to dig up the video because the video I did have got deleted from the internet. So I didn't download the video, which I've been doing more of. But basically, this guy has a model like a glass dome he puts on top of a flat surface, and he's basically trying to show that the possibility that the 24-hour sun that moves backwards in down there in the south is refracted and reflected sunlight, and that Sigma Octantis is refracted and reflected Polaris that's showing up on the side. My speculations start.
Oh. Yeah, I've heard that. I mean, I'd expect if that was the case to see some inversions of some of the more common northern constellations in the south. But I don't know if we actually see that. But it's an interesting idea. Yeah, definitely.
I like how people start shit over burping when I'm trying to learn about flat Earth theory. Why we do that?
Because burping in a room full of people on voice is extremely rude, and they don't put up with it.
I'm sure that
Yeah,
everyone
would you
does
burp?
time and time
Would
again.
you burp at the dinner table?
I'm drinking beer. It was an accident, and plus I have noise suppression on it. I don't know how it would go through, but whatever. It doesn't
Would you?
matter.
I'll ask you again. Would you burp at the table?
Well, likely, maybe all humans do.
But your old man didn't slap you around if you burped at the table?
Nope. Human
Explains a lot.
reflexes natural. Anyway.
Yeah, human
I
reflexes.
obviously didn't mean to do it
Slap
because
you
I
across
said
the head.
sorry. Oh my god, bro. Are we really like this? Narcissistic everywhere?
Why'd you bring it up?
I'm
Why'd
just
you
trying
bring
to
it
have
up
a genuine
again?
conversation.
Why'd you bring it up again if it was solved in the chat?
Anyway, I'm just gonna go back to saying what I was saying. I want to thank the guy who sent me that website. I'm gonna take a look at that, learn about it, go from there, and see how my learning goes. I'll learn about flat Earth, which is only what I was trying to talk about, but you know, some people wanna. Anyway,
If you want to keep bringing
does
it up,
anybody have any other advice
you'll have
for
a
me
problem.
to learn about flat
If you
Earth?
just let
by
it
chance?
go, then it'll be fine, dude.
Yeah, no problem. Does anyone have any advice for me to learn about flat Earth other than that one website? Referring to everyone, including you.
Nope. Start very small and work your way out, rather than large and work your way in.
Okay, bet.
Maybe work out why they say Earth is a sphere. Start from there. Do you know why they say Earth is a sphere?
Because NASA wants people to think it's round. I don't know, bro.
Well, if you don't know that, then you're never going to learn about flat Earth.
Then why don't you explain it?
Explain what?
What you just said.
Which part of it?
About how you just said, why do you think that people want you to think that it's a sphere? Can you continue?
Oh, it's not what I said, but yeah. I said maybe start with why they say it's a sphere.
Oh, okay. Okay.
There's a few parts of that question you might need to understand.
Actually seems interesting. Why do people say that the Earth is a sphere? Let me see. Earth is called a sphere because gravity pulls matter toward. Oh, I already get it. You know what? That's funny.
Well, what about before that? So they had some theories before that, like they said they saw boats disappearing over the horizon.
Part is the part that's confusing, in my opinion, is that gravity is a real thing. It's a real element. Yeah, there's been rocks that came to planet Earth and had such stuff and material, so it's real. So the question is, if they claim that gravity automatically hold on. If people say that gravity automatically makes the planet round, right? How do we know if gravity actually does that elementally, and if it actually rounds the planet? Exactly, which is why I'd rather stick with a flat Earth. See?
But you have to learn the globe.
What is your experience of gravity?
How things rise at certain rates, drop at certain rates. Over physics, matter.
Yeah, so things falling down, basically, right?
Yeah.
There's no other experience that you have of that would say what gravity
Someone
does.
holding down something by certain physics that can also raise it higher, depending on the climate of the planet, I guess you could say.
Okay,
or
hold. What do you mean by hold? Hold it down.
Well, gravity holds down matter off of science by what it says. and it holds down the velocity of how an object has a drop or a rise. So an object can't just start randomly floating because of gravity, as they say. Along with that, a item can't just levitate when it's just dropped. And like, let's say it's dropped at your hip, it can't just start floating because there's gravity to drop it down. That's what science says. But how do we know if gravity, or this term of gravity, actually does any of that? What if gravity is just a different thing altogether?
At the moment, I'm trying to help you isolate between the what you say gravity is, whether it's the phenomena that you observe, or what you or they say the cause
Yeah,
of the phenomena that you observe.
Just get to the point. You don't need to justify. I'm listening. I'm all ears. Cut me off and just talk, and give me points. That's what I want.
Yeah, I just did. But you
Okay.
spoke through it and then, yeah.
No, I heard you enough. Thank you.
Okay, cool. So what do you mean? This is why I asked you what you meant by gravity and what your experience of it is. There's two different things, right? There's the phenomena and there's the cause of the phenomena. The phenomena being the thing falls, like you drop your phone to the floor. The cause of the thing falling is like when you start invoking holding, that type of stuff. I'll agree with you that gravity is the thing we observe when stuff happens, like when you drop something, it goes to the floor. I don't know what's causing that. Do you know what's causing that? Obviously you don't. And I'm not saying that you should, but it's just a repeating of a story of people's idea about what does cause that, the Earth being a sphere being the primary mover.
So let's just say that gravity is a made-up term for many things, and just go from there. I guess
No,
that's it.
no, gravity can be swapped between the cause and the effect. I'd agree
What's
that
more important
gravity
to
is,
look at, the cause or the
at the
effect?
moment, what we experience is the falling of an object, or if you
The
want to be
effect.
more specific, relative density when things raises in different mediums.
Right, so the
Well, but
effect.
I don't personally need
Right.
to go any further than that, though, right?
No, but that would be only the effect. Just yes or no, and then I'll look it up.
Oh yeah, no, that would just be the effect, right?
Okay, bet. I'll be back. Oh, buddy. Look inside chat. I just dropped some tea.
I appreciate that you've dropped it into the side chat, but what do you understand about what you posted?
I haven't watched it yet, but I am going to right now. I just wanted to share it with you guys because I found that cool.
Because it looked cool. Shit,
And
dude.
what
I mean,
cool?
if people just, this is the thing about Facebook. I'm not interested in shit that looks cool unless you know that it's cool because you've seen it.
Says Gravity, the Universal Psyop, and I just wanted to post it because I was about to watch it, and I wanted to see if you guys thought it was legitimate. It's the only reason.
No idea, mate. I haven't seen it.
Wouldn't call it a psyop. It's just a description of what we experience. But to go further than that, it would be gravity forming things into spheres, which is not observed.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
it's a
well,
good video. It talks about it perfectly.
yeah.
I don't know how long this is going to last with me and you, mate.
Like we see a natural distribution state of matter within physical reality, right? Where you got your denser stuff lower, and your lesser dense stuff higher. And you can just simply demonstrate this with a jar and some different materials, like some dirt, sand, and some rocks, some metal, different types of metal.
As you said that, I literally
some
said a fan
liquid.
can be
You could have
gravity.
water, and you could put in some oil in there too, right? And leave some at the top so there's a little bit of, for the air, right? And then shake the shit out of it, right? And after you've shaken it, initially it's going to be all mixed up and swirling around and all messy, right? Cloudy, you won't be able to see through it. And then you let it settle and see what happens. Now, ultimately, why does it do that? Is the big question. And I'd say nobody fucking knows.
All right.
Maddox, what do you mean at 14 minutes past the hour when you say a fan can be gravity, technically?
Well, according to what they say about gravity, is that it is the drop of effect. When you have a high-powered fan, you can technically do skydiving, but in those enclosed little things inside of those little capsules. Have you heard of it? Familiar?
Yeah,
So it can kind of be the same theory by the effect. That's what I'm trying to market at. So
a fan can be gravity technically, and you're talking about the small little fans on an airsuit akin to like a drone or a fucking helicopter.
exactly, it's fine.
But you said that can be gravity.
Well, by what they say, and their way of saying it, by the effect, yeah.
But the effect of gravity is things pulling. This would be anti-gravity,
Pulling you
wouldn't
up or down.
Yeah, but there's no pulling. There's repulsion here.
All right, I'm not sure how any of this shit works. I'll just
Yeah, I know.
yeah. I just never was interested in stuff like that. So I'm more of a cybersecurity guy, you know?
Just look cool, right?
Just
Even though you
cyber
don't know what
guy.
it is, just look cool.
Well, I'll figure it out. Give me like 2 weeks of me being here.
I'll give you 20 years to start figuring it out.
Damn, really? That's how
Yeah.
long it takes?
Yeah.
Damn. Holy
Yeah,
shit.
definitely.
I was expecting that it was like a 2-minute puzzle. Just bing, 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 bing.
No.
Alright, I'll go
Do you
with
know
that.
what? You
Just send
might
me the
even die and not
observer
figure it out.
pictures. Just send me the observer pictures that you guys used to show, and that should help me refresh. I'll be back in a little bit. I'm gonna go have a cigarette. I'm gonna take a break from this
What
shit.
are we
Holy
talking
fuck.
about exactly?
He's going to go and take a cigarette. So whatever you want to talk about now, I guess.
Wow. Lung cancer is calling him, probably.
Yeah. Anyway, how can we help you?
I don't have a question. I was just making a statement about his
That's
lung.
fair enough.
No, you asked a question. You said, "What are we talking about here?"
Yes, and the answer was nothing. So,
Wasn't the answer?
what was the answer then?
What we usually talk about is the Earth being flat.
It's not.
How do you know?
Oh, it's not.
It's not. You need to use like common sense to get the answer, bro.
Common sense.
Well, that's a good point.
Yeah, which sense?
Yeah, which common sense is?
The sun is round, the moon is round, Jupiter
That's
and
not a
Mars.
sense.
Yes, it is. And you want to tell me
Dude.
the Earth is the only fucking planet that's freaking
Dude,
flat?
this would be all of a sudden, you're talking about common sense, and now you're already within a paradigm. That paradigm of space and planets and orbit around the sun, and how the Earth fits into that category. You know that it fits into that category because you look at your story in the sky. Jupiter's a ball that moves, so the Earth, which exists in my story, is a ball that moves. It's not common sense, though, is it? You've already invoked a story.
To prove it.
Yeah, have you heard of
Prove
non
what?
sequitur?
What?
You said it was common sense. I just pointed out that really what you said just then wasn't. So would you like to try again?
It was.
It was. I pointed out how it wasn't, dude. You already had a
No.
presupposition invoked
How is
in your
Earth the only?
storytelling.
It's a logical reasoning known as non sequitur.
I don't know what that
Doesn't
means.
necessarily follow. So just because
Okay.
you look at something in the sky and it has a round shape, does not necessarily mean that you're standing on something that's a round shape. It could be different.
Let's do it like this. Let's say you've gone for a walk in the woods and you see squirrels in the trees eating nuts. Because you see lots of squirrels in the trees eating nuts, does that mean that you live on a tree and you're a squirrel that eats nuts?
No.
Okay.
It's not
How
the
do you
same.
know that?
Because I'm not a squirrel, bro.
Bingo. You know that you're not a squirrel. How do you know that you're not a squirrel?
Because I don't look like a squirrel.
Bingo. You don't look like a squirrel. So you don't need to look at squirrels to figure out what you are. You need to look at yourself. So this is when we point out to you that to figure out what the Earth is, why don't you look at the Earth instead of other things? What you said doesn't logically follow now, does it?
Okay. But we
You
did look
understand,
at
right?
Earth. Yes, I understand,
Yeah.
but we looked at Earth.
Okay, when do we look at Earth? What do you mean by that?
Don't we have like
Still in
satellites?
Okay, still within common sense. Remember, your argument is from that. When we look at the Earth, okay, with satellites and stuff, what does satellite show us?
That the Earth is round, probably. No, look at it.
The Earth is
Look at
round,
it.
probably. So we've
Mm-hmm.
got two choices. It either is or it isn't. How do we prove whether it is or it isn't? Because you said probably.
Bro, you know what I mean. I don't mean probably. It is round.
It is round. It is round because the photos show that it has a curved surface. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So logically, it would follow that we would measure that curved surface on the surface, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do we measure that curved surface on the surface?
Did we?
Yeah. Do you think we have? Do you know
Not
that we
sure.
have? You're not sure. It would logically follow, though, right? If you showed me a picture of a surface curving, that I would measure that surface curving, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. See, this is one of the reasons why we're here. The picture shows a curving surface that we should measure if we had the tools that we would use for surveying, like lasers or theodolites or other such implements. When we measure on the surface of the Earth, primarily over water, we don't measure the curvature that's depicted in the images. Do you see the problem? Now,
Yeah, I
just in
see.
good faith, right? We've only just met, and I'm just telling you what I, as a flat earther, and other people in this room would say. The pictures show a curved surface. Logically, we would measure it. We've tried to do that. We don't measure that curved surface, which is why we're flat earthers. Pictures aren't common sense, though, are they? It's when somebody gives you a picture of the Earth being a sphere, it's not your common sense that the Earth is a sphere because you're not up in space to confirm that that's actually what the Earth looks like when they give you a picture of the Earth being a sphere, because you've had that common sense of the Earth looking like it does in the picture, right? It's not your common sense, dude. Your common sense is down here on the floor. Those pictures are given to you by organisations. That's secondary information, not primary, not your common sense. Okay, well that's enough silence. Did we lose our friend there? Did he leave, or are you okay? If not, we'll move on to someone else. Greetings to everybody who's joined the chat. Says who's great to see you, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Apart from that, Earth is flat. How about that?
Greetings, Jedi. Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. And yes, the Earth is flat.
You took a break about the same time as me. We've kind of crossed winds and whatnot, but I haven't said a proper hello, mate. Hope you're doing well. Hope you and your life are doing good. It's good to see you around, my friend.
Yeah, man, took a short hiatus. You know, had to take a break from the trolls and crazy people for a little bit. It was getting to me. But yeah, come back in from time to time just to make sure everybody understands how the Earth is measured and treated and experienced every day by everybody. So yeah, I hope you guys are doing well as well.
So Jedi, you said that parity sources are the only ones that you consider to be like veridical, as opposed to secondary sources.
Sorry, mate. Can you say that again?
Yeah. So you said when you were talking to the other guy, you said pictures from space or whatever. That's not a primary source. That's a secondary source. So our primary sources, the only things that the information that you gather, is that the only thing that is truly veridical?
Under the umbrella of his argument of common sense, a picture given to him by somebody else isn't his common sense. He doesn't commonly experience that. That's why he got given a picture. That's where the argument came from. What you're bringing up is slightly aside of that.
I'm into the very end of it, so I was just wondering.
That's okay. Yeah, no, that's fine. So is that the only, do you mean, is that the only standard of evidence that we would accept as like the experience of our personal selves? It would really depend on what the question was. You can come to logical conclusions, for example, but it would depend on the context.
Okay. So like a mechanic, like I don't know if if you know anything about cars, but like your car broke down and you went to a mechanic and you said, "Oh, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong," you would say that that's like probably truthful, right?
To a certain amount of degree, when we're talking about diagnostics, yeah. Same type of thing with the mechanics of a car. I've like had heart surgery and so on. So going to a doctor or a cardiologist, I would definitely go to somebody who had studied these things, of course. But these, one will be engineering and the other one will be more biology and engineering, but biological engineering. These are practical hands-on things, right? Where did you want to go with this?
Oh, either way, I don't know. I was just, I mean, it's just my main thing is that like you can sometimes secondary, evidence can also be true. You don't everything that you.
Yeah, I mean, to an extent, I will agree with you if you want to bring up your car analogy again, right? It's secondary evidence to you, not the mechanic who did the work on the car. But again, it feels like you want to go down to some kind of trust issue that you always go to an authority, and that authority will be trustworthy because they know their own story. And that story works because we've got lots of people who are engineers and doctors and so on who do practical things because my toaster works and my heart still beats. And so we should trust every venture that everybody's. I don't understand where you're going. This is the only reason why people usually bring this type of thing up, though. So that's why I'm going down here. Is this where you're going?
Can I tell a short story? So about a year ago, I had a problem with my exhaust system. And I ordered a part online to save money, right? Now I measured the length I needed, right? Physically measured it. I knew I had the right part in mind, right? And it turns up and it's not the right measurement. But you think I could convince a mechanical engineer that I'd ordered the right part? He thought no, that company would never send you the wrong part. No, argued with me to the point where he basically got angry at me. He still ended up with the job, but I won't ever go back to him again and will not speak to him. And I'm a bit sus about his work too. But, just goes to show, proof is in the pudding, right? Doesn't matter what you think you're an expert at.
Well, if I'm a expert in Judaism and I'm a rabbi, does that mean that I'm absolutely 100% correct because I'm a teacher, or I practiced this and went to school or university? And same with there's many different ways to skin a cat. There's many ways to do cardiology. There's many different religions in the world, and not everybody agrees with things. Different types of butchery in different parts of the world. People cut animals in different ways just based on tradition. I still don't understand where we're going with this line of questioning. Does it come down to trust, and we must go and ask the scientists because they will tell us the truth?
Would you put the doctor that did your heart surgery and like a rabbi in the same category of like
Not today, no, but maybe 200 years ago, yeah. He might have treated me with leeches though, which would have been different treatment.
That's what I'm saying.
I understand what you're saying. No, I wouldn't put religion, the theology in the same line as cardiology. I'm just talking about the mechanism of why we trust and why we go to authorities if we're going to go to mechanics and doctors and rabbis and whatever to fulfill whatever we want them to fulfill. Again, do we need to go to scientists because when we go to them, they're going to tell us the truth and the facts about things and we should just believe them? Or is science a method that we can do and repeat ourselves?
I mean, definitely the second one. But I mean, what does an authority need to be not a false authority and an actual authority? Like,
Should we use the science? Let's use the science one, the umbrella term of science. If scientist makes claim of I have done science, then he could only have followed the scientific method, because if he hadn't have done so, then that would be pseudoscience, just by the definition of the terms used, right? So you go by what the man says. If he says he's done a thing like science, that's a method, right?
Sure. I don't know what you're getting at. I'm not sure I fully understand what you're saying.
It's just following the principle and the practice of whatever the person's doing. A mechanic, he's going to do mechanic things when he fixes your car. The cardiologist is going to do cardiology. Right? He's going to do whatever he's going to do. The same thing with the scientist. He's going to do science. That's a method. So if you ask him whether we should trust the scientist, if he's done the science, then yes, that's unequivocal. If he hasn't done the science, then no. That's where the question comes in, right? If we're going to trust the authority in this term, the scientist must have done science. I'm just trying to figure out if he has or not.
Okay. How do you prove that he's done the science and then when he hasn't?
Well, the science will come in the form of the method, right? He will have observed something happening that he would have questioned what caused that. That would be his hypothesis. If this, what I think is the cause, then that will happen. He will then verify that in an experiment, like when you boil water, right? You've observed water, for example, evaporating, and you want to figure out why. You think it's because of heat. This is where you get your Bunsen burner out and your jug of water. You apply heat to the water and you cause the water to evaporate. If the scientist has followed that method, then it all go, right? If he hasn't followed that method, then no science here, pseudoscience.
Yeah, I agree in principle.
Cool, awesome stuff. So that's the only kind of standard we would have, right, with regards to this specific area. If it is science, it will follow the scientific method. If it is cardiology or mechanics, it will follow the procedures akin to those topics, right?
Fair enough.
Cool. That's how you trust people.
And so what if it's like a new branch of science that is not intuitive and may not, it may not have common sense to it, but still has practical application.
So when you say when you say a new branch of science, do you mean something that doesn't follow the scientific method, but we've reached a conclusion another way?
No, I wouldn't say that. I mean, when you say scientific method, I mean, it's just, so, I mean, all discoveries happen off of like observation first, right? And then trying to fit that observation into, a model. If we talk about theoretical physics, this is usually trying to fit it into, an equation model, that can make predictions and things like that.
Sorry to interrupt, but I was with you along with science when you talk about observation. Everything you said after that point was wrong. And I don't mean to be rude. Yeah, the observation of something happening, right? In science, when we get to the experiment, when we falsify or verify our hypothesis, the experiment is going to contain three variables. Those variables are going to be the observed phenomena, the dependent variable, your supposition of cause, that would be the independent variable, and then all of your control variables, those would be the things that you keep exactly the same. So the only thing that is changed, the independent variable, is the causal factor. So we start with trying to discover what your dependent variable is. That is what you observe happening. Your hypothesis is when you make a prediction of what causes that to happen. Your hypothesis now contains both independent and dependent variables. If cause, independent variable, then dependent variable, effect. You then test that in the experiment, right?
Sure.
You change the heat. You change the electricity flow, the energy, whatever. You kick it, you rub it, you do whatever you need to cause the phenomena in the experiment.
Sure.
Yeah. You said a different branch, what, as a different methodology? When we're doing natural science, the question is, what caused that to happen? That's the only question science really answers when we're using that line of investigation.
Right. I mean, I don't disagree with anything that you said. Sorry. Yeah. No, that's fine with me.
Other questions don't require it. I mean, if you're looking out at nature, physical reality, even if it's within a synthetic device or something, you're wondering about something that occurred, or just about something that is, right? Like, you can use other methodologies to gain knowledge simply just by looking at something, observing it, like you said, right? Sometimes you don't need to go past that. Oh, that thing over there, it looks like it's this shape. I walk over, I pick it up, I feel it. It's definitely feeling like it's that shape. I get a tape measure out and I measure it, or do some other form of measurement upon that object, and I can determine more details about it. And I've gained knowledge. I've learnt about that thing, right? And I haven't employed the scientific method, right? Just observed
You're saying you haven't employed it
and measured it.
I see what you're saying.
The scientific method doesn't answer all questions.
I agree. Yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
I mean, it answers, questions about our physical reality, but it won't answer why you're depressed. Well, I don't know.
Does the scientific method answer what shapes are?
That's a hard question to answer. I don't know if.
Not really.
Does the scientific method answer what shapes are? So,
yeah.
I mean, you would need to observe the shape first, right? You don't have to experiment on something.
You
Shapes are something
get
humans made up, right?
Okay, good. So you get into the understanding that really, when we just observe something, that's primarily all we really need to do when we're trying to figure out the shape of an object. We're not going to be completing the scientific method. We're not trying to find the cause of a phenomena. A shape isn't something happening, for example. We're probably going to try and figure out what it is. So when people come in here and say science proves the shape of the earth, if you understand what the scientific method is, and we do because we've just spoken about it, we understand the scientific method doesn't reach a conclusion of shapes. To figure out geometric forms like geometry, triangles, squares, spheres, cubes, to figure out the classification of what something is, you look at it and you measure it. You don't do the scientific method. How could you? Science doesn't prove the shape of the earth, dude.
I mean, I agree with you in a sense, but then I go to like a hypothetical situation, and you've heard this before, is that what if you're on a sphere with, you know, an infinite diameter? How would you ever be able to measure curvature when
You wouldn't.
it's obviously appears flat? Exactly. So determining the shape of something does not always come down to measurement, right?
No, but within your hypothetical of infinity, it takes more than one mortal lifetime as well. We're dealing with the one very specific claim. The Earth,
So because it
planet
doesn't
Earth.
fit into your lifespan, it means it's not
Well,
true.
you said infinite. What, in time and space? I'm only mortal, dude. I'm not going to be able to measure the entirety of the Earth if you've pointed out that it's infinite and I've got a finite lifespan. But we're dealing with the claim that we're given. The Earth isn't given an infinite radius, for example, in the paradigm that we're given. It's got very specific sizes and distances to other objects in the sky that have also got sizes. And the one that we're talking about, 3959, that radius, well, that's not measured, like in the pictures that we're showing from satellites that show the curved surface. But that's the radius that we should be measuring. In those pictures, that's not an infinite radius.
So my point of bringing up that hypothetical was to show that it, you know, your method of determining shape is invalid, right? Because it does not work in every situation.
Well, sorry, in your hypothetical, and I've given you infinite. I've given you that for sake of like good faith argument. You haven't invalidated my argument that says to figure out what the shape of an object is, you observe and measure it, because that's what we freaking do in geometry. Come on, sunshine, please.
So wait, so hypothetically, if we lived on an infinite plane, you would be, an infinite diameter sphere, you would be correct in saying that Earth is flat, or that the sphere we live on is flat, because you can't observe and measure any curvature.
Yeah, from that side of the argument, if the Earth did have an infinite radius, then from our point of view, then it would be flat. Yeah, so the Earth could still be a sphere with an infinite radius within the hypothetical, yeah.
From your point of view.
Well, personally, but within the hypothetical.
Yes, exactly. Within the hypothetical, it would appear to be flat, but that wouldn't be veridical. It wouldn't actually reflect reality, would it? I mean, infinite is not not something that
that's
we measure in
exactly
reality, right?
Yeah, infinite curvature, bro.
Well, it
We're
doesn't even
working
have
with
to be infinite. It just
reality,
has to be very large.
not abstract mathematical ideas that don't exist in reality.
You are right when it says it has to be very large. Obviously, if it was like within the millions of miles of radius, then from our point of view, then yeah, we're going to be measuring very little curvature over like tens to hundreds of miles. And of course, the mathematical function would dictate that. But again, we're not making a claim to the shape of the Earth. We just know that it's measured flat and it can't be the size that we're given.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Fair enough.
E ela tem que ser a criança aí pra dar. Mas eu sei que a linha da pista. E foi embora, tudo fica sem graça. Saindo ela diz onde ela quer chegar. Difícil, mas só como possível. Fechar. Deixa eu pôr o vodka. Que melhor, não sei o que. Parece que a palha pegou.
Yeah, being on an object with, on the surface of an object with an infinite radius would be an unfalsifiable claim. I mean, you'd never be able to prove it or disprove it.
But it sounds like it's a little bit of a dummy for some. Like, are you saying there's still a chance? It's a sphere. I'm going to hang on to that. Oh, for you foreign folk, when I said dummy, I meant pacifier. Child's pacifier.
I knew what you meant, mate, but I know hundreds didn't. Okay, well, there are quite a few people in the room. We are live streaming. Do remember, guys, just as a common courtesy, it is 51 minutes past the hour of 1 a.m. in the morning, BST. That's British summertime. Yeah, it's definitely fucking hot. We're into our, what was it, fourth heat wave now? Temperatures are in an excess of like 94 degrees Fahrenheit for you Americans. Yeah. Anyway, but being as it is Sunday, you are free to maybe have a few speculations about, you know, some subjects pertaining to the flat earth that you don't get to speak about from Monday to Saturday. But there's a lot of people in the room. If you want to keep the conversation going, I just thought I'd remind you of that.
Hey Jedi, we hit 106 today in Texas. Just letting you know.
Fuck. 106.
Yeah.
Holy
112 in Houston.
shit in hell. Okay. You have to
Yeah,
remember,
you can take your 96, and that's playtime.
I can appreciate that, guys, but you got to remember that the UK is on the same latitude as Canada. You were a lot
I
closer
was
to
born
the
in
equator.
Sheringham. Your destination is on the left. I was born in Sheringham near Great Yarmouth, so I'm very familiar.
Yeah, exactly. So you
Okay.
know that this type of heat in this country, man, is just exceptional. But yeah, we were. I know that a lot of the world is on fire at the moment, especially you guys in America. So if you're experiencing wildfires and shit, please stay safe. But we're experiencing them as well, and though we do get the occasional field fire and forest fire and stuff, the ones that we're having at the moment are unprecedented. So take care, everybody. This is crazy shit.
Have you read the Book of Enoch?
I mean, yeah.
Yeah,
When
there's a
people, I
small.
have to answer that honestly now. I have not opened up the Book of Enoch and read it. I've had it read to me on like audio on like YouTube and stuff, and I've had lots of people talking about the Book of Enoch. I know a lot about it. I wouldn't say I've read it. I think that's correct. There we go.
Okay, cool.
Why?
Yeah, no, there's a passage in there where he's talking about that one day. It's like a prophecy, or a prediction that the heat from the sun will be so great that people won't be able to withstand not being in the shade, that their skin will not tolerate the light from the sun, and that their feet will burn on the dirt as they walk on the dirt.
I've
They should
heard
invent
this.
shoes.
Is that Enoch? Is it? Yeah. Okay, that's cool. I thought it was in the Bible as well, but maybe that's more of like Revelation prophecies and God pouring out his wrath and the sun drying up a third of the earth or whatever he was doing. But he says it in Enoch as well. I was thinking about that the other day. I was taking a walk out in this precious sunlight, and I don't want to be out in the direct sunlight. It's horrible. I don't want to be in it. It's too hot. So yeah, those words from Enoch Echo, those words from Enoch kind of echo a little bit with me there. Eventually, if this keeps going, I can't see anybody wanting to be outside in this fucking heat. Not at all.
Yeah, especially when they made AC pretty much illegal in Europe.
Randomly watching the world weather the other day and reports of a super, was it El Nino down in the South Pacific or Pacific? I don't know. But yeah, some kind of super El Nino is going to be forming. Has caused the weather so far and is expected to cause problems throughout the rest of this year into next. Apparently, I don't know too much about it, but I found it kind of worrying.
Yeah, like that's a cycle that reoccurs, right? But some years are worse than others.
From what I understand, mate, yeah, it's a cyclical event. I can't remember the numbers, but yeah, some are worse than others. Super El Ninos compared to just general El Ninos. I don't know the exact terminology. I'm not brilliant with it, but from what I understand, the word super has been used.
Dang. I mean, they have been wrong with the, because they rely on these models and stuff, and they have been wrong before, but sometimes they're right too.
At the end of the day, we're dealing with weather modelling, so yeah, they don't always get it right. They've got hundreds of models. Different weather agencies have different models that they prefer to use. Some agencies agree. This is why they have, wide models that predict, varied possibilities. At the moment, it's the majority are aligning Super El Nino factor, but there are other models out there saying that that's not necessarily the case. It's predicting weather, mate. I mean, they barely get it right one day from the next.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a group called Higgins Storm Chasers, and Mrs. is like follows them on Facebook, and occasionally like a thing will pop up for our region that they're predicting snowfall for our region. A lot of times they get it right, but this one year they predicted the depth of the snow, like and the time it would start, pretty much to the minute. Yeah, maybe they just just lucked it on that one, but I was pretty impressed.
Well, our local weatherman had to move because the weather didn't agree with him.
You had a very famous weather prediction and presenter back in 1987. His name was Michael Fish, I think. He was cast, I think it was the 6 o'clock news that evening, saying that there was absolutely no chance that there was going to be a hurricane in the evening, regardless of like other reports. And then the next morning, the south of the country woke up to the entirety of it being flattened by a hurricane that happened in the evening. So there's always random weather. Yeah, it's crazy. That one goes down in British folklore. That does is the biggest weather cock up ever. No chance of a hurricane. 12 hours later, no trees left.
Maybe this skit that I saw yesterday was based on him, because like the newsreaders are like reading out letters that have been sent in by viewers about this weather guy that works at the station, and They're like, maybe, like you should think about sacking him. And then the next one's like, maybe we should sacrifice him. And then all the other letters are like they knew what the previous one had said. And they're like, yeah, let's sacrifice him. That's a great idea. Made me laugh a bit.
Do you know what, mate? I think I saw that yesterday. I know exactly what you're talking about. That was hilariously funny. Yeah, we should sacrifice him. The sky god angry. Yeah. Yeah. The weatherman had been like a bad omen for the last like a week or so because every time he predicted bad weather or something, or good weather.
Right.
I want to go
Yeah.
and find it.
It kind of reminded me of like internet, forum, hate speech, hate mail.
Hello, guys.
Sounds like this. Hi, how are you?
I'm good.
How can we help?
What?
How can we help you?
Nothing. I'm good, thank you.
Oh, awesome stuff. Glad to hear it.
I
Thanks,
don't
then.
know.
Toot, toot.